Okay, I have not
seen Sauceman upload
in probably 20 years.
Bring your ass.
Part 14, last time we set up Planet H, a thriving habitat for Vitamelange. This time I want to finish the process and get started on the namesake of this mod, space manufacturing. It's been longer than usual since I uploaded. Sometimes big expensive things break, and sometimes work says, hey, you gotta do the things, and sometimes those happen at the same time. But the call of the eye never ceases, and we're back. I woke up one day and just thought about how absolutely batshit this entire idea is in retrospect. Yeah, let's try to complete one of the hardest mods in one of the most technical games while bullshitting with guys on Discord. It's like going to a college bar to do rocket science. Like, yeah, first time I make a series, let's just dive into the deep end of a pool nobody's ever swam in before. It's kind of hard to believe I've made any progress, but at the same time, I went into this with 700 hours of Factorio gaming, and I got Waz pulling twice his weight in trains, so shout out to him and the boys supporting me on this race to the finish line. Speaking of the finish line, I couldn't find the source for this, but some people have been mentioning October as the planned release date of Space Age, so if this is true, I have an actual timeline to beat now. This episode should be going out in early June, so I have some time, but remember I started in February, so I've basically used half of my time, which is motivating, hopefully. Hopefully I'm halfway done, but I guess I just have to plow ahead and find out. As for the current goals, I want to make the Vitamelange process work well. I made productivity module 3s on this planet with the vulcanite and put them into the furnaces making Vitamelange spice, as they take 200 Vitamelange blooms, spitting out around 40 spices and an occasional extract for each cycle. This makes productivity modules way better than they already are for this process. It's also fairly slow to get them, even with 12 speed beacon greenhouses making blooms, so the speed penalty of productivity mods is not a problem. Although it's tempting to make this process faster, it's also a pain in the ass and unnecessary. Like the other advanced resources, this will be running for many hours, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a full warehouse of spice and extract before I even need it. The bigger problem is actually defending this planet. It's the first foreign colony with biters, and they seem to pop up everywhere and out of nowhere. Coupled with my complete disregard for pollution, they have the opportunity to grow strong. To counteract them, I have made an artillery and military supply train. This is something I've never needed to make, but have always been interested in making. I want to make a few train stops with walls, laser turrets, and a roboport. There will be a fixed amount of supplies at each stop, and the request threshold on the LTN train stop will be set to 1, meaning if there is one item missing, the train will come and drop off supplies. That probably sounds wasteful, but here's why it's set up like this. These military outposts don't export anything, so there's no throughput to consider. The only times their items will be missing is when they need to be repaired or rebuilt. This only happens when an outpost is attacked, and an outpost is only attacked when there are biter nests nearby. So the chain of logic goes: biters build nearby, attack, cause a repair pack to be used, subtract 1 repair pack from the count, the train is sent, and the train has artillery wagons. While it is getting resupplied, nearby biter bases are being shot at, and the train only comes when it is necessary, so it scales well, and I can make tons of stops. Looking forward to the killing. Planet H has the biggest factory of any colony yet, even being split into a solar field and a proper factory, so I started with 10 of these outposts. I was too lazy to full wall both parts of the factory on this planet, but I'm hoping that these military outposts will act as a lightning rod for the bug attacks to focus on. And yes, that is pipe. I ran out of wall, and it's better than nothing. Boy, that's a lot of pollution for a solar field, you're probably thinking. That's because this solar field also burns coal. The only thing left to set up is the cryonite, so I can freeze and ship out methane ice. This is the first process that I blueprinted entirely from other builds. The whole process completes in one big line leading back to the factory, because my desire for aesthetics has long since died on this planet. And that's methane ice. No, you can't productivity module it, and yes, I'm sad about that. Our slow space-based research has been chugging this whole time, and we're pushing toward rocket survivability 9. This might seem excessive, most rockets are already over 99% chance of landing successfully, but this planet is 6 times farther away, which means the current chance of landing on the pad is only 80%, and a rocket crashing is a major risk for overloading resources in the eye. So survivability research will go a long way toward preventing this planet specifically from crashing. Speaking of, I'm starting to miss space. This factory is great and all, but it smells like cows, and every biter I kill feels like I'm trying to pick up soap in the shower. I've also been here for an extremely long time. Don't get me wrong, I love Factorio, that much should be abundantly clear by now, but after your 6th planet that has a factory that's only slightly different from the other planets, not to mention pushing 230 hours in the save, you start to wish it could all be done with. Everything in space is an exponential pain in the ass, but it's also cool and refreshing to solve problems that are fundamentally more different from what vanilla Factorio gives you. Just a bit more to go here, thankfully. I'm going to have some warehouses to store the vitamelage, spice, and extract just so the process keeps going even if the rocket is full. It's slow and pretty much the only reason I'm here, so I want it running as long as possible. There was a lot more biter killing and defense setting up because this factory is actually quite large, and you'll have to take my word for it. I just feel pain when I watch yet another 25-minute segment of past me driving a jet to biter nest after biter nest. I only have so much sanity. My work here is finally done though. Time to rebuild a thruster suit because I died in that pyramid lull. Bring our profits to space, and finally begin the great space rebuild. Man, it feels good to just be anywhere but on that planet. I love to see the green addition to the rainbow unload too. First things first, I ordered twice as much substrate to be delivered to the moon, so the eye has technically been clogged up since I left, and I've had that feeling of like a rock in your shoe when you know something's wrong but you can't get it out right now. I am so happy to fix this. A commenter also put some pieces together for me. Inserter angle matters for their speed, so you basically want the angle between the pickup and drop-off square in Bob's inserters to create the smallest angle possible while also not making the inserter arm change length, so I decided to update every single inserter on the eye. It was a fun little challenge, and I don't have the numbers for it, but I wouldn't be surprised if the sorting happens 4 times faster after these changes. It did take about 45 minutes, but to quadruple the speed in a space-constrained area is well worth it in my eyes. Plus, now the eye really looks like it's having a seizure while it's sorting. Beautiful. Alright, actual space stuff. So Woz started out with an area for fluid handling just east of the eye. He completed the basics: petroleum, light oil, heavy oil, lube, as well as cosmic water and chemical gel, which I'm very thankful for. Handling these with trains will help a ton. With just pipes, it's a giant tangled mess. There is one complication though. Solids that are needed to make the fluids will be dropped off in one of these warehouses, but not the other. It's a little annoying to check the eye to see if the item will be dropped off in the top or bottom, especially because it's inverted because the train does one flip before it drops off, so Woz just made both warehouses handle all resources. But Schrodinger's resources can only end up in one warehouse, so as time goes on, I'll be treating warehouses separately. It definitely is a pain point for this design though. It might make more sense to have trains with one wagon that can pick up from one side of the eye at a time and not have to worry about this chirality, but I just like it better this way, so I'm sticking with it. Thermofluid is actually a separate category of space fluid, being either normal, cool, cold, or super cold, but all starting from normal thermofluid, so it's handled on its own over here with future-proofed space for the colder thermofluids to be exported. We also got cyanide slush and sulfuric acid over here. Space is very diverse in its needs. The plan is to rebuild all the science we have made so far and delete the massive science spaghetti we've been using. The one part that will stay is the mall, though. There are like 45 space-specific buildings, many of which need to be built in a manufactory for God knows what reason, and a new mall would look like shit anyway, so I'm just gonna keep it and drop shit off nearby and keep expanding it because legacy spaghetti never truly dies. There's a lot of stuff that will be coming to this unload station, and Jesus, well, thanks, LTN. That's really helpful and informative of you. I can totally still see my screen. I swear, LTN is just a ticking time bomb until you turn off notifications. We currently have it on 1, which is errors only, and it seems to think the world is ending if a train isn't immediately available for a pickup. That doesn't really seem like an error to me. Things are working fine. My lazy ass just hasn't made enough trains. Stop reminding me. Our train system also needs a loop because of the direction the train stops are going, so through a very roundabout path, the train can go up to the mall, then around this loop and back to the station. Woz is gonna kill me. Back at home, we have more train problems without Woz. These take me forever to figure out, and the solutions are always terrible. This is not ideal. Where are you, Waz? Oh, and apparently, unless you full wall, biters just walk around your defenses like they're robbing a bank. I was so pissed to see this. These stupid worms just slithering around. Aren't you supposed to be stupid? I'm not on the planet anymore, so I just started throwing down laser turrets everywhere from the nearby outposts. I don't care how wasteful it is. I want to dedicate 0 brain cells to this problem, and the solution is already too sophisticated.
What are you up to now?
Back in space, I am making a weapon delivery cannon. So there is a hole in my defense, unfortunately. So there's fighters that will attack a single solar panel at a time forever.
How don't I see it?
I just press U and then search by name.
Yeah, no, I know you can look that up, but it should be on the orbital map thing too.
Another thing that's happening is that like the robot requests are like not like they're like bugging out. They'll be super slow. Not exactly sure if that's a lag thing or because I'm on like 6 surfaces or something.
You know, now that I'm making
it's the same thing.
A lot of them.
Yep.
All right. We got a thruster suit too.
Yeah, we got some cool stuff. We also have power armor 3 finally. I think I found a way to make the train work very close to how we want it to.
Is it not working how we want it to?
Well, it works. It's just getting it to go the speed we want it to. What it'll do is it'll be like, okay, you want 8,000 coal and 8,000 water ice here. Well, if they're in the same warehouse, it'll send a request to the place and it'll say get 8,000 coal and 8,000 water ice because there's 2 wagons on the train, but they're in the same warehouse, so they'll load 4,000 into that one wagon and then the other wagon will be empty. So what I did was I just divided the request in half, which means that the request will always time out, and I just lowered the timeout threshold. But it means that if there's 8 different things that like your place needs and you have thresholds for like 1/4 of a wagon for each resource, it'll actually do that in one trip.
That was a lot of words and my head hurt.
Basically it do the thing.
Right now my brain don't work no good, so I don't know how I'm gonna look at all that.
I wouldn't worry about it too much.
All right, Todd Howard, I am so fucking dumb. I thought it was water, not cyanide slush. Fuck.
No, I was doing some testing stuff. It might have just been from when I was playing around with it.
I just got confused. I just added ice processing because I thought it was the right thing.
Oh, Lamau. Oh, they're so stupid, bro. Really? Oh, they didn't fucking... All right, well.
At least they're not really attacking anything.
Well, they're going to once they find military stuff.
I wonder if it's because those don't produce pollution, so they don't aggro on them.
Yeah, I think that's part of it.
Huh.
It's so stupid too. There's so much military to the top left. I thought they would like focus on that, but instead they're like, no, let's take a super long unintuitive path.
God, those arms go fast now.
Yeah, it's all about the angle. Get them at the right angle. They do the angle.
Only unloading 5k and then going back and getting more. Oh, because you added the turnaround, so now it's not guaranteed to be in the right spot. You need to add handling for either car.
But it should take the same route every time, shouldn't it?
Not necessarily.
Well, I don't think we have enough traffic that it would change its route.
No, but if it goes, okay, so if it starts at the depot goes around the loop and then stops. So if it goes to like the lube provider and then does a loop and then goes back into the depot, it's now facing the opposite direction.
It should do that for every request it could do. It should do the same thing every time it does that for right now, because there's always going to be one fastest path.
But that's what I'm saying, is that I think it's switching direction every time it goes, because it goes every time it does the loop, it changes direction.
We could make these stations so you can come in both ways. Otherwise, certain parts of the track you can't go back to the depot from unless you have a turnaround, like up here.
Should be able to get back from there.
If we take away the turnaround, this will say no path.
How about I just build another intersection next to the depot and then just connect the track up to that? Like, or you could like move the depot farther back and then add a connector, but then that gets really weird because I made it at an angle.
Yeah, we should. I think if we made it flat, like we could just literally move it north.
This saves a shit ton of space doing it at an angle, though. No. Where are you going? Where are you going, you little shit? No, fuck you. Why are you going? Okay, you're going to manual now, dumbass, stupid motherfucker.
Actually, we could just extend the current depots and then just add a rail that curves in the main rail, and then they would be bi-directional. I'll probably do that. That's a lot faster, and it can use the design you already have.
What the fuck is this guy doing? Okay, there we go. Now you're going to get your cryonite flush. Everything should be good. Why are you not adding cryonite flush, my dude?
Suffice it to say, trains are complicated. I don't care how much you know about signals. When you end up with this, whatever the right way to place signals is, assuming there is even a legal place to put them, requires a PhD I don't have.
Okay, we are making thermofluid. I repeat, we are making thermofluid. Why are you still going back here? There's nothing for you here. This isn't a provider.
I bet watching me place train tracks is like watching Shaq shoot free throws. Do you think we could get Shaq on here? Get some Factorio? I think it would be a great fit. I bet he's great at Factorio.
Now, why is it fucked? Oh, you didn't have any signals on the backside. That's why. Oh, God, please kill me. Oh.
There were nowhere near this number of biters when I left 5 hours ago. You know what? I'm making a thing to nuke them as we speak.
Wait, the plague rocket, or is this something different?
No, this is a weapon delivery cannon. I don't know if it can range it from here, but we'll see. But let's just take a look.
The plague rocket that might not be good to use it.
It's a no-go for that planet because it'll kill the Vitamilage.
Well, yeah, I'm against using the plague rocket for most of the planets anyway.
Oh no, you can choose. It just takes more energy, I'm guessing, to send something.
I mean, how much fucking energy would it, like, how long would it actually take to send a rocket to the neighboring star? Like that's like a fucking like generation ship fucking shit there. I actually just went in cryostasis while you were rocketing over there.
Yeah, apparently. I mean, I got there, yeah, it was like 600,000 rocket fuel just to get there, but like, I don't know, if you can finagle the gravity correctly, like you're in zero gravity for most of that, so it's kind of just a matter of speed, I feel like, and also calculating like the trajectory correctly. Oh, okay, yeah, maybe we're too far away to hit there.
They use like 8 million gigajoules to fire it, or what?
No, there's other planets are showing up here, but not for radium.
Yeah, I think it's like everything maybe in the solar system you can hit.
Well, interesting. Well, it's annoying. Ugh, if I have to go back there, whatever.
Yeah. Ugh. Things that make you go. Huh. All right. So we have thermofluid now to make cooled thermo, because we don't use regular thermofluid for anything, right?
Regular, yeah, it just gets cooled, I think. I was also thinking like for the science, we could get a start on making like it's in a while. I should honestly make the science first, but the science labs can get like productivity module 5s. Or like 6s or whatever the best is. Most things probably don't need them, but like science probably deserves it. And then they can be like surrounding a beacon with like speed module 5s or something.
Sounds good to me. Hey, you want something that's actually goated? Lemon Oreos dipped in lemon ginger tea.
Interesting.
Quite delectable.
I think I can fire at anything in the system I'm in though, because I can hit Calidus asteroid belt 2 from here, which I think is the farthest thing.
Yeah, that's right.
So maybe if there's like another planet in that system I can go to, I can like both land in orbit set up a space elevator if we can get there, and then also just like nuke some biters on the Vitamelange planet. Might be a nice way to do that.
Oh, look how fast that material catalog is researching. Okay. I have made a blueprintable node here. So we can just copy paste this down and plug it into the duct network and bring in thermal fluid, and we're good.
Hell yeah.
Do we want to fill it with modules, or just want to copy paste it without modules, you think?
Yeah, I mean, do you imagine module 2s?
I'll blueprint it without modules, and we can figure out what we want to put in there.
Speed modules and productivity modules play well together because you get to use less productivity modules. Oh my fucking god. Maybe I will go back there, motherfuckers. Oh. Great. God damn it. How did what? All right. Yep. I'm gonna load. I don't even know if I'm gonna take anything with me. I'm just gonna get in a rocket and fucking put an end to this. I'm so annoyed. I didn't actually go, but I'm telling you, when I was on that planet, the biters were basically sleeping. Now that I'm up here, expanding everywhere. Being stuck in space for dozens of hours and every 5 minutes hearing that noise go off, I was fantasizing about nuclear bombs. And of course, these rails needed to look like this. Perfect. Yep, just to the spec. I know at least one of you commenters are going to cringe looking at this, and you deserve it, honestly. Let's be real. Yes, they're supposed to blink like that. Check the spec. It's Infamani this time, actually.
Wait, did it not shoot them down again? Fucking Christ. Wait, how are there so many biters here?
Wait, what the what?
This place is just totally hosed now.
When did what? Wait, how the fuck?
Holy shit. Did you get your weapon cannon?
Oh yeah, I can use that. Oh, time to see how the ammo works for it.
I'll go fix up Infamani after we kill everything on it. I don't see any pollution over there though, which is weird. Well, now it has 1% threat.
Since fucking when? What?
I don't know. Maybe
How?
because the biters, if the biters land on it, it increases the threat. I don't know.
But I never maybe I missed it. I don't remember them landing like that. All right. Oh.
How the fuck? Like, that has to be a bug or something, right? How the fuck did those biters get there? The ones that are in the fucking iron smelting line. Ugh. Because unless those cannons were just off, there's no way there should be that many biters.
I'm looking at the delivery cannon.
Oh, now they're just leaving.
What?
The biters are just going back to their nest. What? What the fuck? I mean, I guess I can just bring a jet here and go clear out all the biters. But like, why didn't the...
I'm gonna try and do it from orbit.
But that's gonna aggro them, and then they're gonna come and attack.
Well, you have to... Somebody has to go down there anyway. When you hit them from orbit, they get aggroed?
I think they get aggroed if they get hit by anything.
Well, but like, if they get hit by artillery, they know what they're getting hit by. They go to the source of the artillery. But from this, there is no source.
Well...
I guess we'll find out.
Let me get down there and then aggro them. What the fuck?
Yeah, that's what it does.
I can't see anything now.
Yeah, I can turn off all notifications.
I have no idea how this got so many biters in here though.
Yeah, I mean, if a meteor landed and I didn't notice it and then it just like took over. To this day, I still have no idea how Infamani got covered in biters. Every other time a biter meteor hit, we got an instant notification. Also, I'm pretty certain it started at 0% threat. Why is it now 1% threat? We assume it's a bug, but there might be some mechanic we don't know about or we're not thinking of, so I'll just assume that's the case. It was one of the bigger blows to our progress, though, for sure.
What are we doing, fellow little terrorists?
Yo.
We got some terrorists who snuck through the defense perimeter.
Those are freedom fighters. You are the eco-terrorist.
It's actually kind of true.
How dare they not let us pillage their planet's natural wealth?
Listen, you're basically Star Wars, and you're the Empire, and the biters are the rebellion.
Sounds about right.
Got a fucking roach motel over here. Oh, half the map almost cleared. Will I clear out the entire map before you get the weapon cannon up and running?
I mean, probably. I have to make explosives, which is super awkward.
Thankfully, this is a small planet.
The construction area for the thruster suit Mark II is 69 by 69.
Nice.
Fucking based. All right. It says payload empty, and I can toggle it to off, on, auto, or artillery.
But do you need to put like a missile in there or something?
I don't know. I got the thing in there. I'm gonna try and just target. So there's this nest just barely south of you. I'm gonna try and see what happens when I click on them.
Is the one just directly
one.
south of? Okay. Yep.
Let's see. And
Oh, that's a different one, but okay.
that was pretty good.
Well, didn't aggro them.
Yeah, because they didn't know it hit them. That's cool. Okay, well, I can actually help with this a little bit then. It's fucking sick.
You just want to start blowing up the faraway ones, or if you can get the nests have like 0 health. They take like 2 missiles to blow up. So if you can get the worms, that'd be fantastic.
Let's see. Yeah, I want to see. I've got like 3 of these things loading up, and I want to see if I can set all of them at the same time because they load kind of slowly.
I think this is the last nest. So
Okay.
still says 1% threat.
Interesting. It says this is as low as threat can get here, which is strange. Well, we have the boom if we need it in the future. You will be awarded the Medal of Honor for your bravery, good sir. Oh, you know what we can do? We can bomb that train on Avorion. It'll probably give us even more error shit. But should we do that?
I think you have to now.
We might have to.
Oh, found more biters.
It's supposed to be that you can confirm hostile dead. Like, I don't know what the fuck happened. Like, what the hell? If you click on Infamani in the Universe Explorer, bottom right, there's a confirm hostile extinction. And for other planets, like if you go to Morrigan, no hostile threat detected. But back on Infamani, this is as low as threat can get here. Like, what? Why? I'm sure some guy on Reddit will fill us in.
Your catboy army.
Yeah.
Oni-chan. Ooh.
Safety and ignorance. That's the work of a true eco-terrorist right there.
They still chose violence.
Very sad news. The trains can't come into a station backward. Makes me very sad.
Yeah, I know.
It's kind of interesting for stations that request a lot of different things. The train really like chunks out what it's going to bring into a lot of different deliveries. All right, the moment at least I've been waiting for. Space science at scale. It'll take a while and literal tons of scaffolding, but the plan is to drop off resources at stops along these vertical rail segments. The first step is to make a nice design for these curved stops. There will be 4 vertical rail segments because there are 4 branches of science: astronomics, energy, materials, and biological. 4 rail verticals actually split the space into 5 parts if you count the outsides, and the middle part will be used for the space production, utility, and optimization sciences. Those 4 are similar in needing machine learning data and just a bunch of other stuff to make, while the other 4 have longer and more complicated steps. All these sciences need blank data cards, and a lot also need thermofluids, so I'm hoping to handle both of these in the middle area as well, and have a central hub for blank data cards and fluids. I like this because then all the trains can focus on delivering raw materials, while data cards, which can be used, broken, and need to get refurbished and recycled, and have all these steps, can just be handled with belts in the middle. Most space sciences also need fluids, so I wanted to make these stops hybrids, capable of handling fluids and solids. The eye loading problem I mentioned earlier happens because LTN expects resources to be loaded into all train wagons when stopped, but resources will only ever be loaded into one wagon. For example, coal will only ever be loaded into the bottom wagon, never the top. This becomes an issue with hybrid deliveries. Imagine we want 2 resources and both are loaded into the bottom wagon. LTN will request 1 train car full of each resource, but we can only fit half of a train car of each into 1 wagon. Remember that overfilling is a problem because inserters will hold onto resources that don't fit into the wagon, and these will end up in the next train car whether that delivery wants them or not. The solution I came up with is to divide the request amount by the unique number of resources being requested, but separately for the top and bottom wagon. This way, if we need 2 resources in the first wagon and 1 resource in the second resource won't get unnecessarily cut in half, as it will correctly fit into the wagon, while the top 2 will be divided in half and fit into the top wagon. Admittedly, this solution isn't perfect. If the request amount already fits into the wagon, then it's being cut in half for no reason. Also, this means that any hybrid deliveries with wagons carrying multiple unique resources will never fulfill their request amount at the load station and sit there waiting for the timeout wasting load and unload time. But I spent a very long time looking for a perfect solution to this in the limited space I have to place combinators, and I'm happy enough with this. These trains are fast and our production will not need perfectly optimized deliveries. Plus, I really need to start choosing my battles here. I want to finish this mod someday after all. As promised, here are the decontamination facilities for the blank data cards. Honestly, super excited to just get started on this monstrosity. What I love about our setup is I can just request copper plates, rough data substrate, and chemical gel, configure the pumps for chemical gel, and feed everything into the facilities. The supply of resources and train throughput and all that are separate issues. Here, I can just focus on manufacturing as a completely separate endeavor. We've seen data cards before, so I'm going to skip to the end product like a baking show. Not that exciting, but production is more than quadrupled from what we had before with the beacons, so maybe it is kind of exciting. Right next door, I'm going to make machine learning data, which needs these cards and some cool thermofluid. Surprisingly, this is almost exactly what I pictured in my head. I'm glad something fits the specs. Why are these... What? Why? Why are you... What the fuck is wrong with you? Why would you go to Depot 1? Depot 2 is open every fucking time. Like, it's open. Ugh, I need an adult. On the bright side, it happened again. The double unload, baby. Bro, what in the actual fuck? Where? Am I proud of yelling at fake aliens on my computer screen alone? No, but this is the authentic experience. What? Why? What the what? What are you? You have a fucking path. Look. All right, seriously, if you're having train problems, talking to the train doesn't work. Next on the list is data card recycling, which will feed right back into the blank data cards. Recycling sometimes produces broken data cards, which need to be broken down into scrap, so I'll do that right next door as well. The nice part about this is that I can reuse the same thermofluid intake and output pipes that the machine learning data use. I could have made this closer to the data card manufacturing, but the name of the game is space. I want every part here to be expandable because space needs space. There are a few options you have for thermofluid. Essentially, the faster you cool it, the more you waste. Our solution was to cool it as slowly as possible to maintain resource efficiency and just paste some more of this blueprint if we need more cool thermofluid. Because that's the kind of people we are, big and efficient. In any case, we can now export cool thermofluid, and it also has lube because our swanky fluid system allows for multi-fluid drifting. Except we don't want lube here. Yeah, LTN can work with multiple fluids, you just have to be really careful or a train will fly around with random fluids forever. Anyway, we've eaten all our recycled vegetables and it's time to move on to dessert, the basic space sciences. I'm going to handle all of their solids from a single drop-off point, which is absolutely ridiculous because they want like 20 different resources across all of them, but you gotta do what you gotta do. One of the sciences also needs plasma stream, which is made from chemical gel, and Waz's decision to isolate fluids was fantastic. Most of them require another fluid to make anyway, so it works extremely well. Machine learning data is needed for all of these sciences, so it will split across horizontally. Then I realized the literal tons of scaffolding I was using was being made too slowly, fed by bots, and decided to insert or feed it out of the mall directly to speed up its production. It really made me respect how much low density structure we've been manufacturing. space belts got the same treatment, and space science requires space belts anyway, so I made a pickup stop in this little nook by the mall to deliver them directly to the space science. So,
Made soup.
base,
Is good.
base.
What? 7, 8,
2, 7, 7, 4, 7.
7, 7, 7.
No, 4, 7, 7, 7, 7.
4, 7.
Yes.
7.
7, 7.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Wait. You're telling me
6.
what?
Yeah.
Fucking 6, 7,
Fucking
7,
7.
7.
No, 4, 4.
But
7.
4.
Yeah.
3,
1.
7.
7, 1, 3, 1.
Right. 3, 52. Right. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
you don't watch NASCAR.
Sure.
That's true.
Wait.
4, 2,
Oh.
4,
7, 4, 2,
7, 7, 7.
What?
90,
90.
1, 1, 1, 6,
20,
3,
3, 1, 3, 1,
7.
7.
Well, 7.
7, 4. While you were being hypnotized by numbers, I rebuilt the 4 sciences
Yeah.
from 1 train drop off, and it looks like this.
Not,
Stunning, horrifying, inspiring, confusing.
I got totally burnt out. I'll be real.
Yeah, it'd do that. You haven't had a chance to play this while I'm not here, which means that every single thing you've done has had to be in the context while I'm sitting here, which is a negative thing, because if I'd like have a protest about anything that you're building, like you can't just ignore that.
Yeah.
But I have that luxury. So like it is like substantially different, the amount of focus you can get as a result of having it that way. I feel like the increase to focus is like pretty good, but also having 2 people is like double.
One thing I would like to try at some point in the far future is doing like trying to get an actual mega base with LTN.
So for now, Waz is taking a break, which is extremely understandable. There's so many things being balanced here, and the multiplayer perspective is super cool in a lot of ways, something I've really never experienced before. But I also feel like I need about 40 more IQ points to do multiplayer effectively. It takes me about 2 hours minimum to make any of the circuit systems I've made, and to also communicate them and integrate that effectively is very hard. I've been using Waz's train blueprints for everything, and even then I've been screwing up intersections. If our work had 0 overlap, I think things would work better, but then how would you even do that? We both want to experience new planets and space, not just be stuck in one realm for the whole game. All things considered, we've done an incredible amount, even trading off responsibilities for landing on planets and doing sciences several times. It's almost like completing its own little challenge in and of itself. But the times we have different perspectives take a very long time to settle. And with the massive number of variables every decision has, how could you expect to sync 2 brains up on any given decision? Having experience with this mod would certainly help, but that begs the question, what % of people actually play through the mods more than once? It has to be tiny. So let's take a moment to appreciate what Waz has given us. Multiple train systems for Navis, LTN, and space, a beautiful electronic component factory, every export from Infamani, the entire wall and defense system on Navis, clearing out Infamani after biters somehow appeared there, all 5 sciences, and the navigation satellite on Navis, Morrigan's plastic and sulfur exporting, and space fluids, as well as the inspiration to rebuild space, which honestly might be the most invaluable of all. He might be back tomorrow, it's not like there's anything stopping that, but if the burnout doesn't fade, then he will be remembered by his long list of critical contributions. To pour one out for the homie, I'm building something that we talked about building from day one, sushi science. Another contraption that I've never had a need to build, but with the excessive number of sciences in these mods, it actually seems practical. One belt that goes in a circle will hold a set number of sciences controlled by a belt reader that checks in sciences and inserters placing into labs that check out these sciences. It's fairly simple as far as circuit networks go, but it looks awesome and I'm excited to make it. So far, we have 9 of the 12 sciences we're currently making fed into here, but nothing to research, so it's time to get started on the actual space science branches, starting with astronomics. There's actually an interesting question of whether a science should be close to the middle as thermofluids are handled there, and eventually the cleaning of contaminated scrap making biosludge will be as well. Astronomics and energy science both need thermofluid, but energy science has a part that outputs cool thermofluid instead of normal, which is used in the middle, so I wanted it to take one of the 2 middle slots. The other middle slot should go to biological science, as the biosludge is a key component, leaving astronomics and material science to be on the outsides. This will probably make more sense as we go, just something I had a lot of fun evaluating and deciding on. Was set up astronomics originally, so I'll give you the rundown. Make telescope frames, mix them with cool thermofluid to make 3 different types of observations, turn these into data cards and combine them to make a 4th data card, and take all 4 observation cards and run them through what I'll call the space science loop. Combine all 4 with thermofluid into an astronomics catalog, turn the catalogs into insights, turn the insights into significant data, then combine the catalogs, insight, and significant data with a 4th resource, which I'm pretty sure in this case is holmium, and you have Astronomics Science 1. This lost catalog, insight, and significant data step is the same for all 4 sciences, so although it is an annoying and expensive 3 steps, at least it is the same process, only needing a different final resource when the appropriate predecessors are combined. Also, these 3 final steps output data cards and use data cards, which are going to feed back into the middle on a belt to get recycled. Astronomics is on the outside, so when I get to energy, which will be 1 vertical toward the middle away, it can use the same garbage belt, which I find very satisfying. And there it is, Astronomics 1, part 1 of 1 vertical down. And it's easy to integrate into the sushi, which I've vamped up a little bit. I filled out each of the 8 labs with 6 productivity module 4s, and they are surrounding a beacon filled with speed module 4s. All the top-notch gear will be going toward the science from now on. Bro, why aren't you turning in? Didn't you get the spec? I started noticing all the scrap that was piling up, and this is only going to get worse, so I scratched the itch and set up recycling. I really like recycling. The scrap has a chance to give back iron, copper, stone, rare metals, and heavy oil, which will lower the amount of rocket launches needed. I'm just going to smelt these and throw them into a train stop and add priority to that train stop, meaning that it will be picked up first if the request needs any of the resources it has. It will get a little weird because I'm slowly transitioning to sending only ingots through rockets instead of plates, and if everything is requesting ingots, then these plates are just going to start piling up, but that's a future me problem. Now on to energy science. I placed the part that outputs cool thermofluid on the inside for easy piping, leaving 3 more intermediate data cards to align vertically with. I'm going to need particle stream made in a particle accelerator because this mod didn't have enough buildings. It needs plasma stream and rare metals, which will be created right next to the plasma stream. Thank WAS for all this extra space. These electromagnetic facilities will be making conductivity data. They also output thermofluid, so it was natural to put them second from the inside where all the used thermofluid gets connected. 4 more electromagnetic facilities will make electromagnetic field data, and I just realized I called it particle stream when it's actually ion stream. How dare I? I just want to note these have 3 fluid inputs and a fluid output, so the piping had to be hairy. It just had to, okay? Why are you red? Why the fuck are you fucking red? What's... Why? Why? What are you fucking waiting for? God, fuck off. How is this blocked? It's not. You fucking clearly are not blocked. What is red about this? What the fuck? Why? It's not red. It's... Watching this back was actually kind of funny. I don't want to hear it from you train dorks out there. Fuck train signals and fuck you. And yes, I did figure it out, okay? I have the capabilities. I promise. Also, it turns out when you speed module everything, your power usage goes through the roof, so I built out more space to place my advanced solar panels. I can't wait until we have flat ones, though. Navis is running out of coal mines to supply space, but luckily we have around 20 oil fields which don't run out, and heavy oil can be filtered into coal, so I can actually make an infinite supply of coal here, which I'm incredibly happy about. I really didn't want to look for a coal planet or something like that. Multispectral mirrors require lube and chemical gel, which I didn't feel like pushing around, so instead I dropped off the low density structure glass and iridium plates near the fluids and made it there. They output 5 scrap each, which is an absolute ton. I thought about moving the recycling facilities closer, but I found it easier to just belt the scrap across the fluids to get it where it needs to go. I wonder if anybody has ever planned this out perfectly with minimum distance in mind between inputs and outputs for all of the processes in space. I feel like that would take decades. In any case, multispectral mirrors are now exportable, and we can move on to the last energy science card, radiation data. The mod creator threw us a bone here, only requiring uranium-235 and even refunding it 50% of the time, so it naturally was thrown as far from the precious middle space as possible. And with that, we can assemble the quadrifecta of energy science cards and throw them through the space science loop: catalogs, insights, significant data, and finally energy science 1. Low density structure now dried up in space, so I shifted to using steel ingots instead of steel plates on Navis. I have about 2 warehouses full of ingots. It is so efficient to produce, and the core miner is backed up on pyroflux, so if anything, these steel ingots are a waste product. I am not complaining. Speaking of the core miner, that baby is still chugging strong. I hope there is a stat at the end for core mined resources. This thing has been insane. I bet it's far into the millions, not to mention the fluids that it's provided. Anyway, next up in space is biological science. I've been excited to do this one for a while, honestly. We haven't done it yet, and it just looks interesting. Essentially, you make nutrient gel from chemical gel fertilizer and either methane or coal, combine this with glass and iron to make a nutrient vat, then make genetic data from biosludge and lithium chloride of all things, combine the vat and data with more biosludge and vitamelange spice to make a bioculture, and then the bioculture can either make more biosludge than the original mount, creating a positive feedback loop to generate biosludge, or go off and feed the other 3 tech cards. It's pretty interesting, and you start with a chicken and egg problem. How do I make biosludge to begin with? Well, if you brought fish to space, you're in luck. If you brought wood, you're also in luck, just 10 times less efficient luck.
It's all bread all the way down. Oh god. Yes, comrade. I think I need to stop making bread.
No, you need to make more bread.
Piles of bread.
To help with the low density structure shortage, I started breaking down the space capsules from all the rocket launches that land in space. They give back 90 low density structure, heat shielding, rocket control units, but also solar panels and accumulators. I felt very good about finding this. I generally have way too many space capsules and not enough low density structures. The problem is I don't really need the regular solar panels or accumulators, so hopefully there's a way to break these down again in the future.
I'm dying.
Let's finish up the biological science before I get distracted again. The other 3 data cards each need the bioculture, and some want vitamelange or fertilizer or other stuff that smells like shit, and then I can put the 4 through the science loop. I'm just happy that none of the 4 biological data cards need thermofluid. It's used in a majority of the astronomics and energy cards, and building the intake and output pipes is very menial. Additionally, I don't need to make significant data this time. It turns out that you can combine disciplines to make 50% more significant data than usual, so I'm making astroenergistic significant data and bringing it over here. Three down, just material science to go, but we've hit a snag. We're out of rough data substrate and glass because the only thing supplying stone to Navis currently is the core miner, which just is not fast enough. How do you fix a deficit? Well, there is a 5.7 million stone mine on Navis, which might just be the last stone mine I ever set up. Problem is, it's on the outskirts of the map, which means I gotta go back. Fortunately, I can make the trip with just a space capsule, and yes, I was smart enough to not recycle all of the space capsules up here. Man, I miss this feeling, sitting in a jet, thousands of bots. You spend enough time in space mixing 100 different solids and fluids together, and you start to relish the simple times, just mining fucking rocks, sitting there and you're staring at the diesel miners just like, yep. First thing, I want to clear some finished miners out and take their productivity modules. Some folk were wondering why I spaced the miners out as much as I did, and it was because the miners have a large mining area and I wanted to save on productivity modules and didn't really need a ton of ore per second, so having them spaced out made the most sense. The stone mine is all the way over here, but thankfully...
I'm fast.
Yeah. I forgot I even had this one in the blueprints. I used to use it like all the time.
German science is the greatest science in the world.
Yeah, anyway, it's a stone mine. What do you want me to say?
Steely Dan.
Could you turn up your noise cancellation to 0 dB?
We're still getting some noise from your mic. Did I already ask how the factory was?
Biological science.
Oh.
I don't know how much more shit there is to go from level 1 to 4. Like, I looked at the recipes and I was like, okay, well, this isn't that crazy. Funnily enough, the thing that I'm low on right now is stone, of all things. Yeah, the flowchart for stone is like absolutely insane. I think there's 5 different things that it becomes that just take stone. There's stone bricks, tablets. You can make sand. Sand you can turn into quartz, which you can turn into silicon. You can also turn sand into glass. I think that's actually 7 just from stone.
You gotta just find a rock planet.
Yeah, they're out there. Also, in biological, there's a research that increases base productivity from labs.
Ooh.
I decided to revamp our glass factory to using Pyroflex recipe and add more productivity modules because the stone making sand is the bottleneck and we're still backed up on Pyroflex. That's how much core mining we've done. You know that Oh By Jolly have a Holly Jolly Christmas song?
Yeah.
It's like playing in my head on repeat and I am confused.
Well, thanks. Now it's playing in mine too, you fucking asshole.
Is it better if you had a different song?
Yes, most other songs.
But it was all yellow.
Actually, I want that, but it's like the sped up Celtic clogging remix.
Sit down, drink Penny Royal. Hey, I'm on a plane. Yeah.
I'm Kurt Cobain.
I'm on cocaine. Yeah. Think I'm just happy. Do you look at your Discord at all?
I do less and less though as time goes on.
It's kind of like having an ant colony almost.
Yeah, I as the empty god am going to appear just randomly and just absolutely flame somebody or something and then never say anything again.
Some person came in there and was just like, oh yeah, somebody in there is wondering where your next upload was.
I haven't even fucking started. It's faster when there isn't dialogue.
So I just need to not be there to talk.
Yeah, you're fucking everything up, so you shut the fuck up.
That's why I'm not playing Factorio with you, so you increase your upload schedule. I burnt myself out so you could work hard.
Problem is, anybody can play Factorio and talk about it. Not too many people can play Factorio with friends.
When there's other people talking and you have to focus on the most complicated mod of the most complicated game ever made. Do it for the fans. Yeah, YouTube wants me to optimize my watch time, so I did the opposite and said skip this. Yeah, I saw a few comments saying that it's been a while since I uploaded, so the save file must now be a shame on my hard drive forever. Well, your comment is a mark of shame on my video forever, but you didn't think about that one, huh, buddy? In all seriousness, just check the end time in this thumbnail and compare it to the last thumbnail. The rate of compression I've achieved started at 4 hours for 1 hour of content in part 1 to 40 hours in this one. It just takes a bit of time to cook, and I appreciate all the noise everyone's making. It's been a fun time. Anyway, I lied to you again. There's 2 stone mines. This bigger one I just set up is at the edge, which requires some military protection, so let's celebrate this one together. I hope the biters on Horror Tomb are taking note, because one day, this is what they're gonna have to deal with. Mark my words. So we're back. The stone's mining, and I plan to tackle material science and beyond next time.
This video shows you how to load paper into the multi-purpose feeder of your printer.
This is part 15. Last time we started building out space stuff, almost completing the first ring of all 4 proper space sciences. This time I want to keep pushing progress on all 4 space sciences. And it's about time. This space exploration thing was starting to feel like play 6 games of Factorio on different planets at the same time, which I'm sure was a catchy name of the mod at some point and just barely lost out to Space Exploration. Anyway, after setting up stone mining on Navis, I started taking notes again after finding it hard to orient my stream of consciousness while I'm not playing. Loop the train stop, prod mods for the substrate, pick up RTGs for armor. Okay, thank you, whiteboard. RTGs provide infinite power and are a great upgrade to the burner generators in my armor. Hopefully, I never need to think about adding fuel to power my equipment grid again. I've actually had these for quite a while. I just died in a pyramid and haven't been back on Navis to replace them in a long time. The whole reason I came to increase stone mining was because the rough data substrate, which eventually makes blank data cards, is run dry. Adding a 6 million stone mine plus making glass nearly twice as efficiently with a pyroflux recipe plus these productivity modules for good measure makes me feel good. I have other things to think about, like staring at this thing some more. I'm really glad I can add this to my billable hours. I want to touch on a natural question that pops up again and again in this mod. What should I do first? For instance, I've generally chosen to grab resources before research, which has benefits and downsides. I research stuff really fast with all my resources and have large amounts of advanced resources piling up on planets, but the interplanetary factories I have set up are without the upgrades that the research gives in some cases. I bring this up because after the level 1 sciences, there is probably a best order for setting up level 2s. The most natural choice is Biological Science 2 for the intelligence research, effectively reducing the cost of all future research by 5%, which is huge. But that requires these bioscrubbers, which need vitalic acid, which needs the dreaded nitric acid. The problem is there's no way to make these in space without first bringing nitric acid to space due to needing planet-only fluids like ammonia and nitrogen. Additionally, sending fluids into space is still an absolute pain, being horrifically inefficient and requiring barrels. And then I realized I can make the scrubbies 100% on the Vitamlage planet. Just combine nitric acid, which I already make tons of there, with Vitamlage extract, which I also make tons of, and get vitalic acid. Combine this with coal, glass, and steel to make scrubbers, and they can be loaded directly into the rocket. I can even add productivity modules, which is not possible in space, and I was happy to realize all of this and execute on it in the downtime of waiting for the rough data substrate to be manufactured. With the satellite view, I can even set this up without visiting the planet. Totally satisfied. Really hope I don't need a shit ton of these. And yeah. Fuck. I don't usually yell at my computer. You have to understand what 300 hours does, Your Honor. There was a lot of yelling, and there is still a lot of yelling to come, but I'm going to leave most of it out. Just listen to the damn beeper go off and think about how you would feel, and then imagine me yelling alone at my... You know what? It could happen to anyone, okay? You go through many phases. First you ignore the sound, then it enrages you, then you gain some amount of control over your emotions when it goes off and feel enlightened. And then it makes you explode. Why? There's nothing for you there. There is no fucking pollution coming out of the fucking goddamn train tracks. Your Honor, I actually have a point there. It doesn't make any sense for a biological entity to rapidly attack a structure that is standing completely still. It would be like the biters attacking a rock. Anything that dumb would have gone extinct, wasting its caloric energy on something with no potential reward. Also, it's annoying as fuck. I'd like to rest my case. Biters should not act like this, so I didn't plan for it. Why? So I fixed it, just like the last 20 times. Moving on. Genius. Yes, that's a loader trying to unload an inserter. Moving on. The first cargo rocket we ever set up was sending sulfur and plastic back to Navis from Morgan. Shout out to all the real ones who remember. Anyway, even with 20 oil fields on Navis, we still don't make plastic fast enough for all the low density structure and rocket control units we're plowing through, so I set it back up. I was pleasantly surprised at how easy this was to do from the satellite view, and I'm really enjoying the feature overall. Finally, I set up a copper mine for good measure, and I was headed back to space to finish off material science and the level 1 sciences as a whole. You know, it's always nice to come back to Deadlock Trains, a gentle reminder that your factory's been doing fuck all for the last 10 hours. To be serious though, even with screwing up the LTN configuration a ton, the amount of time and resources it has saved me is off the scale. I would almost go so far as to say it is necessary for this mod. The problem that, spoilers, I won't realize for another 30 hours is that the fluid stations can't hold enough fluid for their deliveries. I set the request amount to 30,000 for a large container that can hold 50,000 fluid, and the default is to deliver when the amount is 1,000 or more less than the requested amount. So if it hits 29,000, which is 1,000 less than the requested 30,000, then it tries to add 25,000 more, which is the train amount. Then it fails to offload 100% of the fluid because 29,000 plus 25,000 is greater than 50,000. Leaving some in the train car and causing the equivalent of a train apocalypse. It unloads random fluids everywhere. It was infuriating, and then I learned what the problem was and felt like a moron. It was great. Alright, I'm being a bit of a negative Nancy today. Data cards are being made again, science is finally back to sciencing, things are working, progress is being made, rest assured. Although I initially wanted to make Biological 2 first, I looked through the tech tree and Material Science 2 gives me a space elevator, which is absolutely massive. So massive, it got prioritized over the intelligence that Biological 2 would give us. Right now, I'm thinking that after finishing up Material Science 1, I immediately make Material Science 2, set up a space elevator, then go Biological Science 2, and I didn't scout out Astronomics versus Energy 2, so I'll think about that one later. I also found this tantalizing gem, Universal Simulation. Energy Science 3 is a prerequisite and requires insight from all 4 disciplines, but it makes significant data at the most efficient rate, about 66% significant data per resource more than I am making right now with astroenergistic simulations. I'm not on Science 3s, but I'll definitely keep this in mind once all the Science 2s are set up. I've always loved nonlinear paths in games, and thinking through which science to do when has been fascinating. There's so many ways I thought about doing this. I could blitz through all 4 biological sciences first to get the intelligence upgrades as well as productivity module upgrades and save tons of resources in the future on all the productivity stacked in my labs. I could get all Science 1s and then get Energy Science 3 just to get the Universal Simulations first, which also saves tons of resources. Astronomics 1 was important because it allowed me to find a planet that had Venomelange, Cryonite, Vulcanite, and even Immersite all in one, saving me tons of rocket trips. Material Science 2 gives space elevators, which also saves tons of resources, and I'll explain how they work when we get there. It's really awesome, and I love the creative possibilities that are on the table here. It really helps when each science requires a soul-crushing 4 more data cards to be manufactured. Speaking of 4 more data cards, these are the 4 needed for my next choice in Material Science 1. They all need blank data cards and material testing packs, which need plastic, copper, immersite, crystals, rare metals, and iron. One of them wants cold thermofluid, one wants plasma stream, 2 of them want lube and iridite, with one of those wanting concrete and the other wanting steel. So yeah, train in all the solids and some of the fluids, although they're a little more restrictive. More and more, I've just been underground piping fluid everywhere because they're close enough, which is hilarious because I read the description of the space undergrounds and it says to only use them sparingly as they're not very efficient. Yeah, my ass, I'm going for a damn world record. If you didn't want me to use these, give me underground pipes with more than a 5 tile range. Otherwise, pipe down there, buddy. Then we take these through the space science loop, combine these 4 into catalogs, and combine the catalogs with material insight, significant data, and iridite, and we have Material Science 1. And before I could celebrate, I was met with this. Literally getting trolled, 1 biter destroying a critical railway. Don't you have other organisms to hunt and eat or something? How do you survive? Get a life. Anyway, Material Science can now join the Central Sushi Party. That means all Science 1s are now completed. We can celebrate now. Celebrating in this case, of course, means destroying the entire space science spaghetti base we used to use. As beautiful as it is, I can't look at it anymore, and it's obsolete. I was very tempted to just drag the deconstruct tool over the entire thing, but I'd be deleting a lot of fluid that can be used elsewhere. Just as a side note, if you do this, bots will happily dump uranium into your inventory, which still does damage despite the spacesuit, but the spacesuit has a uranium resistance. I swear to God, who thought this was a good idea? Like, hey, we added this feature. I made it so some substances are more annoying to transport around because they slowly kill you because it's realistic. If it's so realistic, shouldn't I get cancer from this? Shouldn't I never heal from the radiation? Like, Your Honor, this is totally indefensible. You can't just annoy people and then play the realism card and add armor that incrementally resists damage from holding that resource and then call it a feature. This is a crime. We have fun here, okay? I'm making a train stop for all the orphaned resources from the previous base. It'll take priority over the eye, and I actually have loads of iridite, vulcanite, uranium, heavy oil, and light oil up here, which is a pleasant surprise. Those resources all take quite a while to make or are expensive to send to space. And before I was rudely uranium DDoSed, I was all excited about the new research that we can grab now. One of these is the all-important Spidertron. This thing is incredibly useful as a mobile weapon, roboport, and requester/provider chest all in one. It would have been very handy to have a few of these on hand on the Vitamilage planet, but at the same time, I need Vitamilage to make them in the first place, so it's kind of a catch-22. Unfortunately, there's no real need for them in space or research. There's no threat, and I can just throw chests and roboports wherever I need, so I have no current need for the new toy, but his day will come, trust me. As promised, Material Science 2 is the next on the chopping block. I had a sea change going into the Science 2s. I don't need 4 buildings per data card. I can just have 1. It'll be much faster to make, take up way less space, and I really don't need 4 buildings making the data cards. I've been researching everything way faster than I actually need to with tons of research downtime. Plus, beacons are insanely strong. I kinda wish I made just 1 building per data card to begin with, but at the same time, Science 1s are an input for Science 2s and 2s for 3s and so on, so overbuilding the tech cards for Science 1s might be helpful when I'm making the full chain of Science 1s to 2s to 3s to 4s in the future. Material 2's flavor resource is heavy girders made from iridium and vulcanite, and of note, one of the tech cards requires a fluid tank as an input and an entire locomotive. Granted, the locomotive creates 30 tech cards at a time, but also 1,500 scrap every cycle. That's 2 orders of magnitude more than any other process so far. I'm not complaining though, more scrap means more reusability of stone, copper, iron, and rare metals, which are increasingly being used in everything in space. Also, producing the locomotives on site, which only requires copper, iron, and steel as raw resources, implies that the scrap can actually refund stone and rare metals on top of the expected iron and copper, which is unrealistic. But awesome, the implications are huge, I love it. It ends up being so much scrap that I needed 2 belts to bring it all down, and I doubled my recyclers. Nothing new to see with Science 2s, we just make broad material catalogs with our new cards and then add the previous science as an input, and we have Material Science 2. Taking a look at future research, I did find something that might give the Eye of Sauron a run for its money. I guess we'll cross that bridge when we get there. And finally, here it is, the space elevator research. Space elevators do 2 things. It connects power and logistic signals between space and Navis, letting me utilize the 8 times more efficient solar panels in space to power the planet with ease. And it also allows me to send trains between the ground and space, implying that I'll never need to send a rocket from Navis to space again. There is a maintenance cost to the space elevator, but the resources needed per item sent is miles more efficient than sending a cargo rocket. No more making cargo rocket sections on Navis, and Navis sends by far the most rockets, consisting of iron, steel, and copper ingots, green, red, and blue chips, red, green, gray, blue, and yellow science cards, speed, productivity, and efficiency modules, coal, stone, rare metals, rough data substrate, lithium, lithium chloride, and probably more stuff I'm forgetting. The space elevator is going to revolutionize that. but I do have to research it first. In the meantime, I added 2 more astronomics cards, which can now combine with the other 3 to make the combined astronomics data much more efficiently. Why would it immediately go for this? It doesn't even make sense. It's not biologically. Why did they move on? Why are they fucking genius? Yeah, I lost it. I've been thinking about going back to Horaratum to clean this up, and now I actually can't take it anymore, and I'm doing it. I was fuming. My microphone didn't pick it up at the time, but I was just psychotically chanting, "I'm going to kill you all." And that's what this mod does to you. I like to think of myself as a pretty chill guy. But everyone has their limits, you know? This is very understandable if you think about it. Wait, what did you say? The Geneva Convention? Never heard of it. If you check my badge, sir, you'll actually see I'm here for war. Excuse me, to set up a nuclear reactor. No, seriously, look, we got orders that the coal is running out at the burner generators, and we're here to install it. Just don't search the jet, okay? We'll even throw in a free filter installation to help reduce the spread of bugs. Don't tell anyone we were here. See ya. Dust my hands off on the way back to space, and you know what that means. I don't think anyone knows what that means. I just think this song's a bop. I decided to just send the recycled stuff back to the material science wing since all the stuff gets used there, and it gives us this glorious garbage belt of copper, iron, glass, and rare metals. Behold. So this is the space elevator. It gets placed both up here in space and on Navis, but the 2 points are connected geographically, and wherever you place this thing, there needs to be free space on both sides. I kind of expected to just be able to place this on both surfaces wherever I wanted, but if you're a good little boy and read the Informatron, you'd not be surprised by this. Yeah, this kind of throws a wrench in things, honestly. This place seems to be pretty good though, but there's a boat in the way. What the hell? Why is there a boat? Why can't I target it for deletion? What? No matter, we have tools for this. Nice. This is so clunky. Why would you keep firing here? What? Stop. What are you doing? Man, I wish I could read. Well, there we go. At least it worked. And now that this is placed, I just need to continually feed it for space cable per minute, a small price to pay for sending trains directly into space. The Navis location is actually perfect. It's right next to the rocket, so everything that gets trained in for the rocket can just be rerouted to a nearby train stop and be loaded up and sent into space. It also exchanges energy based on if the train's going up or down, but this shouldn't really affect anything. In other news, a meteor snuck through the defenses on Morrigan and hit the oil field, and it's offline, so the sulfur and plastic have been slow, and I'm gonna go down there and fix that and set up another giant oil field to hopefully fix this in the future. Thankfully, Morrigan is close enough to travel to by space capsule. What? I ended up in space? Did I click on the right thing? Yeah, it turns out the trip was to Morrigan orbit, not Morrigan. To get to Morrigan, I'll need 9 more rocket fuel, but space capsules force you to limit your inventory, so I brought 0. So I was just floating here stranded. I tried to find a convenient save to reload, but I'd lose like 15 minutes of progress, which is far too much. But I ended up using the emergency burn feature of the space capsule because I didn't bring much and I didn't even lose any items for doing it. Just felt like a damn fool with his tail between his legs, and I tried again. I mean, I guess this counts for exploring space. Oh my god. Ooh. This planet has like 100,000 yield of untapped oil. It should never be low. And that was it, really. Back to the space elevator. There is experimentation to be had here. I gotta figure out how to actually send the train back and forth. After looking at it for more than 10 seconds, I kind of saw what the structure was trying to tell me. The left and right sides are the ins and outs, and it turns out it's perfectly lined up with this rail, all skill. I don't know what to tell you. Oh. God damn it. I don't want to talk about it. I thought about copying the eye for the train stop, but it doesn't need to be quite as complicated. Just does the same thing. Load resources on Navis if it's less than the amount at the train station in space. Problem is, LTN doesn't work with space elevators. Like, it does, but you need a mod for it, and because all the train stations on Navis aren't LTN friendly, I don't want to open that rabbit hole, so I'm just going to send a request signal from space and use that as the signal to load the train. Also, I loaded the resources in backwards, and the train has to reverse direction before unloading, things I never thought I would have to do in Factorio, but trust me, this does have to happen in order to make the factory work correctly. Just to let the train keep some momentum, I reversed the train stop, allowing for this to work without the turnaround train station. Now for Biological 2, it requires a bunch of bio scrubbies and experimental biomass made from normal biomass and some other bio things. Again, one machine per each of the 4 data cards should be enough. And then you know the drill, they all spit out the same resources you put into them for no reason, and broken data cards that need to be handled on a garbage belt, and then you need to combine all 4 of them into a broad catalog, etc, and then there's biosands too. It gets old real quick. Can we go back to the whole, like, put 2 things in and get a thing out? I get the gimmick here. I'm just a little sick of having 5 belts going into and out of every building. Can you help me out here? The answer is no, but on the bright side, space elevators mean that sending fluids to space is actually viable now. This means that I can make nitric acid on Navis, train it up to space, and then make the vitalic acid here, which is why we went with space elevators first. The Bio 2 recipes all make so much more sense like this. What the fuck is this? Help, step bro, my train's stuck in the space elevator. I think I glitched it by jumping in the train the second it was going up, and now I can't get out of the train. The acceleration was also turned down to like 1/20th, so you can see the engine chugging, but I'm just slowly getting released out of here. The stars aligned to make sure that the only way out was to just sit here accelerating for 20 minutes. I'm going full speed, I promise. What? Oh, what? Oh, we're going. What the fuck? I have no idea. Y'all start theorizing. Oh, not like this. I also don't want to talk about this. It was actually pretty close. If I didn't make it, I would have been so pissed. Jesus. 300 hours in and we're still having nail biter moments. I thought we would have been coasting at this point. Well, that's what you can expect here, I guess. You can also expect the builds here to become less and less aesthetic as time goes on. I started out all organized and now it's just full spaghetti. If it fits, it ships, just get it done. You're paid by the hour, little bro. In any case, there's Bio 2. At least I can be happy with the little dopamine hits of some new research. Intelligence 2, 5% more productivity in labs. I wish I could calculate all the resources that's going to save me. It's so beautiful. We also are going for Speed Module 6. Notably, they are actually a prerequisite for future research. Probably not going to actually use them because they're really expensive. Productivity modules are also expensive, but they have a payback period and then start giving you profits, so they're an actual investment and I will be trying to use them. Speed modules, on the other hand, just make things go faster, which is good, but like Speed Module 4s have been more than enough so far, so I don't really feel like making tons of Speed Module 6s or anything like that because they get exponentially more expensive. We can also get Vitalic reagents, which will be needed for Bio 3 and need a lot of Vitalic acid, so I'm even more happy that I am bringing nitric acid to space. Technically, I can make the Vitalic acid on Navi, so I can productivity module it there, but then I'd need to train down the advanced resources, including the Vitamelage extract to Navis first, and I currently can't be asked. Next up is Astronomics 2. I've already upgraded the combined Astronomics cards to be more efficient, and thankfully the recipes for Astronomics are simple compared to Biological. It's generally just a few more buildings for observation frames this time, microwave and X-ray, turn those into data cards, and then a simple recipe with the combined Astronomics card and a more complex one, and then you put them through the science loop. Astronomics is also maintaining the best aesthetics of all the science branches, so respect. Why aren't you shooting? Shoot, 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 shoot. Why? The fuck? The fuck happened? So, the nuclear reactor didn't start up, the coal mine dried up, leading to blackouts, laser turrets couldn't shoot, the entire planet devolved into a death spiral, and the dreaded attack notification sound went off at 180 RPM. What was the issue? This planet didn't make normal inserters, so the entire nuclear blueprint, all the uranium processing and Covarex and nuclear fuel was made correctly, and I just didn't put normal inserters into a provider chest, and this apocalypse happened. By the time I realized it was too late and the biters were advancing on the cargo rocket, I was infuriated. Can you give me the fucking power? Where is it? Where? Please, the love of fucking God. Go, 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 go. What the fuck? Why? What? My last hope was fixing the issue and hoping for nuclear power, but it takes a long time to start up, and there's so much damage done already. And thank God for autosave. I have one that is about 15 minutes before the apocalypse. More than enough time to fix the issue, get nuclear power online, and prevent this whole catastrophe. And we're 300 hours in, and it's like the Super Bowl level of drama. How did I get here? I'm supposed to be floating around in a spaceship, sipping LaCroix, chilling. Oh my God. Oh, I've never seen anything so beautiful. Just to contextualize a bit, I would have been set back so far if biters ate that whole planet. I'd have to crash land, bring all the miners and belts and warehouses and machines, a rocket silo, a core miner. I'd have to kill all the biters that were sitting on that territory. It would have been hell. The foresight to bring that reactor for when the coal runs out, but to keep things online, I thought it was no big deal at the time, and it ended up saving my life. If I think about it long enough, I start to physically get stressed. I'm even doubting the efficacy of the nuclear plant. Like, the mine only has 4,000 uranium ore in it. But it's just more wood for the fire, honestly. Getting through the space sciences means getting a spaceship, and getting a spaceship should open up possibilities for getting these resources. If I keep chugging, I don't need to think about that planet drowning in bugs. So that's all I can do. Astronomics 2 completed. I can now research aeroframe scaffolds by adding cryonite to aeroframe poles that are made from beryllium. These will be used for Astronomics 3 and a few other important products. Ooh, now that is exciting. Not sure why I have the presence of HAL 9000 in the moment, but I'm putting more respect on beryllium. Not only does it provide a more efficient cargo rocket section recipe, it now also gives a more efficient low density structure recipe. Both of these are used heavily, so thank you beryllium for being so supportive. When I make a tier list of raw resources, I will remember this, brother. Time to round off the Science 2s with Energy 2. I didn't scout out the research, but Energy 2 is kind of cracked. It does require a bunch more fluids based on plasma stream getting different colors, but at least it doesn't need a whole ass train for every research cycle, so in the pain in the ass scale, it'll only get a 4 out of 10. Energy science focuses on holmium, and combining it with plastic, we can make holmium cable needed for 2 of the sciences, and the other 2 end up needing particle stream and proton stream, the red and green versions of plasma stream. If I haven't mentioned before, they all also need blank data cards, just like every other science, and so far 1 belt running east and 1 west have been enough to supply the data cards for all of the sciences. I plan to keep splitting and spaghettiing off that belt for each data card, and I don't really care about throughput. I also added a train bringing advanced resources not found on Navis back down to Navis for processing things that want it. A lot of infrastructure that every fucking time. A lot of the infrastructure I use, assemblers, inserters, beacons, stuff like that, are all made in the bot mall on Navis, so I still want to do some processing with these resources on Navis. Also, space doesn't allow for productivity modules, so if I want to be more efficient with processing, I need to do it terrestrially. Advanced assemblers, chemical stations, and furnaces have all been researched. While they are larger buildings, they have much faster processing and more module slots than their predecessors, which will help make factories both more compact and efficient, especially when thinking about new colonies, as the stack sizes that these buildings fit into are the same as their lower tier equivalents. They require immersite gears and plates to be made, as well as heavy bearings, so I'm glad to have these tools for the next planet I might visit. I'm also low on nitric acid, so I need a mineral water field for the first time ever on Navis. Mineral water, you're kinda ass. It took you this long to be useful, and I'm gonna remember this for the tier list. Another side quest popped up. The recycled scrap feeding back into material science dumped too much glass into the material science warehouse because I haven't needed material science for a while, but have still been producing scrap. I noticed I was continually running low on blank data cards, so I rerouted the iron and stone over to make rough data substrate, while keeping the copper and rare metals flowing to the material science, as they're less common and probably won't overload the warehouse on their own. This little factory just makes glass and silicon out of stone using the more efficient vulcanite recipes for both, and I was very satisfied with how compact I could get it. This also just feels like the right choice. I've been plowing through data cards and overflowing on scrap byproducts, so I love that I'm killing 2 birds with 1 stone here. And the biters are yapping on Navis this time, and I discovered this handy ride feature on the space elevator. No more needing space capsules or a train to ride in. Biters attacking Navis are much easier to deal with too. I can fly over and reinforce very easily. I'm just surprised they actually got in. It's been so long, and Navis has been so well defended. I guess behemoths have become more common and the laser turrets need help keeping up. Either way, I'm happy to just stack more laser turrets. With that fixed up, I can finish Energy 2. I want to underline that updating the insight recipe every single time you go for a new science is very annoying. It's mostly the way that I built them, not expecting that the recipe would change or that I should be able to expand them, so I'm coping, but yeah, I guess I'm just coping. Either way, all Science 2s are done. I'm halfway through the space science. Feels great. I went Material Science 1 last time, then immediately Material Science 2. This time I went Energy Science 2 last, and I'm going to immediately do Energy Science 3. Funny how that works. Energy Science 3 seemed like such an obvious choice though. It unlocks universal simulations, which I mentioned earlier are the most efficient way to get significant data. But first I have all Science 2s manufactured, time to comb through the research. Energy 2 is actually a powerhouse. It doesn't matter too much, but it has way more useful things than Astronomics 2. Starting with Holium solenoids, I then get Flat Solar Panel 2s, Energy Shield 2s, Space Probes, Superchargers, which charge up to 64 robots at a time instantly, Compact and Wide Area Beacons, which give way more speed than the basic beacons I'm using, Pylon Substations, which give 64 by 64 energy grid, Portable RTG-2s, Personal Laser Defense 3, Laser Artillery, Efficiency Module 6. Okay, that one's complete ass. But the rest, holy cow, this is a massive power spike for military and infrastructure. As much as I felt a need to plow through the second half of the space science research, I also recognize that these tools are very helpful. Wide and compact area beacons in particular are amazing, and I'm adding them to the space mall so that I can use them up here a little bit. I'm also going to make flat solar panel 2s, which generate twice as much power as 1s, and with Space's massive 8 times solar boost, just a few dozen will shoot me up to around 6 gigawatts of power production, and with the space elevator, this will be powering Navis as well. It took until now to feel the whole space exploration thing starting to click. Like, I'm actually harnessing tons of power in orbit around a planet and sending it back to a massive factory on the planet with a space elevator. Here's Energy Science 3. A lot of the inputs are similar to the 2s, so I can put the research servers adjacent to them. Science 3s also come with another more efficient inside recipe, this time also requiring blank data cards, which is an unpleasant surprise. You can really see how cramped those supercomputers are getting here. There's a lot of different types of junk that these recipes can spit out. Used data cards, broken data cards, scrap, contaminated scrap. At first, I tried to use splitters to handle them separately at each junction. Looking back, it would have made more sense to just have a dedicated junk belt. I'm about 80% of the way there, that's kind of how it works right now, but there are some split-offs and spaghetti splitters that lead to confusion with scrap ending up where data cards should be and other mishaps like that. All of the junk goes toward the middle, so having one warehouse that stores all the junk, then using loaders to sort the junk from the beginning would have been a lot more simple and elegant. Plus, you know that I like sushi. I would love to see sushi junk belts with all the broken data cards and scrap together on the same belt. That would just feel so right, like a big junkyard. The last piece for Energy 3 is the holmium solenoid, so I'm importing iron ingots and holmium to the top side of the energy silo. Then we can finally get our universal simulations and a few other goodies. I have to admit, I also got itchy, started prepping a Spidertron. I've just wanted to configure one since we unlocked them. They're so cool and useful. Again, this is a provider chest Roboport death machine all in one, and it comes with a lot of options, but this bad boy is just going to sit here for now, kind of like a reminder of what's to come, a motivator, a memento mori. Energy 3 is finished, and as repetitive as the science tasks are, the feeling of progress is real, both in terms of scientific and technological progress, but also this giant, vividly colorful behemoth of a factory I'm forced to make. Quantum processors are the first step for Energy 3, then I can get supercomputers 2 and the coveted universal simulations. I've been enjoying the wide area beacons, but there is one major problem. It doesn't perfectly fit. It's a 4x4 structure and the previous beacons are 3x3s, so the science is not symmetrical anymore. I'm usually not the OCD type with this kind of thing, but it being off-center is distressing. It's a general problem that permeates this mod. Upgrades are oftentimes larger buildings, and you'll need to make new blueprints. It's easy enough to fix and plan around and all that, but symmetry. Energy Science 3 requires quantum entanglement data, which curiously only requires blank data cards and cold thermofluid. Fittingly, it has a 50% chance to succeed, but the recipe seemed really simple for an energy 3 input. It turns out these cards are inputs to making the quantum processors, so I'm going to also produce them closer to the bot mall and transport them via provider chest. They're a simple recipe, thankfully, and it makes it easy to squeeze them in. The solar panel 2s are done cooking. I really like their look. A red solar panel is just so cool, and these things generate so much power. I'm not even going to replace that many of my current solar panels. I just don't need to. Oh, that's awesome. Bio 3 came up next. What can I say? I love me some intelligence and new productivity modules. One of the cards requires combining biomass with uranium-235, which is horrifying if you think about it, so I'm not going to think about it. The rest of the cards require significant biomass made from experimental biomass made from biomass, experimental biomass outputs biomass, and significant biomass outputs experimental biomass, and then we got to make vitalic acid and vitalic reagents in there, so the bio side of things is a complete mess. I am really afraid of when I have to make bio 4. But that's Bio 3. It took me way longer to position than I am showing just because of how I built it, and Bio makes you feed everything back into everything, which is very tedious, but it's done and the goodies are on the way. Or at least that's what I would say if resources didn't start drying up. Remember that we have a very long-running manufacturing of advanced resources, and long-running does not equate to fast. I also occasionally peek back at other planets and realize they have stopped for one reason or another. Maybe they ran out of sand, or a warehouse filled up and is preventing things from happening, or a rocket didn't launch. Things that wouldn't generally show up for a normal playthrough, but over a very long time, Murphy's Law rears its ugly head and throws an edge case at you that you didn't even think was possible. Holmium is being processed here, but only because processing uranium creates stone to make sand. There is no stone being mined here. It's weird to think that if I didn't set up uranium, of all things, the holmium processing would have stopped. The planet does have several multiple million stone mines. They're just far away, and I'm not on the planet to set them up. All the research we've been doing has drained our stash, but I'm not too worried. Research only has to happen once, and holmium is only heavily used in energy science, so I can just research other things, and this hopefully just regenerates over time. In other news, we've been slowly producing prod mod 6s, which I believe added with the 6 module slots and 2 intelligence bonuses takes us to 94% productivity. Research cost is nearly halved. That is so good. It starts to make some of the really expensive infinite researches like mining productivity, which is over 8,000 research packs at this point, more appealing. I know I just mentioned that if holmium runs out, it's okay, but 30 seconds later, I'm actually wrong. The maintenance of the space elevator requires space cable, which needs holmium cable. It's gone into maintenance mode and will eventually shut off if I don't get some holmium delivered. It can always be reactivated, so it's not a huge deal, but I also don't want the resource deliveries to shut down. But I'm just going to ignore it. It'll be fine. You might be curious why I have so many space assemblers making things. It looks like a bit of a waste of space for a mall that's nowhere near close to always producing. It's because most space buildings, including supercomputer 2s, require a space manufactory to be built. For no reason. Just to absolutely destroy your free space and scaffolding supplies, that's all. Astronomics 3 wants gamma ray lenses, which can be made from multispectral mirrors and a few other inputs, so it felt natural to produce them near each other and use the same train station. Similar to the holmium situation, the biological research as well as productivity modules 6s have been plowing through my Vitamelange products. Again, not much to do about this, just wanted to note that I had warehouses full of extract and spice, and they've since been consumed. It made me start to worry a bit about the holmium situation as I saw the space cable dwindle down. There is a stone mine near where I convert oil into energy on the holmium planet, and it's not that far away. Real ones remember the big pipe. Now it's time for Big Belt. There's only 20 construction bots on this planet, so this will take absolutely forever to build, but when it's done, it will speed up the holmium processing. Sometimes when I'm being this lazy, not just visiting the planet to make a sane solution, I think, is this really being lazy, or am I actually putting in more work for a worse solution? No time to answer that. Unfortunately, I found bot speed 8. We gotta research it. Bot speed is extremely powerful. I realized that it not only makes bots more productive, but also makes them safer by allowing bots to finish their job faster and keep less bots in the air, leading to less bot attrition. These superchargers will also help with that. I can finally take down the comically large number of roboports, favoring a handful of superchargers. These can charge up to 64 bots and charge them faster, also leading to less bot time in the air. I will kinda miss bots dropping like flies everywhere though. I hope there's a stat for bot deaths at the end. While I'm down here, I can also bolster core mining. The miner itself is stuck at 15 per second with 0 productivity, but in the crushers, you can get more core fragment per core fragment. I have a bunch of productivity mod 5s the research labs used to use, and coupled with the wide area beacons and speed modules, I can pump out what looks like more than a red belt of each basic resource now. And core mining is also basically free. The 50 megawatt energy cost is like 1 flat solar panel too. Checking back in on the big stone belt. They're getting there. Let them cook. What? You look stressed. Talk to me. What? I didn't say I was proud of it. Oh, don't look at me like that. Actually, fuck you. I'm a big belt Billy and I'm proud of it, okay? We're getting down to the wire, pun intended, on the space elevator. It's going to be close whether the holmium rocket will launch in time. I've even slowed down the train schedules that go to and from space as each trip increases the amount of cable used a tiny bit. Those gamma lenses we made earlier will make gamma observations in a gamma ray telescope for astronomics. These recipes now use super cooled thermal fluid instead of cold thermal fluid, so pipe mania has been off the charts. So much so, even the majestic astronomics wing is beginning to look quite a bit cramped. It's been a while since we looked at Planet Hagen, and I like it here. It's going well, except for when the beryl gets dumped into the iron ore. But it's fine. Here's a derpy solution. It works. Trust me. You know, I am a little surprised. I thought there would be so much more to talk about with the space science research, but there really isn't. I'd be saying more or less the same thing 16 times, switching out a few resources. Given the recipes and heavy usage of many different fluids, I get the impression that I'm supposed to be using trains and segmenting these factories in different areas a lot more than I am. But I absolutely love how the factory looks, especially because I envisioned this in my head about 2 months ago, and I love actually seeing it go up the way I planned it. The space elevator is down to just 57. Cable Intelligence 3 stalled out at 95%. We only have 6 more space sciences to go. I hate to leave you on a cliffhanger, but I got more Factorio to play, hoping to finish space science in the next one.
This game really appeals to the male fantasy. You just wear camo pants. This is peak male fashion right here.
This is part 16. Last time we got 10 out of these 16 space sciences done. That sure feels good to say. This time I want to finish them up, hopefully get started on some spaceship stuff. Maybe? Hopefully? Also, the Factorio Friday Fun Facts from July 5th announced the all-important release date for Space Age, October 21st. Very exciting to have a day of finality to be shooting toward. Also, very humbling and scary. I started this project at the end of February, meaning that by the numbers, I'm more than halfway done. In fact, one helpful commenter broke it down in detail. I've done just over 300 hours of the game in about 4 months. With 3 months left, I can probably hit 600 hours if I need it. The quote-unquote average player takes 600 to 1,000 hours to beat this mod, according to internet nerds, and I'll just have to take their word for it. This means that if I can be an above-average gigabrain, which... we'll see, and I beat this mod in under 600 hours, I should be on pace. So thank you for this, and thank you to everyone who commented the same frame that this blog post came out with the information. It's encouraging to know that there are people as excited as I am. Now back to your regularly scheduled chaos.
I saw you put out a video.
Yes.
Wrong choice. Don't do that.
I need to stop. This needs to end.
How close are you to the...
Only 6 more space sciences.
Oh, so it's a while. When are you gonna get one of these?
One of what?
Spunky Monkey?
It sounds like edible porn.
Yeah, it kinda does.
Sounds like a fucking Ben and Jerry's flavor.
What's the name of that first cyberpunk movie with Harrison Ford?
Blade Runner?
Blade Runner.
Yeah, Blade Runner. You should play Blade Runner 1998.
1998.
Dude, that game. On your left, you can see astronomics devolving into 100% spaghetti, which I actually encourage for space.
I currently hate running, so I probably will not start doing it naturally.
I don't think there's anything natural about it.
It makes me wonder if some people are more, not prone to runner's high, but
I've never experienced it.
The scam.
Maybe some people's lives are just that depressing. You know, like I think about that. I think like some people are like so adamant, like, yes, the runner's high is so real. And I'm like, so when do you feel it? And they're like, oh, as I run more, it gets harder to achieve. And I'm sitting there like, I don't know. I ran like 26 miles. I still haven't felt it. I don't know. Maybe they're just confusing enjoyment for a runner's high. Is the definition just like you're not in pain?
your brain being like, oh, you're still running? Well, all right, I guess you must need to be running.
Yeah. No, nobody's out here talking about the walker's high.
Yeah, I get the runner's dysphoria.
I get runner's dissociation.
Damn.
Is this my body?
What if I just used all the oxygen in my bloodstream?
Don't quit.
Sounds like hell.
If you're ever running a race and they like have soda, just make sure you don't yell Coke.
Coke.
You know what I say? Give me fuel, give me fire, give me that which I deserve. Banner, and then they kick me out.
What do you think the smallest area you could do a marathon in is?
Kitchen.
A living room.
Somebody did a marathon in a Costco.
Okay.
They will try to kick you out.
Try.
To get you.
If it's a snack day, if it's serving samples.
The problem is like the traffic at Costco.
Well, you don't have to do it in the fucking parking lot.
No, like inside. Parking lot would be way better.
Trained my whole life, bro.
All right, coming soon, the 2024 Costco Marathon.
Dude, I'm ducking and weaving through adults. Easy.
I mean, I think you could do it in 8 hours. Like, as long as you stayed moving for 8 hours at like a 19-minute pace.
Yeah, see? Astronomics 3 focuses on negative energy, dark matter, gamma rays, all these physics concepts that get me excited about what I might unlock, but fundamentally it's just more types of observations, super cold thermofluid aeroframes, and then the science loop. Also turns out the space elevator did shut off, so I'm even out of iron ingots in space right now, so we won't be producing any science anytime soon. I don't feel in a big hurry to get it back up though. If this stuff isn't set up, no need to send the rocket, and I can eke out a little bit more efficiency out of the rocket loading Holmanite, the key ingredient for getting the space elevator back online. Any mods?
Yes. A lot of quality of life stuff.
Oh, I was just calling to get you banned.
Oh.
Yeah, I was asking if a mod could remove you.
Hey, any mods in this 4-person Discord call?
I'm about to knock this punk ass bitch onto the ground.
Actually, he's a cyberpunk ass bitch. Slightly different.
Give the fucking keys, bitch.
Bounce, play on, name the game.
I don't think it's a game I've ever played.
Wrong.
Is it Mario Party 2?
No,
Is it Mario Super Strikers?
it's not a Mario game.
No, then I don't know what it is.
It's a Greg Hastings Tournament Paintball 2004. Tell me you haven't played Greg Hastings Tournament Paintball.
Yeah, well, I think I did play it once.
Is this like the Tony Hawk of Pro Skater of paintball games or something?
To this day, nobody knows who Greg Hastings is.
Just like the name of the dev or something.
Yeah, they wanted to save space in the credits.
Gaston Phillips.
No one fucks like Gaston.
No one got fucking cucked like Gaston.
That's true.
It's true.
Facts. Hey fans, Walt Disney here. Just wanted to tell you a little bit about the movie before we get started. The main character, who is a female, her name is Belle, and she is a furry. Have a good night.
That was my favorite part of the film. In his Mickey persona.
Honestly, the best casting decision was casting Mr. Beast as the Beast.
Yeah, that was huge. That was really good for his career.
Belle,
Yeah.
I'm gonna give you this castle.
Did you ever hear that song that's like, don't wanna live like a no. Because I keep hearing it in my head and just thinking like, don't wanna live like an unwashed celery.
Damn. You got the brain cancer.
Yeah.
Yo, this dude's name's Mr. Hands. What are you, a horse?
What?
Never mind. Don't look it up. Actually, really don't look it up.
This is your fault.
Currently looking it up as you speak.
No. We know I'm in a special type of prison right now.
Yeah, a prison of your own ignorance.
Yeah.
Bruh.
What?
We're doing some things in TypeScript, and I just keep remembering how fucking idiotic TypeScript is.
Don't wanna live like an untyped language.
I wanna live. You can say that it's a function, but if it's in a class, you can't say that it's a function.
Can you do inline comments?
Yes.
You could just comment in the function.
The word
The word function. Yeah.
Function.
Did you watch the Lex episode of the guy who wrote JavaScript?
What do you mean by wrote JavaScript?
He said he did it in like 3 days.
He died.
What? I think I found a good balance of how to be productive when the comms are full of people yapping. If you think about it, space science is just that game of put the square block in the square hole. Material science 3 needs a bunch of square blocks, and thankfully the 10% of my brain that is not being used to yap on Discord, but for non-essential things like breathing can be rerouted to work on putting square blocks in square holes. Material science also has the distinct advantage of being on the edge, meaning I can build it out horizontally instead of vertically, saving space north of here that would otherwise be used for train stops that cut into the building space, and this even allows me to refund some of the space back to the biological science, which is the only neighbor. Square blocks, square holes.
David. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, never mind.
Why did you sound so sussy about that?
The fuck? Oh, this is the year 2020.
Oh, shit. No, not 2020. Fuck that.
We're fucked, dude.
Yeah,
This says Michael, and then Christopher, and then Matthew.
yeah. Michael's a big one.
Mike, yeah, there's a lot of Mikes, a lot of Chris's.
Too many.
Most popular name?
Yeah, and then for girls, Jessica, Ashley, Emily. Yeah.
Caden, Jackson, Tyler, Braxton.
Oh, damn. Fucking Olivia is number 1 and Oliver is number 3.
Fucking Friar Tuck ass name over here. Jesus.
Yeah. Liam is the top name for boys last year.
Probably after Liam Neeson.
You're named after your grandpa, not that guy I know.
Yeah, not
Fuck
not
him.
my
I
boy.
mean,
Your
I
name
didn't-
despite my friend. I thought you were gonna say he's not technically your dad.
The third.
yeah.
You should just
Well,
name your kid the third. Nothing else.
I come from a line of cement barons.
What the fuck?
Wait, the son of George Washington?
What?
Manassas Jacob Grove?
How do you have to be to name your kid men's asses?
Wait,
No, man asses.
That's molasses to you.
That's what I always say. Men's asses are molasses. Cash grass ass or molasses.
1824.
Molasses, dude. Bye
Yeah.
now.
Molasses
Ass
asses.
grass or molasses. We didn't have money.
Cash grass ass and molasses.
You could be a concrete baron.
What the fuck? In terms of research, aeroframe bulkheads are the material given by Astronomics 3 and are a key ingredient in spaceship materials. AI cores are also on the menu, which are needed for supercomputer 3s and what looks like deep space science. Earlier, I said that I have 6 more space sciences to go, and I lied. That's just for the 4 core sciences. In space, there's also matter, advanced, and deep science, which means actually 18 more. I'm hoping the muscle memory I've gained can help build them faster than the first 14 I've made. There's also a key detail I haven't forgotten about since we first found it. The spaceship crashed into the closest asteroid belt. It never felt like something worth going to. It would take a whole cargo rocket, and how the hell am I getting back? It sounded like a trap, but then I realized if a space capsule can emergency burn back to Navis, then I can take a cargo rocket, which are now relatively cheap, to the asteroid belt with 20 or less items and just emergency burn back after I figure out what's going on here. It's the perfect time to do it too. The space elevator is down, and I'm honestly just waiting for the holmium rocket to fill up before any space science can be functional again. In this downtime, I also looked at my planets and fixed up some belts, trains getting clogged, and you'll be happy to know that the big belt from last episode is slowly getting pieced together, one red belt at a time. Before I take off, I wanted to set up Multispectral Analysis 3. It takes more types of cards than Analysis 2, but spits out way more multispectral analysis cards, similar to the Universal Simulation, spitting out more significant data more efficiently. You see, I hadn't planned for this to go here with more data cards, and there's not much room left for them. But fear not, the dark arts of Bob's inserters allow you to solve all your problems caused by your terrible life decisions. Beautiful. Taking another look at the spaceship in the asteroid belt, I can't actually interact with it like everything else I can in the satellite view. It seems that it's not under my control. Some of the objects display touch to capture, which I assume is a PvP thing. I don't really know how it works, but I hope I can just touch it and capture it like it says. It appears to be broken though, so aside from the expensive looking stuff that I can loot, I'm not sure I'm going to get a lot out of this. With my advanced solar panels, accumulators, roboports, and robots, I can actually set up a small base on the asteroid belt as well, in case I ever want to come back. I just assume that the asteroid belt won't get hit by asteroids, which is admittedly a really bad assumption. But like, it's in space and not on a planet. I don't know, I'm just lazy. I just don't want to bring the whole asteroid turret thing. In preparation, I'm dumping my inventory into this warehouse and turning off my personal logistics. This way I can come grab all my stuff after I crash land back here when I'm done. And this looks pretty good. All the essentials, a bunch of extra rocket fuel, a Spidertron, even some space train tracks if I need them. It's nice to be exploring space again, you know, like the name of the mod. This time, it's a little different though. Our first launch to Navi's orbit almost 300 hours ago, we got a glimpse at some wreckage, some helpful materials, some we still can't produce hundreds of hours later. When we finished scanning our solar system, we found this crashed spaceship, and it's been in the back of our mind ever since. Aside from the futuristic technology I can see from the satellite view, I have no idea what this thing is doing, how it got here, who brought it here. I've been half expecting an alien to come back, drive this thing back to my planet, and start shooting me with lasers, pissed off that I would have the audacity to build a factory or something. But all we've heard is silence. As eerie as this has been, it's also been a wonder. Like, what even is that? Can I make one in the future? How can I use it? And why do I need it if I already have cargo rockets? Questions that have been simmering unanswered for such an insanely long time. In part 1, I mentioned my interesting relationship with RuneScape, and I want to draw a parallel. See, in that game, there are a few gods you can follow. One that's good, one that's evil, one focused on balance of good and evil. For most of the game, you do quests, and they appear here and there. Maybe you care about one or the other, but you're mostly not really thinking about it. It's just a rule of the world. 3 gods, pick your poison, nothing crazy. But when you level up enough, you start to see a 4th symbol pop up, one you haven't seen much before. It turns out there is a god much older and more powerful than the others that some people in distant locations still talk about. Eventually, you get an unassuming quest where you plow through a pyramid and get access to these ancient powers that nobody has ever talked about. There's an entirely different spellbook filled with more expensive and powerful spells dedicated to this god. But nobody tells you at the start, hey noob, in 300 hours you can follow this god and get these amazing spells. No, it's hidden in a game that lies to you for these 300 hours, then flips the script and shows you the truth. Nowadays, with data mining and games on a constant treadmill to reward you faster than the last one, this isn't really possible. I'm not saying that this is a bad thing, but it is an unprecedented feeling of awe to discover a secret 300 hours into a game to have your understanding of the world be flipped. Well, that's what's happening right now. For the second time in my life, I'm peeling back the layers on a secret hidden in plain sight for 300 hours. And in this case, I'm filled with wonder, confusion, satisfaction, but also regret and reconciliation. It didn't take long to realize that all the parts to fix this spaceship were sitting inside, hidden from me in the satellite view. This means I could have come here in my first cargo rocket and used the spaceship from day one in space. Once I learned how it worked, I realized I never would have needed to crash land on a planet in a random location, destroying a large percent of the cargo in the initial cargo rocket. That would have saved so much time. The main problem on Horrera Tomb was crash landing in the middle of the planet and needing to traverse an insane distance to where I actually wanted Vitamelange processing to be, and then needing to defend on two different faraway fronts. But how could I have known? I can't sit here and feel bad for all the time wasted. I need to push forward, and beyond all the time I could have saved, I have netted a fully functional spaceship, and I actually have the technological capability to refuel and repair it. Not to mention, I put a sick Spidertron in the front to shoot down the asteroids with lasers while I fly. This is nice because the spaceship only has a limited amount of power from the solar panels that power it while you fly, and the Spidertron creates its own power, so it can kind of be like its own separate defense system that's independent from the power on the spaceship. I should explain what's going on here. In the top left, I have an interface where I can set the target speed of the ship. There are 3 different target speeds I can set depending on if there are a low, medium, or high amount of asteroids, where going slower in a high asteroid zone helps shoot down the asteroids before they hit the ship. I had to edit the ship a bit before I left because at my current technology level, I can only really make a ship about this big if I wanted to shove a Spidertron on it. The more flat space in the front, the more I am weighed down by aerodynamic forces, so you'll see that the front of the ship is mostly angled. Engines in the back work better, and these ion boosters can take ion stream as fuel. This is great news because I make industrial quantities of it in space and it's not very expensive. When traveling, you need to set a destination, and the faster you move, the faster you get to the destination, as you would expect. There are special spaceship walls on the outside and the spaceship ground that define the boundaries of the spaceship. If I took away the outer wall, I wouldn't be allowed to launch. Finally, there's a finite budget for how many items can be on the ship before we leave. Thankfully, I was just under this limit, and my first journey is naturally to Navi's orbit. I'm going to try and figure out how best to use this ship when I get back. Whoever the owners are, I thank them for allowing me to borrow it and not setting a date to get it back. That's the best kind of borrowing. In her maiden journey, the alien vessel successfully landed in Navi's orbit. We're not dealing with aliens anymore. We are aliens. The ion stream is manufactured in a pocket at the southernmost part of the base. There just happens to be a little nook to park this bad boy. I'm setting up an anchor which has an ID that can be used when launching spaceships automatically, and I don't know if I'm going to launch this one automatically, but it at least helps in lining up the pipe that will be used to refuel the tanks with ion stream. The days of hitchhiking on a cargo rocket needing tons of cargo sections and rocket fuel to go to my planet colonies is over. I can now cruise over to them in style using just ion stream. The first candidate for upgrading is the Holmium on Baroom. We make it so slowly that researching anything energy related leads to the space elevator breaking down due to a lack of space cable. The new advanced chemical stations and assembling machines coupled with beacons and high tier speed and productivity modules should crank the production up by quite a bit. There is a catch though. I can't land on the planet directly because ion boosters don't have enough thrust to escape a planet's gravity. Ironically, I would need rocket fuel boosters, which are a tier below ion boosters, and I'm close to but don't quite have enough astronomics to research them. I do have a backup plan though. When I took off to find this spaceship, I only took 20 items with me in case I needed to emergency space capsule myself back. In a similar vein, I can land in the orbit around a planet, then take a space capsule down with 20 items. Given that I only really need the advanced buildings, wide area beacons, and modules, I don't really need the remaining 200 slots in my inventory. I will be doing this without logistics turned on, so it will be annoying grabbing belts and inserters by hand when I need them, but I do like how weird this method is. Something about flying above a planet, then jumping into a trash can to float down feels really appropriate for this run. Before I land, there is one thing that didn't need any of my help in completing. The big belt. Yo. Let's go.
I'm gonna order it from Mexico. Aw, nah, just gaslight her. Gaslight.
Gaslight.
Like, oh boy, you're all going to stay with grandma today, and grandma's like, oh boy, yep, we're going to the casino, kids. Let's go.
If only you both had peanut butter allergies.
How did you get yours?
By what?
Your allergies.
Fried.
I'm so fried, dude. You are a coward. Traitor, asshole. I literally have brain rot.
I can tell.
You're a fucking coward. Sorry, it was like some showing, and it was like so anime he couldn't even explain it. He's like, hey, you guys know about peanut butter ultra 7K M125, right? We're like, what? And he was like, okay, I can't explain this.
It's probably like a live stage 3D projected VTuber concert.
Dude, if it's that, that's hilarious.
I ran one of those once.
What?
VTubers are weird.
Yes.
Yes.
I respect the hustle though. You know, you could be a VTuber. I could be a VTuber. I have the knowledge.
You have a good voice for it.
Yeah.
You just...
I mean, all I need to do is sign up for some voice training things to make my voice a little bit more feminine, and then add a voice changer, and then use all the fancy cameras I have. And
No, you should stay 100% masculine. Just be like, fuck you guys, get used to it.
no, because you have to have the build up where, like, after you already have 6 million followers, then you forget to turn on your voice changer, and then it becomes viral.
The VTuber double standard.
I mean, you read stories online where people are like, yeah, I'm a 46-year-old male. I live in this 200 square foot apartment. I run 12 VTubers. I make $36,000 a month.
Yeah.
On like fake OnlyFans accounts of AI generated VTuber porn.
Yep.
Like, oh,
It's a life.
I
It does
guess-
actually sound like a full-time job.
oh yeah, like you could do it.
Really hard to do.
Yeah,
that.
well, the posts are usually like, guys, how do I transition to like a normal career? This is exhausting. Like I have to like monitor all these AI chatbots to make sure they're like in the right persona when they're replying to all the simps on my OnlyFans, and I have to like write content for my 6 fake VTubers, and like it's exhausting. You know, I spend 18 hours a day managing VTubers. Like, no.
That's the new game, VTuber Management Simulator.
Yeah, but where you pay for the game, but you're actually managing someone else's VTubers.
Yeah.
We'll crowdsource management of our fake AI VTubers by making a game where people manage VTubers.
Oh my god, wait a minute. Are we
And
gonna
other
go
people
like
will pay to make us money.
we're gonna go full circle here where
Yes.
eventually we're just like tricking people into talking to each other, and it's just gonna be like normal human interaction.
It's like some guy in Chile thinking he's talking to a VTuber on OnlyFans, but it's actually some person in California thinking they're playing a game.
Yeah.
And we're in the middle of collecting money.
Good.
Must install more spyware. You must log in to install drivers. No.
Cease
Cease and
desist.
desist.
a focus on propane. The only thing that grills.
Yo, Hank hurt.
I burnt myself today.
See if I still feel yeah.
Perfect steak.
I jumped onto a rope swing and then like got second-degree rope burn on my hand. And now like
pretty
the
good.
inside of my hand is just like covered in blisters. But as a member of the gamer class, I persist.
Is there a randomized name? I'm so bad at names.
The best thing that you can do is choose your name one letter at a time, but we go in a circle and you go until you run out of letters. Like you go until it doesn't let you type anymore.
What?
That's a yes.
A.
I.
P is in Paul.
L.
Z.
E.
Space.
Q.
U.
Q.
U.
I.
E.
N.
R.
Queener.
Yeah.
I think that's enough letters.
Okay.
I don't know how to pronounce it anymore.
That's
Kipples
fine.
Queener.
Pipples Queener. Well, I'm gonna click proceed. All right.
Your Honor, I maintain that these men are a handicap, thank you. In any case, I recall telling you we're going to fix up our holmium processing, so let's cruise on over there. Flying a spaceship is exciting the first time, then you quickly realize it's just you and some rocks flying at you, nothing else to do. I suppose it would be a good time to look at research or fix some stuff in the satellite view, but the game feel of instantly teleporting somewhere with a cargo rocket versus having to twiddle your thumbs in this thing is a bit weird. If you're keeping up with the Friday Fun Facts, the giant factory thing that you make in space that eats asteroids and has claws and stuff looks super hype. In many ways, this mod had to walk so that update can fly.
And then she got a concussion and died.
I actually don't know if this mod will die. There may be a compatibility update. I honestly haven't really been paying attention because I've been too busy dumping 100 hours per month into this mod. It's such a beloved and monumental mod. It would be really cool to see it transported over, even if it is the same thing as the Space Age update with many more steps. Anyway, I'm floating over Baroom ready to plunge down in my trash can, just need to choose a spot to land at. I hope the spaceship owner doesn't have the Find My Phone app and get this while I'm gone.
Now we have to kill it.
And thus begins the travel to all my planets and upgrade the productivity, speed modules, machines, and beacons for advanced resources portion of the run. Holmium might be slow, but so is Iridite, Beryllium, and Vitamelage. It's nice that the spaceship makes it cheap to travel between planets, but the whole travel to orbit, fly down, fly back, 10-minute spaceship AFK time loop is a bit jank. I just want something to fidget with on the spaceship, really. And then I realized something. I brought my whole inventory down to Baroom. Space capsules can take any amount of inventory down to a planet, but only 20 items back up. Instead of problem solving, I reloaded like a coward and just flew the spaceship back. I really only lost like the 10-minute trip there, thankfully, but SpaceX does whatever it can to find me lacking. Except surprise, we went to Infomani instead. Infomani makes vulcanite, which is twice as efficient at making holmium than using coal and stand. Additionally, you can only use productivity modules if you use the vulcanite smelting recipe because I'm not actually sure why. It's my modules from my hard-earned cash. Just let me use them, damn it. Either way, I set up a rocket that sends only vulcanite, and I'm going to put a landing pad near the holmium smelting. This rocket will also be useful for beryllium, which has an identically efficient vulcanite recipe for smelting, but doesn't yet import any. I can actually kill 2 landing pads with 1 rocket just by giving the landing pads for holmium and beryllium the same name and setting the rocket to any landing pad with name. While I'm here, I can add a wide area beacon to ramp up the vulcanite production speed. I'm not as worried about productivity because we have a core miner that will make an infinite amount of vulcanite, and it doesn't have to be made that quick compared to its demand. Better speed beacons dramatically ramp up production, but also power consumption, so I need to be a bit careful to make sure I increase power production after my beacon inquisitions. Man, the color palette here is so pretty. Dramatic hot colors slowly flowing on conveyor belts. If I had more time, I might stay here and watch everything flow together. But I don't. So I'm leaving. Ion boosters are so efficient I don't even need to refuel at Navi's orbit. I can now go straight to Barum and continue my crusade across my own galaxy. First thing is to set up a pad for vulcanite deliveries. Right here is perfect because I can combine it with sand to turn it straight into pyroflux, the liquid form of vulcanite needed for smelting. Compared to industrial furnaces, advanced furnaces are faster and allow for one more module slot, which in this day and age is about 15% more productivity. The problem is they're a bigger structure at 7x7, so I need to reconfigure some of the belts and pipes. It dawned on me that I am demolishing a giant factory to make it faster and more efficient in like 10% of the space, which is pain. It's only pain. I reap the rewards of increased productivity, and it's just holmium and more pain. As much as it pains me to see a factory get smaller, these advanced chemical stations are incredible at 8 times faster than normal chemical stations. I love this animation, and when you get them fully speed beacon, they just go brrrr and spit out resources, and I just love it. The bigger buildings are harder to fit, but also give you more real estate to add inserters and loaders off of, so it's actually kinda nice in a weird way. Just like on Infomani, there's an increased power cost associated with these upgraded buildings and beacons. Barum, the planet I'm on right now, primarily gets its power through solar panels and burning oil, so it was time to roll up my sleeves, build out an immersite mine and an oil field. An immersite mine might sound unrelated, but I make immersite crystals to make advanced solar panels here, and they have since dried up. I actually have tons of real estate with unbuilt solar panels, so just adding this mine will help a ton with beginning the chain of filling in those blueprints, and this planet has a respectable 97% solar efficiency, so I'm hoping this will be enough. And during the day it is. It's just during the night it's not. As simple as burning oil for power is, I think it would have paid dividends to just add nuclear power here. Barum literally processes and sends up uranium-235 to space. It would have been so worth it to just set up a nuclear power plant. But the sunk cost fallacy keeps sinking, and I'm just going to keep expanding solar accumulators and oil burning. And I had to go to the bathroom, so I'm just going to AFK, and when I come back, I'm going to check to see if the power will stabilize. I'm sure nothing unexpected is going to happen. He returned.
You're out of iron in space. I'm trying to figure out why.
Space is now fed by ingots that go into the space elevator.
Space elevator won't work because you're out of iron to build space cable.
Just frame one.
Boom.
Space production has stopped, but like space production only really matters if I'm researching stuff.
I have a train with a no path sign, and that triggers me so fucking much you don't understand. Okay. Ugh.
You could just like press N and scroll around and smell the roses, pretend like it's not
Oh,
there.
I'm stuck on Infomani, so I have nothing else to do. The last thing I did was slaughter all the fucking fighters.
Oh, so the no path is just because the thing's stuck in.
Yeah, I
space
figured
elevator.
that part out.
The thing is like you need like 4 cable per minute, so I don't really want to turn this thing on and then have it slowly like degrade again.
Oh, so the thing just consumes iron then?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I see.
So I'm bolstering up the holmium It's because I don't want to run out of holmium, and then like if I can get just a little bit of iron.
I didn't realize
then
it just had a passive drain. Yeah, that makes
it kind of sucks in that regard, but like otherwise.
We need to get enough iron to make rail signals so I can signal off this thing so your other trains will move.
Yeah, I mean, all they're gonna do is science, but none of the science can go right now because I just don't have the resources.
Okay, so where the fuck are you actually?
I'm on Barum, the holmium planet. I'm trying to make its power not get fucked.
Nice. Yeah, I finished my grind and a bunch of other stuff, so I'm back to Factorio for at least a little while. You have your date now. You need to beat by.
I do. Yeah.
You're like more than halfway, and that's like a halfway.
Yeah, if summer doesn't like consume more time. And I'm at science 3 for everything except for material.
What do you want me to do? What is my purpose?
It's a great question. So what I've been doing is just going to places that can get and use better stuff via spaceship. I mean, I could go with a cargo rocket. It's not the end of the world. It's just more efficient to use a spaceship.
So did you build your own spaceship?
I just hijacked the one. I still can't build them yet. I think you have to get like advanced science or the science 4s. I'm not sure. Honestly, you could configure the Morgan rocket to load iron.
The one that goes to Morgan or one on Morgan?
The one that goes Morgan to space. You need to just jump in a rocket to like get to Morgan and then take a rocket to get to space again or something. Like you can send them before they're full. It doesn't matter.
Man, these tiramisu Oreos are like crack, dude.
Yeah.
Now I'm just waiting for the public transport to take me to space.
Just want to quickly point out that the holmium production was successfully increased even when the power is a little sketchy. It used to be about 1 per second, and now it's filling up this red belt much more respectably. A space elevator, 12 new space sciences, scrap processing, a deletion of the previous space factory, and most recently, some spaceship shenanigans were all difficult to describe in a short amount of time. I also spent a lot of time talking about magic with my other friend, neglecting to come up with something useful that Waz could help me with, given that I solely understand everything at this point, which I regret. I should have just given him the spaceship, shown him how it worked, and had him go do these upgrades while I continued building out space sciences. In normal circumstances, Waz can figure these things out on his own. He's certainly a big boy, but space has gotten so exponentially more complicated. It's just the nature of the mod. To his credit, he did fix a few things in space regarding the space sciences, but still, I could have onboarded better.
Well, I'm just gonna keep digging.
You should take a look right there.
One sec, I am in the kitchen.
Where you fucking belong.
What was that?
Nothing.
What was that, bitch?
Take a look at this inconspicuous looking spot in the base.
Yes, I see. Is that instant?
No, so I was just floating around and then it asks you to anchor. So I already made the trip.
Okay.
This is actually a really good way to level up turrets. And one of them's already a sergeant.
I saw a YouTube video from this really cool dude who for 2 months he ate nothing but McDonald's beef patties.
That's fucked up.
Sad.
When everything seems to be broken. What's that? Who sings that?
Well, I just want you to know who I am.
See, it's Matchbox 20 or the Goo Goo Dolls.
Goo Dolls.
Got it.
'Cause I don't think that they'd understand. Why are you like drowning?
You haven't heard the song before?
No, I have, but it's the extreme gargle factor going on.
Sounds like you haven't.
Question.
Yeah.
Are you making material insight?
Okay, so there's a recipe. There's different recipes. They all make the same type of insight. There's more efficient recipes. So they're using the more efficient recipe.
Oh, okay, I see.
I honestly wish it was less complicated than that, but here we are.
I mean, did you read the blog post talking about how the guy who made SpaceX like did a write-up and he's like, okay, this needs to be like 200% less complicated.
Sounds about right. It's about my experience.
Oh, are we being recorded, by the way?
Yeah.
But we're not in the recording booth.
Recording booth means you're guaranteed recorded. This means it may be recorded.
Apparently you didn't read the fine print.
I can charge a higher rate. This is not. This is non-union work.
Speaking of slurs, the mod comes out 10/2, yeah?
10/21.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. We've spent all winter playing Factorio.
That's a Monday,
boys.
too. Who wants to take off the entire week?
I can't afford that.
Coming out on a Monday.
Coming from someone who does software development, I would much prefer to release on a Monday than any other day.
That's true. Just wish somebody would think of the customer again. You know what I'm saying? Like as a customer, like who's thought of the customer?
I think you're having a stroke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Oh man, this would be a lot easier to understand if I actually played sometime in the last 2 months. So.
Yeah, it's a tough debugging is gonna be close to.
This is a good challenge, though. This is like helping me IRL, looking at new code and debugging.
Yeah, once the space elevator goes back on, it might be a lot easier. I turned off the cargo rocket from Navis once I had the space elevator, and I didn't anticipate the space elevator running out of space cable. I turned the cargo rocket back on just to like let whatever is still being loaded in like actually launch up. Next on my chopping block was Horror-a-Tomb, the Vitamelage planet. Productivity modules are arguably more important here, with each cycle requiring 200 Vitamelage blooms. You save a disproportionate amount of, wait, does that say 30 minutes? JK, we're taking a cargo rocket to teleport there instantly. The reason it takes so long is because it's in another galaxy, and although it'll take 600,000 rocket fuel to get there, I'm not sitting in this rocket for 30 minutes. That's a joke. It's literally a waste of 30 minutes. I landed at the wrong landing pad, so I had to stuff all the rocket sections in my pockets and call a cab. It was kind of embarrassing. But otherwise, the upgrading was very similar to the Holmium. New modules, new beacons, and the modules even work on bioscrubbers, which was a nice discovery. And then a horrifying thought: every science path has advanced materials like bioscrubbers or aeroframe poles, Vitalic epoxy, heavy girders, stuff like that. All of those require expensive advanced materials and can be made with productivity modules, but not in space, where they are currently being manufactured. This means I could send advanced resources into Navi's orbit like they already are to be used generally, then train them down to Navi's to produce the advanced materials with productivity modules, then train them back up into space to actually be used. I'm drawn to doing that for the productivity, but really? Materials going to space, then planet, then back to space? That's disgusting. Yes, I can rocket them directly to Navis, but it might take even more effort just to make a new rocket system to handle that. Despicable, disgusting, nasty. Why must I think these thoughts? Why couldn't I just have never realized that? Why can't I productivity in space? Why? Anyway, in my misery, I started scanning a planet with uranium core fragments because I thought Horror-a-Tomb might run low on uranium, which would be cataclysmic and lead to the entire world dissolving to biters. Turns out that there was an 800,000 uranium mine, which would probably last me till the end of the next year in nuclear fuel, easily within my base on the tomb. I couldn't see it because of my lack of color seeing skill, so I installed a mod that puts ore emojis over every ore patch so even the visually hopeless can participate. Thank you, Emoji Mine mod guy, I appreciate it. After finishing the uranium mine and quelching my fears, I built a cheeky undefended mineral water field, and I discovered the power of the lightning gun that I found in the spaceship. It sure beats the hell out of shooting missiles out of a jet at biters. For some reason, they just don't like the zaps, I guess. I wouldn't have guessed it before, but it's true. I'll remember this. It's working. The increased holmium production revived the space elevator, and space is back to researching. My job on Horror-a-Tomb is done as well. The Vitamelage economy is booming, and I want to keep this streak going. Along with the ore patch emoji mod, I also installed FNEI, a mod that helps you look at recipes and plan things. I didn't look up anything about it, which I'm sure is ill-advised and will earn me some very happy and polite comments about how to use it. But it was kinda helpful in clicking through the convoluted catalog and data card recipes. At this point, I was waiting around for some more resources to come in, so I tried to be productive by getting as much of the level 4 sciences done as I could, which ended up with like 3 out of 4 data cards for most of them. They all hit a snag in one way or another that prevented me from actually completing the science, but on the bright side, I was closing in on affording my first spaceship. My first non-borrowed spaceship, that is. It's clear that they are a slower but cheaper version of cargo rockets, not needing cargo rocket sections, and they are much more modular and flexible. I'm just not 100% sure the best way to use them. I imagine I'll need more beryllium given Astronomic's focus on upgrading spaceships. Where are the bots? Where are the fucking bots? Get in the fucking air! I have to give it to the biters on this one. I don't think I've gotten an attack since the nuclear power plant was installed on Horera Tombs, so great timing and positioning. Material Science 3 being completed marks the end of the Science 3s. I have just Science 4s from here on out. And Matter Science, Advanced Science, and Deep Space Science, but we don't talk about those here. And I lied to you again. I had made Astronomics 3, just not belted it over yet. Now the 3s are done. I promise. What? Don't look at me like that. I don't always lie to you, okay? It's at least like 80% facts. You can't sit here and act like it's 50%. Come on. Astro 3 is huge. It allows me to upgrade my spaceship capabilities. Integrity allows me to make bigger ships, and I also want to have rocket fuel boosters on my spaceship so I can take off from planets and not need to land in orbit around them if I want to visit. Back on Navis, I was running low on copper plates, so I finally made the switch and upgraded everything, making copper ingots with vulcanite and productivity 4s in advanced furnaces, and also updating all the train stops on Navis to accept ingots instead of plates. I was additionally running low on green circuits, which was exciting because I hadn't been using productivity modules to make them before, but now I could feel the difference between an ancient factory and a maxed out, fully moduled and beacon factory with 34% productivity on both copper wire and circuits producing over a blue belt of circuits. Sad to see a factory get smaller, but that's just the way Krastorio plays, unfortunately. I then took a short flight over to Morrigan to apply beacons and modules. How'd you guess? This part of the run is very obligatory. You feel like you need to do it, but not only are all these beautiful giant factories getting downsized for the advanced buildings, you also have to travel to all of your 6+ colonies to do so, and each time it's exactly the same and there isn't much thought that goes into it. But I can't deny the huge bump in production for advanced resources really feels like it's accelerating me toward finishing science. I guess I did also have a side quest on each planet. Horera 2 wanted uranium, which needed me to visit anyway, so it's not a total waste. In the past, Morrigan imported the cargo rocket sections from Infamani incidentally from getting supplies to finish the Iridite production, but also it imported from space the excess rocket sections that ended up there came here. And it turns out that something else is going to need those cargo rocket sections in space, so like a 26-year-old Morrigan was cut off from the family life insurance and forced to work the street. Everyone's got to start somewhere. And then I guess I lost the footage or something and woke up on Hagen near the power plant. A bit sketchy, but verified that I still had my kidneys and continued on. Rest assured, you're not missing anything. The module upgrades on Morrigan were the same as every other planet so far. The installation of the advanced buildings and modules for beryllium went well, apparently. This was definitely a thing I did. I know I don't have the footage, but we talked about this. You can trust me. Hagen outputs much more beryllium ingots, which are also needed for space elevator cable on top of the spaceship parts that need it. Beryllium ingots also stack to 100, and I'm really starting to respect beryllium more and more. I will remember you for the tier list, brother. The power implications were so massive, though, I had to build another power plant on an oil field just to compensate. Thank God for blueprints. All of the advanced resources, holmium, vitamelage, iridite, imersite, and beryllium are now producing at a much higher level. It might not have felt like satisfying work, but like cleaning your room, you always feel kinda nice afterwards. There's something to be said for how dense this video was, to actually have more content per content and not just smush 50 hours into one. On that level, meaningful things are actually happening again. I have a spaceship I'm excited to upgrade and automate now that I have researched far enough and have the advanced resources to afford it, and I'm sure it's not going to be the only spaceship in the fleet. It's a bit of a shame that there was such a long period of setting up the first 2.5 levels of each science, but this also might push toward the deep nuances of the mod. After all, astronomics is the first science you unlock. Maybe you just go astronomics all the way to level 4 before you even do energy, biological, or material science. Then you'd have this spaceship and all the tools to repair and upgrade it that enable you to cheaply travel interplanetarily, and you can upgrade things on those planets. On the flip side, you wouldn't have the productivity or speed module 6s from biological science or wide area beacons from energy science, so the upgrades are kinda lukewarm. I don't know if that would be enough. I'm more and more convinced that the mid-game grind is a necessity in this mod, which is a bit of a shame. It feels like if space sciences weren't as complicated, all these juicy space-related upgrades that are fun to play with would actually come sooner and be much more accessible for the average gamer to enjoy. But maybe that wasn't the intent of the mod. Maybe all the fame and hype about this being a space-related mod were accidental, and the brutally difficult challenge waiting beneath was lost in the frenzy. Either way, I feel like I'm through to the other side. I don't think things get easier from here, but I think that things are going to be new. I haven't played with spaceships or any of the crazy upgrades I know I'm about to get, and those upgrades are only going to get crazier. But I'll save that for next time. I got an end date to beat and more Factorio to play. This is part 17. Last time we borrowed a spaceship and buffed up all the advanced resources. This time I want to play with the toys a little bit and see what I can do with spaceships. Beryllium is the last resource we increased production for, and I'm feeling pretty good about the level of production we're at. It's not going to fix our problems instantly, but this thing will fill up in 20 hours, so go do one of the 500 other things you need to do rule still applies. But now the thing fills up 3 times faster. Remember that I don't have personal logistics on, so the robots will not bring me things, because I came down here in a space capsule and they can only hold 20 things on the way back up, so I need to actually think about what things to dump into this chest like it's the burner phase again. When doing this, you notice that warehouses don't have a search feature and don't automatically reorganize like your inventory. This doesn't matter right now because I'm just dumping things, but when you're looking for things, it's a game of recognize the icon, which I'm so bad at I installed a mod so I didn't have to do it on the map. Otherwise, warehouses are great. I hope Space Age keeps them and adds a search feature to them. Anyway, I'm out and apparently landing a mile away from the ship. I set the land position literally inside the ship, so I'm not sure why my engineer is so bad at navigating. I don't even know why they give you the option. Just shoot me up somewhere random, I'll figure it out. Don't pretend like you're helping me aim and just, oh, whoops, launch me somewhere random. Oh, sorry, sir. On the return journey, I stared hopelessly at our green ship factory. There's nothing wrong with it, but our modern day demands are far higher than a single blue belt of production. In vanilla Factorio, this is a very familiar sight. Green chips are so ubiquitous they're basically a metal like iron and copper bars. And here it's no different. Every data card we make requires 3 red chips, which require a green chip, not to mention anything else that wants purple chips, which need red chips, and then a mile-long list of everything else that wants any type of chips because they all start with green chips. But this is easy to fix. Each advanced assembler makes another blue belt of green chips, so doubling, tripling, quadrupling production, no problem. Oh, we're home. I wish there was like some notification when that happens. It's not like I want to be staring at an iPad version of my factory. There's just nothing better to be doing when I'm flying the spaceship. The space elevator makes it basically free to travel between space and my home planet, and I couldn't help but add the artisanal touch myself to the green chips. Multiplicative 32% productivity in such a small space. What a dream. While I was down here, it dawned on me that dirty water is an incredible commodity. So far, I have just been using dirty water from enriched iron and copper to make more of either resource I was enriching, but it's all the same dirty water and there is a copper shortage, so I can reroute dirty water from iron to make more copper. The same is true for air pollution, which at this point is less about making biters less mad and more about converting air pollution into free dirty water using just electricity, and the filters are 100% refunded when they're cleaned. Which is the funniest sentence ever. We generate maximum pollution so we can gather the pollution to make more stuff for free. Imagine if that's how it worked in real life. National Throw Your Garbage in the Street Day and Earth Day is seen as a war crime. Hopefully life imitates Factorio someday. I forgot to mention this on the last episode, but used data cards are now recycled in quantum supercomputers, which means that they now have an 80% chance of being recycled into data cards, up from 70%. This sounds like a 10% increase, but percents are weird, and using 70% as a baseline means going from 70 to 80% recycled is actually a 33% increase in saved data cards because math. Not every data card gets turned into a used data card, so it's not a 33% refund on all raw resources that go into the data cards, but I'll take the 33% more saved cards on whatever cards end up being turned into used data cards any day. I think it's so much better than it sounds on paper. Speaking of data cards, I can actually complete 3 out of the 4 cards needed for Astronomics 4 fairly easily, but the 4th needs an asteroid probe data requiring a probe launching pad to launch a probe rocket and asteroid probe to return asteroid data cards. Probes take 1,000 data cards at a time, which is a lot, but you also get 1,000 data cards back, which is actually a great rate. Other data cards at this level have up to an 80% failure rate. The rocket and probes are a bit expensive, requiring advanced products like flat solar panels and rocket fuel, but again, for 1,000 data cards each, that's not too bad. Yeah, so the asteroid belt probe needs to be launched in an asteroid belt. I feel like I should have known that. This was a waste of 1,000 data cards and some other things, but actually made me excited. I finally figured out what spaceships are for: low throughput and bidirectional transport between planets. See, the asteroid belt only needs 1 or 2 probe rockets and probes to be delivered at a time, so sending these with a cargo rocket would be like launching a nuclear bomb at an anthill. A round-trip spaceship journey between these 2 ports instead just needs about 15,000 ion stream, which is way cheaper in comparison. Additionally, the ship can then load the probe data and unload it back on Navi's orbit on its return voyage. It takes much more time and energy to do it this way, but I was actually really excited. I get to actually use spaceships. Plus, the asteroid belt might have some other stuff I want to take home. But I'm not quite there yet. I have the research to make most spaceship parts, but the advanced resource production has not caught up yet. Vitamelage, on the other hand, which I'm glad we're not making rockets out of Vitamelage, but we have tons of it sitting around, so I decided to push toward Bio 4. They're expensive, as you might expect, but it turns out I have all the things I need to make the Bio 4 catalogs. But to make Biological Science 4 proper, I need Vitamelage core fragments, which is absolutely disgusting. They only stack to 20, so cargo rockets would be very inefficient at transporting these, so I have found another use for spaceships, I guess. Horaritum is too far away for a spaceship to travel to in any reasonable amount of time, so I'll need to set up a new colony in this solar system, defend it, produce rocket fuel to escape gravity on the return journey, which requires a spaceship with rocket boosters and ion boosters. Basically, it'll take some time to make that happen, so I'll leave it for later. At the very least, the extended catalogs can be used to make biological insight in the most efficient way, so that feels good. This rocket does its job fine, but I'm at advanced spaceship building 5, so I can make it bigger and fit more things on it now, like these rocket boosters that will allow me to take off from planets and more room for solar panels and even a warehouse. I knew I wanted the engines to be exposed on the side so they can get a boost, but otherwise I was taking creative liberties and just throwing things on here with the only stipulation that the body itself was symmetrical. The stuff inside, never. I'm convinced the inside will never be symmetrical because there are buildings of varying sizes, 1x1, 2x2, 3x3, 4x4, so on, and you can design it in a way that you double up on every odd or even shaped building to ensure symmetry, but it's much faster and more fun to just slam things where they fit. Like the inside of your stomach, you only got one spleen, you don't get another one on the other side just for symmetry. But on the outside, you're symmetrical, hopefully. I plugged away at this for quite a long time, but eventually landed on something that sparked joy and took off to Hagen so that I could set up a clamp that would fit with yeah, it took off without a booster. Great. There's a bit of a learning curve for what is considered stable or not, mostly to do with walls providing support to thinner parts of the ship. It's hard to explain, but you can kind of feel what's unstable after a while and just plug the gaps with walls. The last trick here is to use pumps to turn the rocket fuel thrusters on only when I'm below 100 speed units per hour, because rocket fuel is more power efficient but less fuel efficient at gaining speed. There's a set amount of rocket fuel required to take off from planets, and I want to keep the rocket fuel mostly for that and accelerating up to that speed. On the flip side, every planet makes rocket fuel, and generally from an infinite source such as oil, so there's an argument for being more liberal with rocket fuel use too. Solar panels provide some free power, but combined with the few accumulators I have, I still run out of power on the way. The engine requires power and fuel to function, so our speed plummets, and I was left with my life choices to ponder. The distance was only about 2 minutes, thankfully, but watching the time counter on your trip slowly tick up is pain. I guess there's always the old tech tree to look at. There's a few cool things in limbo just because advanced resources haven't been sent yet, but most exciting is the plague. Killing everything sounds nice. Two minutes of sitting in this ship in silence is only possible because of how aesthetic the ship is, but at some point we got there. And this time we get to land on the planet. Compared to landing in orbit and flying down, this saves a lot more time than it looks like. Anyway, why am I here? Well, the constant cat and mouse of power is at foot. The power always looks good before I leave, then goes into the gutter at some point. Some better solar panels will help, but I'm also increasing the number of burners at each oil site. There's something to be said about making just way more power than I need before I leave, then I wouldn't have to come back here so often. But at the same time, my ability to generate power will only get better, so if I spent a ton of time building it up and then came back, I'd feel like I wasted that time. You can't win. At least traveling to planets is much cheaper now. Alright, good enough. Let's get out of here. Launch disabled. I need 20 more gigajoules of energy to leave. I started thinking about reloading to save at this point, but thankfully I randomly had another rocket fuel booster tank in my inventory. Essentially, you just need enough fuel on board in booster tanks to escape the gravity of a planet. Funnily enough, it doesn't even need to be connected to anything, just on board anywhere. So I stuck the booster on the ship and eventually had enough to leave. The nice part is every planet already makes its own rocket fuel, so I just connected the pipe over to the spaceship and let it fill up while I was off doing other things. It really is a shame that there's nothing to do on the spaceship. It can't crash, so you don't even get that NASCAR excitement of, oh man, they might crash this time, oh geez. That's not what I want. Please don't make it so the spaceship can crash. I just, like, want a fidget spinner, okay? At least it gave me a lot of time to think, and what I really want is a port, a place to assemble spaceships and possibly even park them. Just north of my mall is perfect because this is where spaceship parts get assembled. The eastern edge of this space is also a perfect place to drop off asteroid probe data, so somehow my feng shui pulls through again. I would describe the sublime positioning of this factory as 50% planning, 50% luck, and 50% skill. Because my factory is 150% of a normal factory. That'll do for now. Morgan needs a new rare metals mine, and that's it. I was basically held at gunpoint, like, make a new rare metals mine or you'll never see another iridium ingot again. And then I left. So matter science is interesting. To unlock it, you need at least level 2 in the 4 main space sciences, which I got a while ago. I have a perfect spot to put it, but the reason I didn't gun for it right away was because there's some momentum to space sciences where you have level 2 and you can see the path to level 3 and you generally have most of the stuff to make it, so you just do it. But more importantly, matter science needs material fabricators, which have the same sprite as particle colliders, which confused me a bunch, but don't let that fool you. To make material fabricators, you need 5 speed module 6s and, oh god, I'm gonna be sick, 5 efficiency module 6s? That is insulting. I've been a good little boy with my efficiency module 1s, putting 2 of them where they belong to hit the power reduction cap of 80%. But efficiency module 6? 6? Why do these exist? Real question, who's out here producing efficiency module 6s? Have you heard of solar power? Have you heard of steam? Have you heard of the opportunity cost of not being able to use more productivity modules in the same machine? Have you seen the production cost of each one? They need like 100 helium solenoids. The audacity to think I'm organically going to just make efficiency module 6s. Blasphemy. So I'm starting the process right now that I'm close to level 4 of all sciences, and I regret nothing. Whatever treasure matter science has to offer are but a plea against the crimes it has committed. Speed module 6s, I can understand. They'd be great in the beacon at the sciences, for example. But they're even more expensive, needing heavy bearings, which need tons of iridium, and the story of the third half of this run is turning into an iridium drought, so they're going to be made slowly but surely, and once I have 4 material fabricators, I can start to make matter science. I'm also going to set up some Energy Science 3 tech. The emitter and power chamber and power injector, whatever they're called, allow you to beam energy across the universe, which will help with planets that are struggling with energy. They are too expensive as well, so I'm more so marking out this place in the factory than trying to produce them. There's also some ways to transport large amounts of liquids in super compressed containers, which I don't care about. But they need superconductive cable made from holmium cable, so I'm going to start producing the cable right now. Only one problem, it needs super cooled thermofluid and outputs cool thermofluid, which is about the worst combination because recycling cool thermofluid isn't as built out as normal temperature thermofluid. But I did it anyway, and it's kind of funny to have a long pipe over here, you gotta admit. One last adjustment, I'm rerouting some scrap to this warehouse because Matter Science actually needs it as an input. It's a little sad. My recycling facility is built out and ready to handle everything appropriately, so stealing some of the precious junk for other things feels weird. Matter Science, you better get your shit together soon, buddy.
Sweating my dick off.
Turn my ceiling fan on.
Oh!
Gain boosted.
Yeah, it turns the volume up, just starts screaming.
Just a burp.
If you reference that part of the conversation where the silence was nice.
I'd like to just go back in time. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, god damn it. Fuck. I just lost the whole squad of rifles. God damn it.
That's what you call them.
Oh, dude, rip to some real ones, man.
Oh, dude, I fucking hate my life right now.
Yeah, drop a fucking comment in the YouTube video if you know what the fuck that is.
All right, my fucking tank is here, boys. My tank's here, boys.
His tank is here, guys.
Oh, this is all I need. This is the only thing that is going to make me happy, guys. If I lose this game, it's over. And I'm going to fucking myself.
Okay. Friends let friends follow their dreams.
Thank you for supporting me.
I'll support you through anything.
Yeah, that's right. Fuck you, Jerry.
Jerry.
Yeah, it's a Parks and Recs reference. You wouldn't get it.
Jerry Seinfeld.
Yeah.
I'm actually sweating and I love it.
About to go into cardiac arrest. He's like, this is the correct amount of stress.
Yes.
Hey, give us something to do. Life is gonna be good, you understand?
You're cutting out.
Oh, fuck, move! Shit, that was fucking brutal. That was horrible. Oh, get out of their fucking... Oh, you idiots.
You watched any more of those music mashup videos?
Yeah, I'm easy like the tiger.
Yeah, there's some. I'm alive like you, so please.
You cutting out is so funny. Because you're just like, ah.
Dude, this headset is like actual garbage. Like,
Get out as you said that.
This headset's actual garbage.
I just lost, boys. I was incompetent. I would have fucked them up.
Did I ask?
No, you didn't. But I'm telling you, anyway. Oh, so fucking sweaty. All right, boys. I'm putting this close to the mic here. Oh, did you catch that?
The squeaky sound?
Never mind. You wouldn't get it.
Apparently.
Apparently. All right, so are you still curious about that?
No.
Okay. Never mind. The time has passed.
You know, I was listening to you play that game and I don't care anymore.
I don't really give a shit.
You had your chance.
Don't act innocent, you piece of shit.
Oh, dude, oh yeah, dude, I'm upper middle class. Hey, you want to use Toyota? No, I'm not.
Yeah.
No, you fucking dumbass. I fucking hate you. I can't do this. Yeah. So, but yeah.
God, you're such a dipshit.
You bitch, you stole my shit. Truck explodes. Fuck it. Truck is fucked. Anyway, that was a great story. I know you guys love things about vehicles. I know you find it really interesting and engaging.
Yeah, that's sick. I don't really not get along with anybody. I'm kind of, I'm an ice cube.
Damn.
No, man. It's only in the back channels that you'll get smacked.
What? You cut out.
I said that's...
You kind of cut out again.
I think you're cutting out. It's your headphones. You're too
Is it
far
me?
away from the computer.
No. Yeah, let me fucking hold my head against this 5G antenna.
Which is funny because that goes like way back to the Roman Empire.
It's Roman.
Everyone just thinks about the Roman Empire all the time.
Exactly.
What do you mean apparently? You're implying you don't?
I'm not thinking about it right now.
Wrong.
I am.
Every time somebody brings it up, I think about it. No, you guys weren't joking. You actually think about this all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bro, what are you even doing? Bro, honestly.
I mean, if it is like actually leaves.
Somehow I found myself en route to the closest asteroid belt to set up the asteroid probe properly this time. The spaceship now has a buffer warehouse in the middle, and I plan to put the probe and satellite in it on the way there and the data cards in on the way back. Pretty straightforward, and I'm really excited to build a base on the asteroid field. It's just a cool aesthetic.
How do you smuggle 2,000 pounds of coca leaf efficiently?
So you might have noticed something. Yes, I forgot the asteroid probe, so I can't get asteroid data. How astute of you. What I mean are the miners. This asteroid belt has a large barrel deposit, and I can't help myself but make the first spaceship multimodal. It'll do this asteroid data job, but also load up a bunch of barrel, then when it's done unloading the data cards, travel to Hagen to unload the barrel. Barrel is particularly nice because it stacks to 50, which in a world of advanced resources that all stack to 20 or even 10 is really good. I'm glad to have my asteroid and mine it too.
Boy, should I do one more? I'm fucking doing it. Yeah, you're right.
I just hit my head with a shovel until I fall asleep.
You know, I half believe that. I don't think that's a complete joke.
A ship tasked with such a job obviously needs 6 rocket boosters. That's just not negotiable. What if I need to zoom? This is necessary, and it tax right off. We had to. It actually goes too fast now. My spider can't shoot down all the asteroids, unfortunately. Also, I didn't learn my lesson. The previous build used too much power. This one uses way too much power, and I didn't increase the power. Brilliant. The solar panels do give enough power to eventually live to the end zone though, and I can finally set this outpost up to be automated. As promised, asteroid cards and Baril. My factory now uses belts, trains, bots, cargo rockets, and spaceships to deliver things. Each method has strengths and weaknesses, costs and benefits, and there is a place for all of them at the table. They also work seamlessly together in every combination. General logistics into space go belt to train to robots, or more belts, now sometimes going to spaceship, then back to belts, then to spaceship, and back to belts, maybe back to train, and then back to belts or robots. I believe this is a design philosophy from base Factorio. No new piece of hardware that is not a direct upgrade like Assembler 1s to 2s should completely replace some fundamentally different piece of hardware. And it works masterfully. Cargo rockets and spaceships gracefully extend this idea, albeit with less use cases. It remains to be seen how useful these spaceships are going to be, but I'm bullish.
Oh, finally pulled one out. I hate myself. Doesn't even feel good, but I can't stop.
And voila, extended astronomic catalogs, and I can make Astronomic Science 4, on paper at least. Data cards have been low because glass and plastic have traded off being low, but they'll catch up at some point and I can consider Astronomics finished. Which is insane, these sciences are such a large undertaking, but I'm hitting the end of the 4 space sciences. All that remains after that is Matter, Advanced, and Deep Space Science. Which we already talked about. Matter's stupid expensive buildings, and the recipe for advanced science requires astronomics, energy, biological, and material catalog 3s, so it might not be a walk in the park, but as I always say, we have new tools to tackle these as well. If my factory setup somehow allows us to blitz through these sciences, I would not complain. I do need to actually automate the ship launches though. I set mine up like a checklist, one decider combinator for each thing I'm checking. If every check mark is checked, send the coordinates of the destination and a launch signal to the console. A red wire sends signals inside the ship out to the combinators, and a green wire sends the launch signals from outside the ship back in. You can also put this logic inside the spaceship, but for multimodal ships, it actually gets really complicated. It might not be obvious, but part of the logic of where a ship can go is where it is currently. For example, I never want to launch from the asteroid belt to Hagen to drop off Baril. I want to first drop off the asteroid data cards in Navi's orbit. This means I don't need to go through the Hagen launch checklist when I'm in the asteroid field, and the list of checks can be shorter and, more importantly, not need to accommodate the multiplicative compound effects of adding and or statements, which are possible but cumbersome on combinators. Perhaps best of all, the combinators take up precious space inside the spaceship, while outside I more or less have infinite room for combinators. Once I found that the clamps have a connector in the top corner that is separate from the body of the clamp, which doesn't push signals, it started to click. The ship console also has an input, which is the main body, and an output with signals of how fast the ship is going, whether it is anchored, and other information that comes out in the top right corner. Until this point, I've thought of circuits as a soft requirement, but as I get farther in, I'm starting to consider them a true requirement, in the same way that you can play Dark Souls without a controller, but come on, a controller or mouse and keyboard or whatever are required. Well, you can play this mod without circuit conditions, but you can also play the first 100 hours without assemblers. Just make everything in your inventory, but we'd still generally say assemblers are required to play the game. If you disagree, I get it. Us sane people will be over here reasonably discussing game balance while you ramble on about how much you love pain and how you wish you could play this game on Windows 95. To each their own. While I was gaslighting you, I installed the rest of the plumbing for Astronomics 4. They want aeroframe bulkheads, which are expensive and need aeroframe scaffolding, cryonite, and imersite plates. So this spaceship's second function, delivering Baril, is actually useful. The increased need for aeroframe stuff will appreciate more beryllium being dropped off on the steady but declining supply that Hagen naturally offers. Hagen also needed a new iron mine of all things. Beryllium needs a heavy dose of sulfuric acid, and we've already chewed through one mine. Hagen miraculously pulls through again. It has massive iron mines, so no need to import any, which is fantastic. Really happy with the planet choices overall. I think it's gone a long way in minimizing cargo rocket launches. We haul almost an entire warehouse of Baril here, so it takes a while to unload, but in the meantime I reviewed the research, and can you believe we're already on Spaceship Structural Integrity 6? I can build much bigger ships now, and I'm definitely going to abuse that. Solar power just doesn't cut it on spaceships, so I started to look for ways of incorporating steam power into the equation. Condenser turbines are specialized for space. They generate only 75% of the amount of power, but return 99% of the water used in the process. Water is obviously hard to come by in space, even with water ice, so this is a trade-off I'm more than happy to take. There is some trick to it though. After finding a place that the steam power will fit on the ship, you also need to make sure you're only making or using steam when necessary. You can burn rocket fuel or other fuel to gain electricity whenever you create steam, but I decided to use electric boilers. With the condenser turbines, they actually use more power than they generate, which sounds strange, but the trick is to only generate steam when you are at 100% accumulator charge and only turn the steam into power when you are below that. Essentially, I only make steam at ports where there is more than enough power being generated and only turn that steam back into power when I'm flying between ports. In this sense, the steam acts more as a complicated accumulator than true power generation, but I just like making it this way. Well, not exactly like this. You really need 2 tanks, one for steam, one for water, because without a water tank, the condensers get backed up on water and nothing works. More like this. This time I didn't let the steam build up enough, so it stopped. But other than that, it works. I promise. When you start editing a spaceship, it can be hard to stop. I just wanted to shove more and more things on here, like what if it had 20 more solar panels? Can I do that? What about a couch? What about a deep fryer? Alright, she got a bit thicker, but nobody ever said that was a bad thing, am I right? Think of the cargo, the haulage, the girth is necessary for the treacherous space affairs. Jesus, that's thick. Well, fits in the port, ready for sport, that's what I always say. Well, that's just heartwarming. On the first day of work, our borrowed spaceship got cosmetic surgery so it could perform its job better. Touching, really. It inspired me to make another ship, but one with girth baked into its design philosophy. I don't quite have the parts to build it, but don't think I've forgotten about you. In the meantime, I've actually set up AI cores. They need advanced neural gel, purple circuits, imersite crystals, and quantum processors, so they're really expensive, but they make neural computers, which sound awesome. Sounds like they could do my job for me. I'm in. You know when things get so thick they can't even insert liquid rocket fuel into their tank, so they need to get their toes cut off? Well, sometimes a spaceship gets... Let's not think about this too much. You know, I hate to keep you in suspense for too long, but I'll keep chipping away at this as new parts get made. And new parts will get made, with productivity now. I caved in off camera, built a small mall for intermediates that get made in space, the same ones I mentioned last episode, the airframe poles, the scaffolding, heavy girders, and bearings. It just made the most sense to make them on Navis, where I can chain the 40% productivity on everything. Most of all, the space elevator has gone down like 4 times because Iridite is the slowest thing known to man, and yes, space cable can be made with productivity. Even better, I can just feed it to the space elevator at the bottom here. I don't need to bring it all the way back to space. How convenient. Everything else, though, needs its own dedicated train that goes back to space and keeps track of how many things are in space, but it's a small price to pay for the resources lasting double or triple as long as they were. Also, the nuclear power plant that runs occasionally on Navis has backed up on used uranium, which can be recycled for 6 uranium-238 stone and a 15% chance at tritium. You can also get tritium through a large amount of lithium, and it gets used in DT fuel cells in fusion reactors. Spidertrons can also use DT fuel cells, which is nice, but I'm not exactly low on nuclear fuel that they usually use, nor particularly interested in setting up a new supply chain just to fuel my underutilized Spidertrons. I'm happy to have this option though, don't get me wrong. Morgan's current Iridite mines have run dry, which is concerning because Morgan's core fragments are crude oil, not Iridite. There are some large mines on the edge of the planet that I'm setting up, but long term, I'm also considering a planet with Iridite core fragments as a replacement. Iridite is the slowest and most annoying process in the game with many dependencies, so shipping in crushed iridite here, where the mineral water, rare metals, nitric acid, enriched vulcanite blocks, plastic, cation beads, all of that is already in production. That sounds like the right play. Steam power has brought stability to spaceship trips, so the return journey was uneventful and gave me time to think about where to drop off my productivity-infused space resources from Navis. The best place will be near the mall so the bots can easily grab them for the dozens of advanced space materials that I need to be making, and this space leaves a room for a parallel track on the other side for picking up and delivering the productivity-infused resources to the science part of the factory. And immediately blowing those resources on my side project. I'm like a kid being given an allowance and all I'm buying is Legos. Like, my parents are trying to teach me about budgeting and I just have like 40 boxes of Legos. Like, I don't understand. This is the budget. What are you talking about? I like my spaceships like I like my coffee, thick and simple. I didn't plan it to be like this, but she ended up perfect. Cheese. Cheese. You really can't rush perfection. The house did need to be extended a bit to fit some steam on board, but there's no stopping this majestic beauty. And I know what you're thinking. I came on YouTube today so I could watch Sauce Man hit on spaceships he built in Factory game. Well, you're welcome. Just doing my job. And how did I celebrate the birth of my first spaceship? By going to Morgan for the 4th time this episode. It's out of rare metals, so I decided to enrich them, which require electrolysis to make hydrogen chloride. Then you can filter some of the dirty water that makes back into rare metals and sand, just like copper and iron. This is actually the first time I've set up rare metals enriching. They've been abundant on Navis, so much so that the core miner has been enough to get us by for this entire time. I think I also should have been enriching my rare metals from the start on Navis because I noticed that they are actually quite low and processing units have stopped producing as well, so I set that up. I also rerouted dirty water from the air filter cleaning to make rare metals instead of copper, and when combined with the core miner, I don't think I even need to set up a rare metals mine. They're on Navis everywhere, I just keep disrespecting them. Alright, finally alone time with my baby. Time to watch this wide mass fly. I wouldn't call it the fastest thing in town, but we got there. And by there, I mean the orbit around Calidus, the sun in our solar system. No resources here, so why would I come all this way? Great question. Stars have an insane 1600% boost to solar energy, meaning every solar panel 2 is 16 solar panel 2s. In total, this means every solar panel 2 I place here is the equivalent of 128 normal solar panels on Navis, and I brought hundreds of solar panel 2s. But what use is generating energy around the sun? Well, for starters, Energy Science 4 needs solar orbit data, just like astronomics needs asteroid data. But there's no way this rocket needs thousands of solar panels worth of energy, right? Of course not. The extra energy isn't for science, it's for space lasers. That's right, Energy Science 3 gives us energy emitters, allowing us to beam energy right into a planet. It's like a nuclear power plant, but on steroids and basically free. This has obvious benefits for planets that want more energy, like Morgan, to ramp up iridite production, but also drastically simplifies the process of landing on a new planet. No more massive oil-burning yards, now I can just beam down multiple gigawatts of energy, and all the planet needs is water. What'd you say? Oh, this doesn't look like power generation? Right, forgot to mention the second function of the space laser. It's a space laser! Oh my god, this is amazing. Yes. Get them. They're fucking running. I spent a good 10 minutes just torching biters. It felt so good. I know they'll regenerate. I have no regrets. I just wanted to see biters in pain. Bitch. Got the solar data cards, set up spaceship automation, killed some bitey boys. Spaceships are coming out of the gate strong.
We can go LARPing.
This is gonna transition into like fucking milsim. Who am I joining on?
Solar data cards are the last piece for extended energy catalogs and therefore Energy Science 4. Energy Science 4 also requires quantum processors, which are quite expensive, but I'm going to just request them over here using bots. There's strangely not much to research for Energy Science 4 at the moment, so I'm not too worried about science for a minute. One last modification, her thickness requires 4 engines to reach the true potential. All 4 can be ion engines because the house never goes into a planet's orbit. Much more room for much more zoom. And guess what? We went back to more again. Something tells me I could have consolidated 5 trips here into 1 trip, but I've been in firefighting mode for quite a while. This time I hope to future-proof away my future visits by setting up space laser power. The laser is received in this giant hoop, which warms up enough to make steam power for a multitude of turbines similar to nuclear power, but much more. I couldn't get them to activate these advanced turbines, and the description text didn't give me any hints, unfortunately. I guess the steam isn't hot enough. Whatever, they still work with standard turbines.
That's true.
The increased power allowed me to upgrade the productivity and speed modules on Iridite processing, increasing production dramatically, and the final product was built around the spaceship because I thought it looked funny. And I won't have to worry about power here for a long time. I landed directly on Navis just to try it out, which was a mistake because Navis has an insane amount of gravity and I needed to give the ship major surgery just to leave. Lesson learned. On top of building spaceships, my newly productivitized space materials made 2 material fabricators while we were away. I need 4 of them to make the 4 data cards for Matter Science, but I'm setting these up for now just to get it out of the way. Matter Science cards use several Energy Science cards as inputs, and it just so happens there's this thin gap between the Energy and Astronomics wings to fit something. I am so glad this is here. I would love to act like I planned this, but it just worked out this way. This might be in the running for most compact space science setup. Anyway, all Matter Sciences need particle stream and 2 of them require material testing packs, both of which are also manufactured very close to here. They also need hot thermodynamics data, which is a material data card that's easy to reproduce, but also pressure containment data, another material card that requires an entire fluid tank as an input. I might just bot that over from material science when I finish this process. Ever since we buffed up core mining, I've switched back to maximizing bot deaths for the sake of convenience.
I'm clicking the button, but it's not letting me join.
Oh, I'm not even...
I know. Gotta get that frame perfect join.
That's true.
It's time! You know what they say. Went on Navis. Merc fighters.
Oh, dude. We got laser artillery now.
The Doom laser. Oh, wait. The, like, actual laser artillery, not just the sky laser.
Yes. Well, we have both now. So.
Nice. How is it? How is the laser artillery?
Laser artillery is sweet.
Is it everything we dreamed?
Pretty much. And the funny thing too is that while it's shooting, like it'll shoot at a nest, but it'll accidentally hit a pod of biters and just fucking obliterate them.
Nice. How laggy is to save?
I don't notice lag.
That's what I had when I was running into it, but I have like everything explored because I didn't know that it would cause a shit ton of lag. Do you know how to correctly roll burritos?
I don't.
Like roll so shit doesn't fall out?
No.
Because I don't, and I'd love to know. Holy shit, bro. Downloading map, estimated 22 minutes, because it's downloading at like 100 kilobytes a second.
That just seems wrong. Please excuse this brief interruption. I did dumb things and my internet was bad, so I undid the dumb things. Now back to the show. That was frame 1. Yeah, that looks a lot
there
faster.
we go. Yeah, that'll be like a minute instead of half an hour.
Hell yeah.
What?
You sounded like you were stretching and drowning.
Is that making the cut?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Are you made it back to space?
I don't remember where the fuck I was.
Okay.
No, I am in space.
You should at least look at Morgan in the map view. There's some fun things there now.
I don't trust you when you say there's some fun things. It usually means
They're good.
Like horrible spaghetti.
No, this is...
I see the solar energy beam receiver thing. That what's producing all our power here then?
It's a good amount of it. The sun has made a lot of steam there, which now allows us to power the Iridite, which is dropping off this second.
How convenient. I was wondering where that was coming from. They are girthy, yes. Ah, fuck. Almost fell out of my chair. Iridite stonks are going up. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't remember what I was doing here.
You can get a jetpack, a bunch of jetpack 3s if you want. You can zoom.
It does sound nice. This one's a little...
Yeah,
Hello.
I'll see you there. They're over here.
I remember when this was fast. All right.
Oh my god, what the fuck? Does that stack with your leg?
No, I just put a 9.
You put in 9, that's you.
I took out all of my...
Well, I have 9 as well, what the fuck?
You too slow. I aerodynamic.
Apparently, I'm scammed.
Holy shit, this is fast. Fast as fuck, boy. And then I go off and I'm never seen again. What the fuck is the... Oh, E. Man, I've been playing too many games that have different fucking inventory keys.
I'm probably gonna send you to the sun.
Fuck you, into the sun.
just...
Where is this? Oh, I should get a Roboport too.
Yeah, I have 3 of them. 90 robots, and they're all like... I think we have robot speed 9 now, so they're fucking speedy.
Man, once the update comes out, it's gonna seem like so easy compared to this.
I know, it's like swinging with a heavy bat. It's very, very nice.
I just can't wait for the trains, man. My body's so ready for elevated rail. Honestly, just even more angles on the rail is gonna be huge. Get those tight turns in. I keep hitting tab. God damn it, I just did it again. Oh, all right, cool. I'm going where?
So I am waiting for some solar panels to be made because you will be installing them. Basically, where the sun place is, it needs a bunch of solar panel and a bunch of scaffoldings. So I'm just filling up this warehouse with solar panel 2s, the flat ones. And when you get there, it should be pretty obvious like where it needs to go. Basically, I want more solar panels to generate more power and then another thing to beam power with so that I can use 2 of them. And this rocket where I'm at...
Holy shit, each power panel produces 12 megawatts? What the fuck?
Yeah, dude. It's 1500% bonus. Yeah, this ship up here is the one that goes to the
You
sun.
can't fly over it. Gotcha.
Yeah, there's a wall right there.
Just fucking splat.
Yeah, it should get you to the sun without any problems. Calidus orbit is the place that you're going because that's the sun.
I'm just solar panel bot then.
Yeah.
Call it the Earth Shaker.
It named itself, but I think that's a very good name. It's literally just a brick house.
Well, god damn it.
You keep slamming into the
Ship, yeah.
Yeah, you can fall out the back. So I think you have to jetpack and then fly downward to get back out. I don't know if you can get back in that way. Oh my god, you're so fucking fast.
All right, here we go.
Sweet. I can actually watch you. If you click on the console, it'll show you how much time.
Okay.
I'm slowing you down a little bit to hope that the power lasts a little bit longer.
So are we out of research then?
No, well, yeah, kind of. It's so,
it says anchor.
Oh, yep. Nice. You got it on the first try. Okay, so you'll see it'll also launch that probe rocket while you're sitting here or like doing whatever you need to do there. So that'll just do its thing.
Do we have any poles up here?
In the buffer warehouse, there should be 25 pylon substations.
About that, there are 0.
Oh. They must have put them back in my inventory. Well, that's silly.
Fucking lol. Okay. All right. Well, all the solar panels are down. Not many of them are getting more power, but so does the beam laser only shoot 1 gigawatt? Is that how that works?
Yeah. Also, I'm sorry. I forgot that this thing was set up to auto launch to go back. I'm sending it back. It's so stupid. It launched without you.
I thought you did that.
No. That's just, it's automatic, like circuit condition shit. It'll be there in 2 minutes. In the meantime, I updated the science to use the productivitized advanced resources instead of manufacturing them on the spot. I couldn't get the thought out of my head that I could have also just jammed productivity modules in here if the game let me. I probably sound like a broken record, but removing productivity modules from space feels so bad sometimes. All the resources are already here. Is it really best to then train them down to Navis to manufacture them and then back up? Anyway.
Brother, where is ship?
It's ready to anchor. It's just sitting in orbit.
Oh,
here.
How do I see that?
There. It's in the Universe Explorer. I've set priorities for stuff and then ranked by priority.
My brother in Christ, he forgot the fucking power pole.
It didn't make it all the way back. I sent it back like only 2 minutes into its journey. If you just use, do you have substations on you?
Oh, possibly. I've got a lot of things on. Okay, yeah, I got 50.
I see them. I can see your inventory. Yeah, you've got some substations.
Yeah, brother, I got some substations up here. If I don't have the copper to make wire, that would be really awkward. Does it need to be connected to wire or no?
What?
The thingy.
It's connected to the pylon substation.
Okay, well, it just looked like the wire from the 2 pylons was going into it.
Oh, I see. No, those are just connecting each other. So once you get that one set up, you can play around with the glaive feature. I highly recommend it.
Okay, glaive. Doesn't seem to be doing very much.
You can also aim it around.
I feel like a kid with a magnifying glass.
Yeah.
Do you see all these? Me.
Yeah. It was very cathartic to do this after all the attacks on the Melange planet. I feel like they kind of like figure out what's happening and like run away.
Yeah, this behemoth is running from it.
He's like, bruh.
Well, I'll kill all your kin then. Okay, well that's just lovely. I don't know where it's going.
It's going north. When you set it to auto, it just like picks up from where it was and just keeps like slowly moving.
Neat.
I might also look for an iridite planet just to like increase the production of it.
There was one that I saw. If you don't care if it's core miner, then Orpheus.
Core miner would be nice for the like peace of mind. What is 0 water is kind of a no-go because then it can't make rocket fuel easily unless it has vulcanite. Even if it has vulcanite, vulcanite needs water to be made, so it's awkward.
Yeah.
The like no water planets are so terrible. Thule also has a lot. Doesn't have the same frequency, but it also has vulcanite on the planet, which is very nice. THULE.
I mean, if you want to do Thule's pretty small, so I can start burning that now because it doesn't have any weird shit on it.
Yeah, I like that.
Okay, I will light it on le fire.
Taking a look inside. And if there's no biter meteors, then this place can get to like actual 0% threat, which is so nice.
Here comes the sunshine. Here comes the sunshine. Here comes the sunshine. Here comes the sun. Oh, did you want to keep scanning Jur? Or
Scanning Jur is probably still good, yeah, because we'll need to get the core fragments from there at some point anyway.
All right, is there anything else I'm doing here?
I think you're done. I'm gonna check the fuel. I think you should have more than enough. Yeah, you got a bunch of ion fuel. You're good. I wish you could like set these with signals. You know, if you're getting the signal, this planet has enough energy. Otherwise, auto glaive this planet. That'd be cool.
You probably could do that.
I don't know if they hook up to. Yeah, they don't hook up to signals.
Oh, okay. Well, you could have just multiple ones on and then activate a power switch that turns on and off if energy zone.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's interesting, actually. That would actually be so sick. Holy fuck. Because like those beam things aren't very expensive to make. Maybe next time we go back, we can think about that. Because I kind of want to have like 5 of them at some point when we have enough solar panels up here.
We're gonna have the Dyson Swarm. One game I think would be really fun if it had multiplayer is Dyson Sphere Project.
Yeah, I heard about that. I haven't tried it, but
It's kind of like Factorio, but not as optimized. It doesn't feel as optimized. It's been like years since I've played it because it feels like one that I'm like this Factorio where I don't have motivation unless I'm playing with someone. Like I get to a certain point and I'm just like, okay, well, that was fast. Did it not start going?
oh, did you just travel to Calidus orbit? You need to travel to Navi's orbit.
I thought maybe I did. Oh, yeah, that must have been what I did. It's like I just hit go and then it just like took off and like, I'm here, boss. I'm just like, oh.
You can probably go a little bit faster now that you have more
Just,
power.
I'm eating some ice cream. Dude, I've been eating like nothing but beans for like a week.
Based. We have so much 238 on Navis. That's good. Oh, also I started making the DT fuel, which is made from like tritium.
Do you want me to set up a reactor?
Yeah, if it goes into, I don't know if we have the advanced reactor or whatever it goes into yet.
There we do. I think you get it when you research the DT fuel.
Oh, it would be kind of annoying to supply. Well, actually, wait, you can make, wait. Maybe not, because tritium is just rare metals, lithium, and oh, you do need uranium-235. I mean, so then you'd need rare metals, mineral water, sand, and uranium on a planet. Seems like okay.
I mean, like if we have enough energy from the solar thing, then it's kind of meh.
Might be good on the iridite planet, because like that planet probably can, once that planet's cleared out, we have more time to set it up, so we can just set up one of these things, and then on the Bidamolage planet we can have the beam go down so we can set up faster. But then the iridite planet needs to make rare metals and lithium and uranium, which it might not have, so that's all right. Pool makes a small amount of mineral water. Okay, that's good. It makes crude oil. If it's just mining and making iridite, it might not need a bunch of bullshit power. Makes a lot of rare metals too, so it's got those two. Oh, it has uranium. Okay, so it does have all three. We could try it.
Yeah, I don't know if that's enough mineral water.
This planet's about the size of Morrigan, the iridite one. It's a lot of biters.
Yo.
What? Oh,
Excited about hopefully a new headset.
have you gone to like a store and
Yep.
tried them on in the store?
Yep, tried on 17 different headsets. We're a legitimate political entity.
Wait, who the fuck is this?
What?
Oh, is this you on space? Or are you?
I'm scanning Thule.
Oh, so it just doesn't name of your body when you're not here.
Oh, doesn't it?
No, it just says character. What happens if I kill your body while you're not there? I do have a railgun. I could probably one-shot you.
Let me put on my good armor.
That headset that I bought yesterday is $70 more today.
Now you can just return it and make bank.
Yeah, this planet might be a good candidate for the plague.
Jura or Thul?
Thule. Although it did carve out like an island, which probably just needs like laser artillery to defend itself.
If you go to that one spot you haven't explored on that peninsula, does that connect to anything? Hey, okay, there you go. That's one front. We're good. You just have the one side.
Okay, I'll reroute the lasers. Space laser assault preparing for a spaceship invasion. I like the sound of that. With our new technology, I'm hoping to set this planet up faster than any other before it next time. I've been playing one of Factorio's longest mods, Space Exploration plus Krastorio 2 for over 200 hours. Try 400 hours. I haven't left my house in years. I don't know what's happening anymore, and at this point, I'm too afraid to ask. Somebody please unplug my computer before the save file becomes a mark of shame on my hard drive forever. Welcome to a race against time and space. This is part 18. Last time we incubated the beginnings of a spaceship fleet and got space lasers. This time I want to bombard Thule, a planet with large concentrates of much needed iridium using the aforementioned space lasers. This will set up a landing zone for a spaceship assault, and I plan to finish the job on foot with my new Power Armor Mark III. I'm also close to finishing Tier 4 Space Science, so finishing those and moving on to the final stretches would be a major accomplishment. previous ships we made focused on girth, and this time I needed something designed with damage in mind. Something sleek and powerful, but also capable of hauling bulk amounts of iridium when its glory days have passed it by, and it just carries things from point A to B like a worn-down Honda Civic that a family of 4 refuses to replace. That's the plan, at least. Well, except it's getting pretty long. I guess if the Honda was more like a limousine or an Oscar Mayer Wienermobile. The only width I wanted was 6 for the warehouse, plus 2 on each side for a loader and underground, plus 1 more on each side for the outer wall, bringing the total to only 12 width. After that, the goal was to make it as long as I possibly could. The engine system is a hybrid, 2 rocket engines and 1 ion engine. The reason for the rocket engines are to take off from planets, but as I learned, you don't actually need rocket engines to take off from planets, just rocket fuel in the tanks. Ion engines are more efficient, faster, and have cheaper fuel, but the fuel can't be made on planets. The rocket engines do allow the ship to independently travel between planets without having to stop in space to get more ion fuel, but given that Morrigan is the literal closest planet to Navis, I should have just used ion engines. Hindsight.
Well, hello?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
I made the world's longest rocket possible.
Rocket?
Spaceship.
Oh, you made like the hot dog Oscar Mayer Wienermobile
Yes.
of Spaceship. You should show me your long ship.
Behold. I'm gonna give you the slow reveal.
You should just take a step off the platform and slowly flit out.
Yeah.
You get that intro music from Space Pulse.
Yeah.
Dun, 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 dun,
It's so big it needs a second power pole.
that's pretty large.
It's ready. That's all I have to say.
Length is for show, girth is for show. Okay. What is it called? What did it call itself?
Oh, that's a good question.
You can just click on the fucking
What thing?
the computer in the ship.
The egret.
No, that's gotta change.
But like they've got the big long beaks
Nah.
for hunting and
I saw
fishing
one
the
that
fish.
I saw one that was called the Spear, and that's a way better name for this.
I feel like I don't know if I can change, or if like I do change them, it has to be like not my doing.
How about the Hornswoggler?
All right, well that is not my doing.
No,
Yarn Swaggler.
the Hornswoggler. Life sucks. All the medical equipment, and the guys just yelling, "Let me die." That's how I feel right now. Like, let me fucking sleep.
That's good.
And I'm looking at my neighbors in their hot tub right now.
What? You're definitely hallucinating.
What? No, they have a hot tub.
Mm-hmm.
What? Ooh, energy weapon damage 8, you say?
Yes, I need the artillery to one-shot everything. Also, there's nothing else to research right now because substrate is being slow. With the approval of the council, the Hornswoggler was ready for its maiden journey. Its purpose? To haul crushed iridite over to Morrigan. Iridite is possibly the slowest material to process, and the iridite miners are drying up on Morrigan. There are many things I could have done about this. Thule, the planet that we will be invading, contains vulcanite, meaning I could completely make iridite bars and send them to space. This potentially simplifies the process and makes it more efficient, as iridite isn't exactly friendly to stack until it becomes ingot, but it also means that I would need to reproduce the vulcanite and iridite crafting processes again, which is very tedious. Additionally, while the sun beaming provides a lot of energy, it isn't the same as infinite energy, and productivity modules in advanced crafting buildings means big energy. Which brings us to the final point. Productivity module 6s are currently used in the crushing and smelting processes of iridite, and doubling up on those on 2 different planets would be very expensive and taxing on our Vitamelange supply. I could do it without the productivity modules, but given how slow the process is and how many inputs it needs, the productivity modules might actually be making the process faster than actually using speed modules, as crazy as that sounds. So to avoid the complications, I decided to crush it first. This produces sand as a byproduct that is easy to get rid of, and crushed iridite can be stacked 4 times more than raw iridite. Mining and crushing is easy enough to set up with the Sunbeam after it fried the biters on the island we landed on, and it can now be used like a nuclear power plant to generate steam for power, only it's stronger, doesn't need uranium processing, and is basically free. It's an insanely strong tool for landing on and setting up new factories on new planets. Anyway, it's already complete. Power is generated, rocket fuel is produced, and iridite is mined and crushed, ready to be exported. This mod may be grueling and grindy, but it at least gives pretty good tools for setting up new factories. If only they came a little sooner, a little more readily, and a little more often. Going into my 9th new planet at this stage in the game feels a little bit like sitting at the kids' table. Yeah, I know how to set up mines and crushers and smelting. I've done it 200 times. At least I can play with spaceships for this one. I don't know about you, but 2 warehouses of crushed iridite doesn't sound like a good Christmas gift. Regardless, Morgan will accept it and in kind fill up this spaceship with rocket fuel so it can bring back more warehouses of iridite. Morgan routinely thinks about going on strike and undergoing a Morric exit as a result of these outlandish demands, but the modern political climate and declining tax revenue to pay for biter Meteor defense ammunition doesn't afford it the luxury. Morgan falls in line and begrudgingly accepts the new bureaucracy. Join the club. You think I want to be here pushing around yellow rocks? I'm supposed to be amongst the stars learning the secrets of the universe, but I got demands to meet, and who's gonna fill those demands? Just do what you're told, Morgan, and someday I'll get you back. Someday it won't be like this. We still haven't finished Material Science 4, so it's time to patch that up. Material Science 4 is charitable. It doesn't require core fragments or data from stars to complete, just a bunch of materials. Sure, it's expensive to have fancy space floors and more particle stream as an input to science, but it's nothing I fundamentally don't have right now. No requirement to make a new spaceship. You know, I'm starting to like this material science fella. You ever met my friend Morgan? I think you two might have some mutual interests if you're ever interested. Just a thought. Continuing the theme of past material sciences, the 4 data cards and all junk outputs like scrap, contaminated scrap, and used data cards will share 2 belts, and filter inserters will be used to grab any junk in each data card until they hit a quota. This is the simplest and most compact way of handling data cards with low throughput and a high number of outputs that I could come up with. There's a lot I would change if I could start from scratch, and this is one of them. Just dump all your outputs into a warehouse and then filter them out of the warehouse. They're big enough to give a separate output for junk and all your outputs, and it makes filtering so much easier. There's really little reason to try and handle this with splitters and belts. And you know what time it is? The science loop. This may be the last time I say science loop, and you might feel attached, like, oh, I really like it when you said science loop. It grounded me during my dissociations. Well, for me, it's good riddance because this is the 16th science loop. 1 was too many. On the bright side, I made way too many Material Science 1 assemblers, so I can reuse that space for Science 4 assemblers because they share significant data as an input. And that, my friends, is the completion of all 4 space sciences. It's happened many times before, but as I stand on top of this mountain, I see another 5 times taller mountain that I need to climb. A brief moment of opiate responses in my brain that I cherish, staring out at the Cthulian breakfast machine that I've assembled. And then I throw the harness back on, retie my shoes, and it's back to climbing, one hand in front of the other. On the bright side, one part of this mountain I have already pre-climbed is Matter Science 1, so I get to belt sciences in back-to-back, which felt great. There are 7 more sciences left in the game, Matter 2, Advanced 1 and 2, and Deep Space Science 1 through 4. At some point I unlocked the ability to process snake white ingots, but I haven't even mined any yet. This is because snake white is only found in asteroid fields that are far away from suns, and it would take a specialized ship to comfortably get to one of those fields, and even then it would be a very long journey. Snake white will be the main ingredient for the deep space sciences, but first I need to make a spaceship in the shape of a Cheez-It. Well, it didn't have to be in the shape of a Cheez-It, but I've been running out of shapes. First I made a house, then I made a fat house, then I made a long skinny house, and I'm completely out of shapes. This ship will not be going to the asteroid fields, but instead to a new planet, Jura, that is home to Vitamelage. The reason is because Bioscience 4 needs Vitamelage core fragments, so I need a new planet to get them from. Planet Horera Tomb has Vitamelage core fragments, but it's so far away that rockets take 600,000 rocket fuel, about 6 times more fuel than any other planet to get to Navi's orbit. Core fragments only stack to 20, so using the rocket to do this would be really slow. Taking a spaceship there is about an hour round trip, which sounds awful. So I'm going to be invading Jura and making a colony to get its core fragments using my Cheez-It. I spent a long time looking for a good place to land on Jura, and these were the criteria I was looking for. A core miner location for core fragments, an iron mine and crude oil for rocket fuel production, mineral water and rare metals for Vitamelage extract production, all on a small island or peninsula with an easily defendable choke point. There were several places that met 2 or 3 of these criteria, but without all 4, the plan wouldn't work. It wasn't until I zoomed out a little bit to find a small choke point on a fairly large plot of land that I hadn't been able to see before, using the eastern edge of the planet as a natural barrier. Just let that part bake at 4,000, come back in a few hours, see if it's done. In the meantime, I made a small adjustment on Navis. The dirty water generated from pollution filters was being routed to make rare metals, while previously making a steady amount of iron and copper respectively when it needed to. I've been running out of stone with the large demand for glass silicon and even just raw stone, so I decided to use some secret tech. When you flare dirty water, it gives back stone as a byproduct. This is the only flare recipe I've seen that has a byproduct, let alone a solid one, and there is no recipe for it, so I was very excited to actually use it. I love using weird, niche, unknown strategies. It just feels cool. Turning on the oven light, we can see a nice light brown crisp forming. Lovely. Anyway, we can now make advanced science. It requires combining the Science 3 catalogs from all 4 sciences into a combined catalog, then turning that into an advanced catalog, and finally advanced science. Each science pack requires quantum processors and advanced neural gel, which are anything but cheap, a pattern that's becoming all too familiar. I found a tiny plot of unused land just south of the science labs to produce it in, and I'm hoping I can just spaghetti it all together here. See? Perfectly fits.
Like I was showing off, there's also voices that you can add.
What the fuck?
Voice modulator effect.
Dude, that sounds like so epic.
Oh, I haven't even listened to it yet. Like,
Dude.
there's no side tone to it, but it's called DJ Robot. So apparently it does that.
It sounds like DJ Robot.
Yo, DJ Robot in the house. What playing, like, is it rhythmic?
It's as rhythmic as you talk.
You like actually sing. I'm
Very
alive
sing-songy.
like you.
Okay.
So please. I'm here.
No, go back. That was very jarring.
No, you gotta keep it special.
Oh, yeah, and then I was upgrading to Thruster Suit 3, and yeah, those are all my items on the floor. So armor gives you increased inventory space, and when you take it off, you splooge all the extra stuff in your inventory that no longer fits onto the ground. Gaming collectively solved this issue a long time ago with crates that hold your stuff when you die and disappear when you get your stuff back, and we even do it in this game when you die with your corpse. So we have no reason for this to happen anymore. Just add a temporary chest that stores your inventory stuff when this happens. I don't care about lore or physics or reality. Oh, where does the chest come from? I don't care. This is so awful to deal with when it happens and so unnecessary. It should be an easy slam dunk addition when Space Age comes out. So much so that if Space Age comes out and doesn't have it, I will start a petition to have it added, and you should sign it because there's no argument here. Just add it. Anyway, the Cheez-It is now fully operational, boasting 4 ion thrusters, and yeah, it needs better power generation. By better power, I mean the condenser turbines can't accept 5,000 degrees steam that I've been generating, so I actually need to vent it out using an advanced turbine that can take 5,000 degrees steam until the temperature gets low enough for the normal turbines to be able to use the steam. Now that I can build bigger ships, I might as well take advantage of it to add more room for solar panels. The back is the obvious place to add onto, given that adding to the front would reduce streamline and therefore speed and... what's that? It looks like a house? No, it's... Oh, yeah, I made my 4th spaceship that's a house. I think it's funny that a mod about building spaceships is actually just SimCity. The best shape is obviously a house, and you can tell yourself, oh man, I'm engineering and flying to different planets, but you're not. You're building houses and decorating the interior. We've all been scammed. It's not space exploration, it's a real estate corporation. Anyway, if you haven't guessed, Jura is done baking, and I'm going to begin the ground assault with my new ship. This felt less like Factorio and more like a heist. We have objectives and we need to meet them. Vitaminage core fragments and extract, then get out. Time is of the essence, and remember the order of operations. Power, secure the borders, iron, oil, and we'll go from there. Capiche?
I might just disengage and hide.
All right, I'm coming in for an hour.
Oh, baby.
You gotta see what you've done.
I have advanced science.
He's going into the Facto land.
I also just landed on a new planet, so I'm setting up this because I have to get fucking Vitaminage core fragments to space.
Specifically?
Yeah, they're input for Bio 4.
Oh.
You joined right during an autosave.
Yeah, it says waiting for server to save the map. Yeah, I think it's fucked. I am going to restart. Frame perfect. Found a bug in Factorio.
You have a new bug to share with the cat boys.
I do.
Only 2 minutes to load the server. Whoa.
I made another spaceship and it started out looking like a Cheez-It, but now it looks like a hybrid between a Cheez-It and a brick house. Every fucking thing I make is a brick house.
I want Cheez-It really bad now, and this is your fault. But what am I doing?
I feel like there's some things I just don't even fundamentally understand right now. So if I do this deep zone discovery, so this is an infinite research that gets like 1 more expensive every time you do it, but it's a deep space zone and I don't know what's up with them.
It's an area without a sun. So we found one over here. This is where you get Naquium.
I see, yeah, Naquitite.
So I can go around and look here for some, and then we just trim it if I don't find any. Yeah, there's very little Naquium here. I'm gonna trim that one then. I'm gonna see if we can get one with like a little bit more. Not quite.
Doing that processing, I want to, like, you want to use productivity modules, but it's going to be in space. So it's like, should you bring it down to a planet and then do all this shit? Or like...
I think grape shots are best bet because we can set up uranium there? Because it has a lot of water ice and a lot of uranium ore. So can we do all the uranium processing there?
Yeah, I mean, uranium's, all things considered, simple to set up. If you
Or we could just do the deuterium tritium reactors, diffusion there. But then you need like a source of power.
because it's so far away, you can't really beam in energy. Solar panels also are kind of shit in those zones.
Yeah,
I
they're
think.
1% solar efficiency.
Yeah, so it's pretty much like nuclear
Or make a big battery ship.
yeah. It would take like 15 minutes to fly here, 15 to 20. I've been going with rockets with 4 boosters, but if I put 6 on them or more, because we can make bigger rockets now, or bigger spaceships, I should say, it could get there faster. Because power, you can shove like a shit ton of power onto a ship for the most part. And then with really good solar panels, even if you run out of power, you can still go like 70 speed with just the solar panels if you set the ship up to have enough solar panels.
Yeah, I can't even find aquatech.
I mean, we have so much astronomics research, and it only takes astronomics to do these scans. We could scan this like 50 times and it would be fine.
I'm gonna do that then. Oh, Hailstorm has 370% aquatite.
How far?
127.6
Oh my god.
delta. Very far away.
Yeah, 120,000.
126,000. Yeah.
Oh, that would take like that'd be like an hour and 20 minutes ish.
Well,
Like core mine aquatite there.
no core mining.
That would be too much to ask for.
Well, there is a worker robot speed 10.
Yeah, we can queue it. I would do a few more
It only
deep
takes
space.
7K.
Oh god, actually, yeah, that would take forever.
We could get advanced roboports.
An advanced pickaxe. Think of the value.
Or we could just get the advanced research servers.
I would bet that they're required for Naquium, given how like the rest of the stuff goes with upgrading.
Lets you make more efficient cables, space elevator cables.
That's
Because it's 4 nanomaterial, 4 aeroframe poles, and 1 superconductive cable for 20 space elevator cables.
if that saves iridium. That's although I have. If you if you take a look at our boy the Hornswoggler, it's taken on a new life of being of just transporting iridium.
So it takes 1 nanomaterial takes 128 iridium plate.
It's like 13 bars. Well, and with productivity though, that's the thing, is when you make all this stuff with productivity, it probably gets even crazier. Also, the Hornswoggler gets a debuff because it is considered a long ship, so it takes up like more space than it actually takes up. It takes up 12% more. It's so funny. Fucking SpaceX dev hating on my hot dogs.
Why don't they make this math easy? Okay, it actually takes more iridium to make the cable with nanomaterial.
I bet that the productivity steps, because there's more processing steps to go from heavy girders to the other ones, that
'cause
it's like hard to calculate.
It takes 60% more without productivity.
Yeah, but the productivity becomes multiplicative, which gets tough.
I am back.
Yo,
My brain hurt. I'm staring into the abyss.
bro, imagine living in it.
I just realized I've been muted for the last hour.
Classic.
I came back and I said, I'm making sourdough muffins, and I got no response.
Downvote.
Yeah, fuck that. I need you to know something. Fuck your muffins. Fuck your muffins.
If you're gonna make this spaghetti, I'm not gonna let you use Bob's inserters anymore, because this is like, I actually can't tell what's happening here.
I mean,
I just see like 5 inserters clipped into each other, and I can't tell where they go. Ugh. I'm trying to figure out how this science gets made, and
I can tell you the general pattern.
well, I'm gonna get myself another Oreo because I deserve it.
There's some joke in here about like dying prematurely as a result of like heart failure, and that's what you deserve. Sorry, continue.
I mean, of all the crap that I eat, I'm sure Oreos are like the least bad.
Oreos are like ridiculously high in calories.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but if I eat like one, I'm sure the Oreo is less calories than the bowl of tater tots I just ate.
You ever get the Arthur theme song stuck in your head?
Nope.
Oh, wait. When you're walking down the street, everybody that you meet has an original point of view.
Yes.
And I say, hey, what a wonderful kind of day.
That sounds right.
I think so.
When we can learn to laugh and play Balatro. And I say, hey, what a wonderful kind of day. Learn to work and play.
Dude, that's so good.
And I say,
That does not work.
It can't.
Okay,
It does not like that.
it was like clipping, but if clipping, like the sound went down, it was like a bass clip.
Yeah.
It's like hard to describe, but it was like brrr.
All right, no more funny voices.
Yeah, we can't do that. We don't do that here. All right, good work, team. We've secured the Vita. Time to come home. Payload's going to be parked just north of the bioscience, so it can easily unload and travel south. All we need now is a train stop dropping off Ion Stream for fuel, and that's a successful heist. Box says 396 hours.
Oh, 396?
Yeah.
Jeez.
It's almost time to celebrate the 400-hour mark. I was overconfident coming into this. I thought I knew so much about the game I'd be done in 300 hours. As painful as it is thinking that the end was sooner than it was, this may have been the carrot hanging off a stick that's gotten me this far. Well, the end can't be too far away, right? Right? We just finished Space Sciences. It's gotta be just around the corner. After discovering an asteroid field called Dead Space that was only 27,000 distance units away, I started prospecting for naquitite, the final resource in the mod. Asteroid fields can contain naquitite, water ice, iron, stone, copper, rare metals, uranium, and methane ice, and seem to be strictly limited to that list. Of the dozen or so other asteroid fields I looked at, none of them contained crude oil, mineral water, or any of the other advanced resources like beryllium or vulcanite. Asteroid fields are very large, and the mod that automatically marks resource deposits is a godsend. The trifecta I'm looking for here is water ice for steam generating, methane ice for naquitite production, and of course, naquitite. Given the spread out nature of asteroid fields, I'm starting to see the value in the unique ability of space rail and pylons. Both can be built in space without scaffolding. This will be key in connecting these scattered resource deposits. Always nice to watch the fireworks between jobs. Baroom needed some maintenance in the form of sunbeam power and a new iron mine, and spaceships have made traveling to planets easier than ever. No more cargo rocket hopping, so this one was fairly painless. It's been a bit overdue, but the list of advanced materials that I can produce has ballooned in size. Any that can be made on Navis are trained down. Oh, for the love, can we try that take again? Any that can be made on Navis are trained down to be made with productivity modules, but some can only be made in space, so I carved out an area for the specialized labor independent of bot deliveries. Mostly I want to make high temperature heat exchangers and steam turbines to better handle the 5,000 degrees steam I can now use, as well as some other high tiered items like lattice pressure valves and self-sealing gel. These generally have expensive inputs like quantum computers and dynamic emitters that can be jigged together in the same space. These are mostly items that I want to make a select number of, but some I'll want to export, and a parallel train stop just east will be used to pick up the expensive commodities. The heist wasn't enough, it's come to my attention that vitamelage costs have gone through the roof. It's time to finish the job on Jura and actually process the vitamelage. If the last trip was a heist, this one is a speedrun. A jetpack and bidirectional trains allow me to quickly connect disparate parts of this base, while advanced crafting stations and blueprints make quick work of the otherwise arduous crafting process. Vulcanite and Cryonite are both needed here, but this is a speedrun, so we just call both in via rocket. For a long time, I had considered this to be a very expensive maneuver, an entire rocket full of Vulcanite blocks being sent out everywhere. That's gotta be way too expensive. Turns out, even the relatively low production on Infamani can provide Vulcanite to 4 other landing pads. This is because each landing pad uses Vulcanite very slowly, and 500 inventory slots last a very long time. The same is true for Cryonite, except it's even better because we make Cryonite much faster and on a planet that can take advantage of beryllium cargo sections, which are effectively twice as efficient to send. This also means I could have gone to Jura first instead of Horera Tomb. And the ramifications are devastating. Not only is Horera Tomb 3 times farther away than the asteroid field I want to go to, which is insane, it's by far the biggest planet with no choke points, making defense a nightmare. Coupled with the insane rocket fuel costs for each cargo rocket delivery and the indigenous Vulcanite and Cryonite that allow Horera Tomb to function independently, become a much lower value proposition. Going to Jura first would have been faster, easier to defend, and trivial to travel to and scale up when needed. I might as well be playing a challenge run at this point. The first planet I go to has no water and is useless. Navis doesn't use LTN. Our vitamelage costs 6 times more to defend and transport. What would we call this speedrun category? Sauce percent? Yeah, this is a sauce percent speedrun. Either way, I'll be using this janky train loop to unload it because I'm lazy, and now we have a second source of vitamelage extract, pulling us one step closer to true independence from Horera Tomb. Morrigan continued to fuss up and needed a new stone mine. What are you doing? You can't just put the time up in the middle of my... Oh, we've hit the limit on saying stone mine for the series? All right, moving on, everybody. Majestic Vulcanite B-roll footage. Oh, you don't say that out loud, sorry. Hello, Sauceman has officially retired. I am Barbecue Guy from Sauce Corp, here to talk about everything not related to making another stone mine. First on the docket today are advanced research servers. These are faster but larger versions of the Disco Labs we've been using. They're very expensive, and I don't need 8 of them, so say goodbye to any symmetry we may have once had. Unfortunately, these are also a visual downgrade and don't spin with disco lights when researching, a sad but necessary sacrifice this factory is willing to take. But it's not just speed that makes these bad boys worth it. They also come standard with 2 extra module slots, saving 30% or more on car and 30% or more on productivity. With savings like these, I'm jumping out of my seat to come down and buy a new washer, dryer. I'm jumping out of my seat to replace these old research labs. We are farmers. Bump it up. Where did you find a guy named Barbecue Guy? You just started reading ads? We're not sponsored by anybody. What the hell? Yeah, sure, I'll come back and... Hello, here to replace Barbecue Guy. This is Sauce Man. You probably know me from 2 minutes ago in this video. The usage of the new research servers and speed modules in literally everything in space, coupled with late Iridium deliveries, caused the space elevator to go down and has led to a blackout on Navis. And there is one saving grace that pulled me through in my time of need. 300 hours ago, I placed 24,000 solar panels on Navis. I actually can't believe that number. It seems way too high, but I did place a ton of them, and during the day, things are actually almost okay. During the night, I gotta go play cowboy a bit, but Navis's walls are far away from the main factory, making it easy to shore up. This did spur me to make Navis's power generation more robust, and I got a great excuse to use the new high temperature heat exchangers and advanced turbines. Each turbine generates 100 megawatts, so this is a very powerful addition. When the space elevator goes back up, this will hardly be necessary, but I'll be stockpiling the ultra hot steam as a backup in case this happens again. When everything was back up and running, I did some more astronomy and found a nice place to land near a 300,000 naquitite, fairly close to a 6 million water ice deposit and some methane ice deposits as well. I'm hoping I'll be able to see this tag when it's time to actually travel here, but I wouldn't place any bets. We've been running with these for a while at this point, but the neural supercomputers now do the card refurbishing with a 90% success rate up from 80%. Again, don't see this as a 10% increase in cards saved, but a 50% increase in cards saved. It came at the hefty price of 300 AI cores, but the savings in stone, advanced circuits, and copper is going to be off the charts. While barbecue guy was in charge, I took some time to develop the most advanced ship yet, a Dorito. Structural integrity research allows us to make truly massive ships, and this one will be the largest to date, boasting the most engines, cargo space, and cup holders of any spaceship yet. The original Dorito shape wasn't quite going to do it. As tempting as simply making a bigger Dorito is, triangular shapes don't play well with Factorio's rectangular buildings. A compromise between angular and rectangular is the goal. The new high-temperature steam turbine, boasting an output of 1 gigawatt, is the main thing that needs to be built around here. It inputs 5,000 degrees steam, which is very slow to make even with the 5 onboard boilers, and it outputs water but also 500 degrees steam, which then needs to go to standard condenser turbines, which also output water. It's nothing too complicated compared to any of the crafting we've done recently, but fitting it onto the limited spaceship space is a challenge. The high heat turbine outputs on the front and sides, posing several possible configurations for where the water and steam can be stored, and I ended up with this one. I like that I can tuck a boiler to melt ice into water just between the water tank and the steam boiler. The rest can be filled in with accumulators and solar panels. I need at least a few accumulators that can fit in the cracks, and the solar panels are a nice bonus and can come in handy if the steam power fails in any way. Every time I thought I was done, I realized I could add more. So I did. I gave it some cool solar panel wings, which needed little flares at the top to keep the streamline. I don't think you can make wings like this work in real life, but this isn't real life. This is just based on real life, which translates to just do whatever you feel like. A new tool will be necessary for this ship's missions: shield projectors. These completely block asteroids at the cost of power and slowly regenerate after impact. They won't replace laser turrets, but will be an incredible complement. Laser turrets excel at destroying small asteroids, while shields act as an impenetrable line of defense even against the largest asteroids, so long as they don't get overwhelmed. After some final tweaks, the Hammerhead was ready to go. Its mission, the long haul to the asteroid field called Dead Space. The journey will take at least 10 minutes, and the supplies in the warehouse are primarily infrastructure. Lots of space rail pylons, miners, warehouses, and turbines. This is where things get interesting. Taking a look at naquitite and its crafting steps, it's complicated and requires either an advanced resource or derivatives of an advanced resource of every type. Not to mention anion and cation exchange beads and methane gas. These are applied across 6 stages of crafting, although crushed naquitite uses 2 different recipes to output refined naquitite and naquitite powder. I'm getting ahead of myself, and I'll go into more depth when I actually start crafting it, but the takeaway is it's complicated and it requires every advanced resource. There are 2 ways to go about this, and it's not clear which the mod creator is nudging me toward. I'll have to wait and see how well or poorly naquitite stacks. I can bring resources to deep space and make it there. Assuming naquitite stacks poorly, this would be the most efficient way to make it in terms of spaceship trips. The problem is, well, everything. First, balancing 7 resources to send to this destination sounds like a ton of work. It's probably much more than that because cation and anion exchange beads need plastic, which needs oil or coal, which is not found in asteroid fields. I have a big fear of bringing the correct amount of 10 resources only to learn that I forgot an 11th and I need to take the 20-minute round trip just to grab another one. The second problem is this crafting happens in space, which is always worse than on land if you can craft it on land. The reason is space belts and pipe underground length are awful, and most importantly, productivity modules are banned in space. Which brings us to option 2. Ship the mined Nekotite back to Navis to be processed on Navis. Navis already imports every single advanced resource, has everything needed to make cation and anion exchange beads, and I can use the productivity modules for everything. Productivity modules are particularly nice here because each crafting step multiplies their effectiveness, and there are many crafting steps. This will go a long way toward preserving the disparate Nekotite mines as well as increasing the crafting speed. In one of the first episodes, I talked about the complex relationship between productivity and speed and how a productivity bonus that also reduces crafting speed can actually increase the net crafting speed above that of a similar speed module even. With the potential of productivity module 7s granting 16% productivity each, this becomes more and more possible. Wait, am I already? That was so much faster than I thought it would be. And before I knew it, I was there. This is the farthest I've ever been from home, but it's also the closest asteroid field by quite a bit. While it only has a modest amount of Nekotite in comparison to some of the other asteroid fields, it's still more than enough, and there are other Nekotite mines in the periphery I can tap into in the future. You can stare at maps all you want, but there is nothing like building in this expansive fractal to make you realize how small you are. You're swimming in an infinite of asteroid islands with no definable shapes, no landmarks to speak of. Going the right direction is only possible with a map. Getting lost is a true possibility, and with a limited amount of rocket fuel, it could mean floating in the wrong direction for the rest of time with nothing to reset your momentum. You're not scared for your life so much as you are scared by the lack of life, the lack of anything. If I disappeared in this cloud of asteroids, nobody would ever know. Nobody could ever know. The information would be deleted. Of course, if I did get lost, I could just, reload. But it was still immersive. This area felt both like a pedestal of infinite potential and a maze of silent death. This field is still close enough to beam in sunlight. The strength is only 27%, but it beats setting up uranium, which would need sulfuric acid to mine, requiring sulfur, which again needs oil or coal, which we can't find anywhere here and would need to be imported. Speaking of sulfuric acid, it turns out Nekotite also needs sulfuric acid to mine. It's not mentioned anywhere when you research it, on a miner, in the Informatron, anywhere. So, your first trip to the asteroid field, yeah, it's kind of meaningless because you probably didn't randomly bring some sulfur. I don't think hiding this information is done on purpose, but at this point it's a major issue. Several times now I've embarked on epic journeys only to find out I'm missing a key ingredient I didn't bring, and by all means my engineer should know, given all the research I'm doing into ultra cyber quantum physics, but isn't posted anywhere. And then I have to go back and grab it or take 20 minutes to assemble it on the spot, and it's totally unnecessary. Just tell me how things work. Forgetting a simple ingredient on an expensive trip is not exploration and discovery. It just comes off as lazy and frustrating. Anyway, again, I don't think it's on purpose, just taking note. If it is on purpose, then stop it. Don't do that. Bad. What we just witnessed was me realizing something needed to jumpstart the pump so the steam would work. I pulled a MacGyver and realized I could burn fuel in a burner generator, but again, no coal, no oil. What am I going to burn? Well, rocket fuel, of course. I checked. There were 0 other items I brought with a fuel value. Although I can't mine Nekotite, I can still set up some rails and mines for other resources before I resupply on sulfuric acid supplies. Uranium seems like a nice thing to mine. It would be nice to set up a backup nuclear or fusion reactor, and it also provides iron and stone when processed, which could be helpful. It will need some sulfuric acid to mine though, and I want to use all the sulfuric acid I bring for the mission critical Nekotite, so it's not exactly a slam dunk out here. I also set up a a methane ice mine. We do get trickles of methane ice from processing bitumelage, but deep space is the only place you can mine it, and it's here in large quantities. It can be used to generate nutrient gel, but I really only want it for the last crafting step in the naquitite ingots. I had thought I explored the area around my arrival well, only to find a 1.5 million naquitite not too far away, and only noticed it when I actually got close to this area. I imagine these mineral deposits are next to impossible to see without the mod that tags them. This is also a time where I sang the praises of double-headed trains. Connecting all these mines requires a ton of space rail, and I have nowhere near enough rail to afford the standard 2-lane setup. Thank was I was forced to learn and get comfortable with double-headed trains. The location I parked the ship at wasn't random, it was adjacent to a naquitite mine. The plan is to fill the warehouse in the abdomen of the ship on one side and unload it on the other when it returns to Navis. Mined naquitite needs a place to be dropped off, so I'll set a logistic train stop as close as I can to the middle for easy loading onto the hammerhead. I'll also need to collect some interstellar void probe data. With interstellar void probes, this complicates the loading and unloading process a little bit, but if I can get everything that loads onto the ship counted in stacks, then I should be able to calculate when the cargo is full and take off regardless of if I'm full with naquitite, interstellar void probe data, or a mix of both. All trains out here will be nuclear, which are much faster and easier to refuel than standard trains. There's nothing to burn out here, so bringing fuel is already a necessity, and uranium fuel cells last significantly longer than any burnable fuel. Plus they make green smoke, so the choice was obvious. The last thing we need is methane ice. The way I'm going to count stacks is simply to multiply materials by 200 divided by their stack size. Methane's stack size is 200, so it'll be multiplied by 1, while the interstellar void probe data's stack size is 50, so it will be multiplied by 4. We still don't know naquitite's stack size yet, but once we do, we'll do the same thing, and the final step is then to compare that value to the total amount of stacks the ship can hold and output a green check if the ship is full. I also don't want to overload on any resources, so I'll be sending the amount of the 3 resources I have on Navis back here and preventing loading if there is enough on Navis. You may have noticed that I am placing a bunch of solar panels, which seems strange on a plane with 1% solar efficiency. They may not generate a lot of electricity, but they'll do a little bit. I just like solar panels. I'd probably place them if solar efficiency was 0%. With the rail laid and the mines dug, it was time to head home and restock. I needed a place to park this bad boy, and just north of the sciences is where I had planned to put the deep space sciences. Just east is an easily extended rail line, and science can naturally be added to the sushi splitters going south. The Hammerhead's journeys are double purpose. Navis wants naquitite, methane ice, and data, while the asteroid belt wants iron ingots and sulfur to make sulfuric acid. While it unloads, it will also be loading from the other side. No time to waste in the shipping business. The new hot commodity is nanomaterials made by combining several high-level materials together. They're used to make space cable more efficiently, but also make nano-engineering data, and combined with the interstellar void data, I actually have half of the Deep Space Science 1 cards completed, and I haven't even touched Naquitite. With some key things like advanced pickaxe I can't even say that with a straight face. Advanced pickaxe does nothing. We're going back to the void. To smuggle the maximum amount of the good stuff back, the Hammerhead is going to need some aftermarket modifications. Another onboard warehouse puts us over the container stress limit, but the same amount of cargo space divided into some chests will work. Dumping these into a central chest with a truly horrifying Bob's inserters setup might not be your cup of tea, but for me, this is pure practicality, desperation. True art isn't created without pain. Drumroll please, the stack size for Naquitite is 10. Yeah, as bad as it could be, I figured as much. This might change things. Maybe crafting Naquitite ingots in the void is better. Maybe I should set up everything on this asteroid. Yeah, no. The only cost of a round trip with the Hammerhead is ion streams, something I can't get rid of fast enough, and sidestepping the headache of setting up a factory out here is worth an infinite amount of spaceship trips. And shipping it is less than half the battle. The location I landed on Navis is just north of where every advanced resource gets dropped off. If it was a spaghetti fiesta before, it's about to become Mardi Gras. Alright, let's dive into the first step. We crush it with iridium plates and output crushed Naquitite, an 80% chance at refunding the iridium plate, iridium powder, and water? Apparently there's water in Naquitite. Well, nothing we haven't dealt with before. Just prioritize the refunded Naquitite, get a tank for the water, and of course do this with only the best productivity modules money can buy. The iridium powder is the only loose end, but it wouldn't be the first time I let my problems pile up in a warehouse. Before we get to step 2, I need to make sure rocket fuel starts piling up in the ship before I take off again. If landing in space only costs ion stream, it might make sense to land in space and not need 750,000 liquid rocket fuel to take off from this planet again. And that's where you'd be underestimating my malaise. Landing in space means I'd need a specialized train to take Naquitite down to Navis. And I'm willing to pay 750,000 rocket fuel per launch just to not make a train station. That's where we're at. Anyway, for step 2, we need to make a train station to unload the raw barrel. Where do we get that? Well, recall that raw barrel is in our asteroid belt, and our first spaceship currently drops barrel off at Hagen to be processed. Hagen doesn't really need more barrels, so that can be rerouted to space and trained down here. The reason that we need more raw barrel and not the ingots is step 2 needs barrel hydroxide to turn crushed Naquitite into refined Naquitite and Naquitite powder with anion exchange beads. Step 2 is also step 2 and 3 at the same time and the most complicated. There is a parallel crafting step requiring vulcanite and cation exchange beads to make the same thing but outputting different quantities and ratios. Each recipe spits out an ion bead of the type it's not using, so the idea is to place the 2 steps close to each other so they can pass their beads back and forth. It also makes sense to have them close to each other to balance the outputs. One makes more refined Naquitite while the other makes comparatively more Naquitite powder. My initial setup was pretty complicated, involving comparing levels of extra anion and cation exchange beads, powder, and refined Naquitite, but I think you really only have to check the level of powder and refined Naquitite and just use the recipe that makes the one you're lower on. The barrel recipe outputs barrel powder, while the holmanite recipe spits out holmanite powder, and those only need vulcanite to be smelted back into ingots, so doing that on the spot and feeding the refunded ingots back into the process was a natural addition. Step 4 is to turn the naquitite into crystals, but not all the naquitite. Crystals are used in recipes for science, but also in crafting ingots, which also need the refined and powderized naquitite the crystals require to be processed. Crystals get made faster than ingots do, so the simple answer to balance is to stop making crystals when you have a specific amount of them. The crystals you have will be used to make ingots, which triggers more crystal making. There's a bunch of ratios and balancing and stuff I could do to make this more exact, but I can't even be asked to make another train stop. Step 5 requires a train stop to export our crystals and ingots. Thankfully, I already have one that ferries a random set of advanced materials into space, and 2 more materials are easy to add on. And that is naquitite finished. We've already blown through our first load of naquitite with every building filled with productivity module 5s or better, so the speed is totally fine for right now. I just need to set up the ship to land back in Navi's orbit to refuel and set conditions for takeoff, and this process is already automated. It was a bit of a challenge at first to figure out the balancing of outputs, but once it started to click, I was done before I knew it. It's an expensive process, don't get me wrong, the holmium cable and vitalic reagent are going to eat through my advanced resource stashes, but that's what they're there for. I don't need to win the game with a mountain of metal sitting in the bank. On the trip back to the Void, I realized that the steam making process doesn't need to happen in the ship, it can happen at the stops. This allows steam to build up while ships are in flight, saves room on ships, and just uses electricity from these stops, which generally have more than enough to bankroll the operation. Basically, there's no reason not to do it. It also means I can dump the condenser turbine water that steam from Navi's outputted on the ship to help naturally import water to the Void. We still have 8 million water left to mine at the power generation plant in the Void, so I really shouldn't be worried about it, but it is cool that the valueless water condenser turbines leave behind are actually kind of useful here. On the topic of water savings, the Void is currently using normal turbines instead of condenser turbines to generate power, which is really, really dumb. It takes a non-zero amount of power to melt ice into water before turning it into steam, so saving 99% of the water to reuse as steam would potentially generate more power and make my ice deposits last about 100 times longer. Upgrading to condenser turbines here is a no-brainer. The trip back gave me another philosophical opportunity. This naquitite operation is steady but slow. Spaceship round trips are 20 minutes or more. Each trip only makes around 100 ingots and crystals, and I'm going to need much more than that. In the past, slow operations were passable because I had hundreds of hours to let them do their thing, but I'm at 430 hours. I might not have another 100 hours to go. Maybe building the crafting in the Void was the right decision. I could bring back hundreds of ingots each trip. Crap, I might not have time. Do I need to start setting this up in the Void? Gotcha. I will never do that. This is Factorio. A spaceship is a factory. A factory can be blueprinted, and blueprints can be doubled and given to the next guy. Spaceship parts might be expensive, but Ion Stream is still free, and what's more space exploration than having a squadron of spaceships? And think about how easy this is. All the refueling and takeoff logic is handled, no new logistics stream, just copy and paste. It's even easier than downloading more RAM. And after finding the multiply naquitite command was bound to Control V, I can get started on the last 2 Deep Space Science 1 cards. One needs ingots, the other needs crystals and magnetic canisters filled with 1,000 ion stream. Not only is 1,000 ion stream obnoxiously expensive, the recipe doesn't even refund the magnetic canister, which is the same as eating dinner and then eating your plate. The canisters are a slow pain in the ass to craft, and I am once again asking why. I know the ion stream is cheap, but 1,000 to make 2 Deep Space Sciences? I need to make a new canister every time? Just like, why? This step is 10 times more annoying than the other 3 steps. Just please help. But somehow I'm able to do it. Deep Space Science 1 completed and Naquium cubes on the way. More importantly, only 5 sciences are left to set up in the entire game. It only gets harder from here. I'm sure I'll be laughing at how cheap 1000 ion stream is in a few days, but for now, I gotta actually get there. Naquitite marks the last resource I'll ever need to process, and a focus on science might yield tangible progress toward the end. Let's hope we can get there in the next one. I've been playing one of Factorio's longest mods, Space Exploration plus Krastorio 2, for over 200 hours. Try 400 hours. I haven't left my house in years. I don't know what's happening anymore, and at this point, I'm too afraid to ask. Somebody please unplug my computer before this save file becomes a mark of shame on my hard drive forever. Welcome to a race against time and space. This is part 19. Last time we copied and pasted our way out of our supply chain problems and rode that wave all the way to Deep Space Science 1. This time we're knocking on the door of victory, completion, burnout, early onset phalangeal stress fractures. Yes. I want to take note of something that's been at play for the majority of the run, but I haven't talked about much. Production recipes can have 2 restrictions: where they can be made and whether they can use productivity modules. This might not sound like a lot, but the interactive effect actually leads to an explosion of similar but meaningfully different configurations that are hard to remember or intuitively guess based on the recipe. They can be made on land and in space with productivity modules, made on land and in space without productivity modules, made only on land with productivity modules, made only on land without productivity modules, made only in space with productivity modules, and made only in space without productivity modules. In this case, I discovered I could make spaceship floors on land, so I tried to make them with productivity modules. But you can't, even though all its prerequisites can be made with productivity modules. It doesn't come up that often, but I think simplifying the system would be a huge improvement. For instance, recipes that can either be made on land with productivity modules or in space without productivity modules make up the majority of all recipes. Why not just have these 2 be the only options? I guess you'd lose some of the flexibility in being able to produce certain things in space versus on the ground, but 6 different possibilities for how a recipe can be used in space or not with productivity modules with little intuition is confusing, and it feels arbitrary and frustrating when something randomly can't be made somewhere or be productivity moduled. It's like the designer just felt like certain things shouldn't be made with productivity modules, to which I would respond with, why? Everything is already insanely grindy, right? Is it really crucial to the game balance that I spent exactly 4 heavy composite for every spaceship floor? For me, freedom to do things the way you want in a game is crucial. I know it makes things overall harder to design and balance, but it's one of the worst feelings to try a strategy and then have that specific strategy arbitrarily banned, especially with no warnings or explanation. But I digress. Hopefully my reasoning makes sense, and I would put money on a better system for this appearing in Space Age. That's how much trust I have in the devs. And yes, I did just copy and paste a 3rd spaceship for Naquitite. So now we got Hammerhead, Hammerhead 2, and Ham 3RH3 add. Matter science is all about matter. Matter processing and matter catalog 2 are necessary to continue down this path, but secretly I had been planning to skip matter science 2 and advanced science 2. How's this possible? Well, researching the thing that says victory doesn't even require advanced science 1 or 2, just matter science 1, which we have, and the 4 level 4 space sciences. Unfortunately, it does have a prerequisite that requires Matter 2 and Advanced 2, so Science Skip wasn't actually on the menu. I did get giddy thinking about it though. I've done a pretty cheesy strat copying and pasting more spaceships to avoid processing Naquitite and any sane matter, and anything else to expedite the end sounded so interesting. Probably because somewhere in here I dropped 70 hours into this mod in 1 week. I was working this game at the same rate as a CEO. I was burning 2,000 calories sitting still. I was reconfiguring factories during REM sleep. I was planning meals around spaceship trips so I could leave the game running while I ate. I was optimizing the collapse of my social life. I was gaming. Why cram all of this into such a short amount of time? In an earlier episode, I talked about the issue of context switching. It takes a relatively large amount of mental energy to switch what you're doing and do something in a new context. Up until this point, I was playing a small amount at a consistent pace, which was essentially maximizing context switches. Every time I boot up, I have to try and remember what I was doing 5 days ago, which takes some time. If I shove this into a week, I can just think about Factorio, minimize the context switching, and even continue to solve problems as I was falling asleep. I was optimizing the factory and my life around solving this mod. I went turbo nerd. And this isn't even my final form. And what's better at optimizing than productivity boosts? Here we have productivity module 8's the second to last in the game, giving a massive 18% productivity bonus each. A full set of 8 added to the research labs would be a 16% increase to productivity compared to the productivity module 7s that are currently in there, and I'm even researching intelligence 5 for another 5% boost. Productivity module 8s are by no means cheap, however, requiring 2 productivity module 7s, 8 extended biological catalogs, and 180 self-sealing gel for 1. I wouldn't be surprised if the total Vinamage extract cost was in the tens of thousands for just 1 productivity module 8, but that's what we have an entire planet, Jura, dedicated to producing extract for. Another reason to hard focus for a week is just to straighten out all the issues that all the factories inevitably run into. We're at 10 factories now, including space, and with most research requiring tier 4 of all 4 space sciences, any factory having any issue can bring everything completely to a halt. I could make an entire other series on all the things that can and do go wrong. You have byproducts that you think it made slowly and even have an outlet for them to be used in other production, but the byproducts get made too quickly for the other production and warehouses fill up faster than you think. And then you didn't think you'd need a landfill assembler to compress the stone, but you do. Or you didn't set LTN provide threshold to a bajillion on every single train drop-off, so now trains are going to the drop-off to pick up stuff, and now they sit there with no path because you never made a path between 2 drop-offs, because why would you ever go out of your way to do that? Or a mine ran out on another planet, and the closest mine to take is far outside the reach of your roboports. You need to physically travel there and set it up yourself. At least for this one, I don't have to take the blame. There's also small circuit logic failures, updating plate drop-offs to ingot drop-offs, biter attacks, biter meteor slippage, and none of these can be ignored. Each of the difficult challenges you solved earlier for production of all these resources and transporting them and producing more resources that lead to all these problems make this experience reminiscent of a puzzle game. In a normal puzzle game, you can solve something, move on to the next room, and attempt the next puzzle. Imagine if you also had to continue solving every previous puzzle, each one depending on a continuous solution from the previous puzzle to be solved. Stack that up 5 or 6 times, and that's the pyramid I'm standing on, essentially a Kaizo Dark Souls insane mode puzzle game. With each puzzle being harder than the last, going back and fixing all the tiny issues is soul-crushing, especially for things that are now trivial but require a significant time investment. It's not one thing, but the cacophony of all of them that pushes us over the edge. I'm a big fan of Day 9, and in one of his streams, he talked about the time difference between solving a puzzle in your head and actually physically solving it so you can move on. The bigger the time difference, the more frustrating the puzzle is. Add in the variable negative reinforcement schedule at which these updates are required, and I'm essentially being operantly conditioned to hate this mod. I know I could have built stuff better in the past and thought of the future more, but there is a line. Should I really set up every single mine on a planet when I first visit to prevent ever needing to return and build more mines? Should I add an assembler for every single warehouse that stone piles up in just in case it ever overflows? Should I set up 10 times more power than I currently need so that new buildings never cause a power outage? Aside from requiring a ton of time on their own and a very repetitive, boring playstyle, it also has its own issues to try and prevent all this in the first place. If you build everything right when you land on a planet, you'll probably come back later to upgrade stuff anyway because better miners and advanced crafting machines are so powerful. Not to mention how terrible it would feel to set up a 4 square mile steam turbine setup or gas power stations just to generate 2 gigawatts of power, only to unlock the sunbeam and be able to generate that in a fraction of the space with no input costs. Probably my biggest problem is that I'm not a big fan of refactoring. I know some people are, and if you like rebuilding a better factory, that's totally valid, but I'm way more interested in building a bigger factory, assembling new things, or even just adding on to previous factories to make more of a thing. Rebuilding always feels like a waste of time to me. Like, I already solved that problem, and now I'm just doing it again, but like a little better. Your old problems have to pile up on top of something, and that something is your new problems. Remember last episode when I talked about not getting rid of ion stream fast enough? Well, I got rid of it. All of it. I greatly underestimated fueling 6 spaceships with the 7th on the way and 500 for every deep space science. 150 hours ago was bargained for more space for fluid production, and I was like, fine, whatever, grandpa, and now I'm being bailed out by that decision. I can just push more particle accelerators into this area and dramatically increase production. Of course, I'll also need to increase the production of its inputs, namely plasma stream, which is much slower, so slow I need to go from 4 to like 20 plasma generators, all of them with speed modules. I'll be using even more plasma stream in the future to make antimatter once it's researched. Antimatter and antimatter reactors and engines come from Deep Space Science 1, and next generation spaceships and powers seem to be just around the corner. Until now, Particle Stream, the red one, was made in the energy science silo, and we had enough to satisfy all of the research. With all 4 matter science cards requiring Particle Stream, we needed to ramp up production. Effectively, every stream got a boost to production at the same time, except Proton Stream. We just don't need it for anything. Honestly, I don't even know why it's here. I guess it rounds out the primary colors and looks nice? The blueprint for the HAM3RH3 ad didn't come standard with front-mounted daisy chain storage, but otherwise is finally ready for flight. With 3 times the amount of Naquitite coming in than we started with, I'm feeling pretty good about it. I'm also feeling pretty good about not thinking about Naquitite. Similarly, our train situation in space has always been a bit touch and go. It might not have always been obvious, but there were 4 front-facing stops and 3 back-facing stops, specifically for when trains drop off at the Space Mall. It feels like with 7 total stops, it should be able to have 7 trains circulating, but the directional differences of the train stops bottleneck me at 3, and 4 technically works, but is ugly. If I mirror the stations about the diagonal track axis that they are built off of, I can double the train stops and trains. All I have to do is pretend that there will never be more than 3 trains going to the Space Mall, and everything works. It's time to start on Deep Space Science 2. Naquium cubes are the newest item made from Naquitite ingots. 1 science card requires these, plus 4 astronomics cards from tier 3 and 4. Another one just requires antimatter and blank data cards, which is just particle stream and supercooled thermofluid in a material fabricator. Big L on the material fabricator, which remember requires 5 speed module 6s and 5 efficiency module 6s, but otherwise very cheap for this stage in the game. We take those. I've really hit a point where this mod is like someone coming over for dinner and then staying for a month. Every time the mod asks for a new thing to be built, it's like, yeah, here are my car keys, have fun at the zoo. And the mod's like, oh, you aren't excited to go to the zoo? No, I don't care about going to the zoo. You've been here for a month. Get out of here. Yeah, the cream's on the little side door thing of the fridge. If you need it, I'll be downstairs if you need me. It's the same for all the new research we got, like, oh, new solar panels, cool, new accumulators, cool, new antimatter. Are we done here? Can we move on? To say I was conscious this week was technically true, but if you were in my presence, I probably wouldn't remember any interaction. Every fiber of my mental RAM was consumed by just solving everything that came flying my way. Solving everything as fast as I could was the goal. We're so far past the time I thought it would take. I made tons of progress, but there is still such horrifying things to come, and trying to speed through them is agonizing. I suppose this is why you don't sprint a marathon. But Rome wasn't built in a day. The journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single step. An old love will come back to you, and your lucky numbers are 7, 12, 19, 24. Wait, that's just a fortune cookie. Somewhere there still existed motivation in me, somewhere dark and deep, somewhere I didn't know was there. Maybe it's for the fans, maybe it's the belief that the finish line is just around the corner. I really don't know. But I felt like I was on fire, focused, pushing away the negative thoughts like they were just pieces of furniture in the way. Whatever needed to be done, I did. No questions, no expectations, just a stone-cold engineer flying across the galaxy, checking box after box. I had discovered the plane lying after the 5th wave of burnout. Self-actualization. My wants and desires no longer affected me. I had learned those just get in the way. The path to enlightenment was mine to walk, and the first checkbox read, Immersight. A resource we haven't heard of in a while. Antimatter requiring particle stream requiring material testing packs requires Immersight. So much Immersight it plowed through mines with a combined yield of over 2 million. Morgan still has quite a lot of Immersight, thankfully, so I could tap into what it still had. Raw Immersight actually stacks to 200 though, so even if it did need to be imported from another planet, it's probably the best advanced resource to run out of. There's a bigger problem here though. Even with 10 million more Immersight reserves added, I could still plow through it. What I need to get a start on is being able to make particle stream without Immersight. And it just so happens that there is a process called matter liberation, where you put in a raw resource and some particle stream and end up with more particle stream than you started with. It's convenient that it takes raw resources, although it's a little awkward that everything shot into space except for stone is already processed. But I have a lot of copper lying around on Navis, and copper ore is like dirt compared to Immersight. Even if I run out of copper ore, I could still use stone, iron ore, or any raw advanced resource. To get there, I need to process a lot more matter science 1, requiring a lot of particle stream made the old way with Immersight. On the bright side, I can now add antimatter reactors to my spaceships. They burn antimatter canisters to generate 400 megawatts, meaning this spaceship can generate steam on the fly and is no longer bound by its ability to hold steam. With large stockpiles of water ice on board and condenser turbines that retain 99% of water used, the new bottleneck for spaceflight is the amount of antimatter canisters it can hold. The canisters stack to 50 and each hold 1,000 antimatter. A chest holds 48 stacks, so the total amount of time the ship can fly without needing to land is a ton. A very, very long time, probably days. For right now, that's overkill, and it would take forever to make 48 stacks of antimatter canisters. They honestly need less than 10 to get to dead space. Not 10 stacks, 10 canisters. Additionally, antimatter engines and fluid tanks allow ships to fly much faster with less fuel and around 1/10 of the power. A new speed does require a shield generator to be added back on all the hammerheads, but they are easily powered with the new generation methods. Wow. 3,300. That's nuts. It did get a bit thicker in the process, but we can always loosen our belts, can't we? Perfect. Anyway, I came with not only to make sure our new spaceship can fit, but also because we gotta start tackling something huge. The most famous puzzle in this mod, people have been commenting about it for months. That's right. Arcospheres. They can only be found by launching probes at asteroid fields, and each probe has diminishing returns in the same asteroid field, but collecting them is nothing compared to what you need to do with them. Arcospheres aren't a problem as much as they are their own discipline. It is so complicated and there's so much to the problem that I booted up R just to try and figure out the problem. For those that don't know, R is a computing language used for statistical and machine learning programming. For programmers, it is a hybrid between their biggest nightmare and a complete joke right next to JavaScript. But for us data scientists, oh boy, it is sweet. It's the first language I ever learned, and it feels so good to be in, not to mention that RStudio is a fantastic IDE to work in. Alright class, let's dive in. Arcospheres are not consumed when used in a recipe, only transformed into other arcospheres before being used. The raw arcospheres I have need to be tuned into batches of 4, but the configuration is a pseudo-random process. Every time the recipe is used, it has a chance of switching over to another recipe that spits out a different set of 4 different tuned arcospheres. There are 8 different tunings for arcospheres denoted by Greek letters. The recipes I have access to take in 2 or 3 arcospheres with different tunings, some other ingredient, and spit out a finished product and the arcospheres you put in, but with a pseudo-random tuning. If I just threw them in willy-nilly and treated this like every other production building, then the arcospheres would do their job, get returned, and pile up with the wrong tunings and quickly become unusable. And that's where the balancing recipes come into play. There are 8 recipes that take in 2 specifically tuned arcospheres that are always outputting arcospheres with 2 specific tunings. Additionally, there are 2 more balancing recipes, one turning 4 different arcospheres with different tunings and outputting the other 4, and another that does exactly the opposite of that recipe. What this means is that there is some way to balance the pseudo-random outputs of recipes through these 10 balancing recipes and eventually retune the arcospheres to the ones that you need for production. The problem is each of the 10 recipes that take 2 or 4 inputs and outputs 2 or 4 back make things extremely complicated. There are so many complications that arise when thinking about this problem that I decided to use the R package diagram R to graph out all the paths of the balancing and see if any patterns arise. Does that make sense to everyone? Does anyone need anything re-explained? No? Just a room full of 400 IQ people, or you've all tuned out? Awesome. Okay, moving on. My first attempts were just mapping every recipe as completely as I could, but as you might expect, I had a few bugs. I bet the number of people who can understand this code here is very low, but the idea is that each letter represents an arcosphere tuning and gets its own bubble, and the arrows refer to where arrows should be placed on the graph. A graph in this case is just nodes, which are the bubbles, and arrows connecting nodes. Anyway, I putzed around at this for quite a while, not really getting anywhere, until I graphed only the relationship between the balancing recipes. Aha, there is some cyclicity to the structure. For example, T to O to G to Z is cyclic in both directions. You can travel around this graph in either direction. Of course, each balancing recipe requires 2 or more arcospheres, so it's not as simple as trading an O for a T, but this is something. If L, X, P, and E also make their own loop, which is hard to tell from this depiction, then there's some weird, crazy way in which you can get between any 2 tunings by either continuing through a loop or switching to the other loop and continuing. It's still not clear how to do this, so I tried to keep graphing different combinations of recipes to see if there was some consistent pattern I could create to make a specific ingredient. There kind of wasn't, but I wanted to try my hand at it in game. Feeling out the problem might work better than trying to make these insane graphs. And I made a thing. Oh boy, I was flying. I really did make a thing. There is only one thing I remember about this attempt. It didn't work. Alright, how about the Council of the Arcosphere Balancers? They can all share chests, that way I don't need to worry about spheres piling up in a chest inaccessible to other balancers. But each recipe has 2 possible outputs, so I gotta double it. And then I'll need some way of controlling inserters, so I only do the balancing that makes sense. But I'm also balancing 2 at a time, so I gotta add them together before I allow the inserter to activate. And then I gotta pass that signal to the inserters. But I don't use the Arcospheres if there's only one. But also each recipe uses 2 Arcospheres, so each recipe needs 2 checks. But also I need to wire these very specifically so as not to cross-contaminate my signals. But also there's the balancer recipes that use 4 Arcospheres, so we gotta get them in there in case they're needed. And 2 power switch. Why would you ever need a power switch? I don't know. Get them in there. And the 4 data cards all have 2 possible outputs, so we need 8 more of them that also need thermal fluid. And each of the data cards need to only request their Arcospheres if they are available, so conditionally set the requests of the requester chests. And then I finally make the Arcospheres available, and voila. Okay, give it a sec. It's, you know, it's warming up. No, nothing? Okay, well, let's do some investigation. It turns out the 2 recipes per item doesn't lend itself to a consistent solution where the spheres can just go in the same loop. The non-deterministic output should be treated as non-deterministic, which changes a lot about the system I should build. First, I don't need 2 recipes per item, just 1, so this gets simplified a lot. Second, no item needs more than 1 specific Arcosphere tuning, meaning instead of focusing on some input-output system, I could instead focus on a balancing system. I had briefly considered doing this before doing more research, but couldn't quite work out any solutions. Also, for reference, the research I did was reading about solutions to the problem from Reddit comments that I couldn't track down again. I would love to claim that I organically 100% came up with a solution, but I really didn't want to sit here stuck for an undetermined amount of time. That's what you do at your day job. Besides, I didn't understand the problem statement fully. I don't run into stuff like this a lot, and all I really read was a vague description about using sums of squares to balance the Arcospheres, so thank you, person on Reddit. I can't find the thread again to give you credit, but that's the sacrifice most valiant Redditors make. Anyway, aside from the odd 2 recipes per output, the mod actually communicates the problem statement pretty well, telling you that the input is always the same, but the output is pseudo-random. So my confusion is not because of the mod. This is a very well communicated problem. An insanely difficult problem, but a very intriguing one. I like that the recipes are very cheap for this stage. Just 1 Naquium plate, significant data, some thermofluid, 2 specific Arcospheres that'll get recycled, and that's the recipe for each data card in Deep Space Science 3. Instead of needing an expensive amount of inputs, the problem demands a sophisticated system and your mental energy, which I think is brilliant for this stage in the game. The puzzle was stressful because I'm racing to the finish, but it was also fun and unique, a welcome diversion from just 10xing production of some other resource. Another aspect of the problem started to become clear. The system will run faster and be more lenient to error if I have more Arcospheres. With less than 20, I wanted to first grab a few more from Dead Space. This is also about the time I stopped caring about symmetry and just started shoving more warehouses onto ships as I got ship cargo size increases. Just bring back as much Naquitite as you can. Aesthetics have gone out the window. They are simply a distraction for your inner monkey. I also found this deep space field called Fenestra, and yeah, that's surprising. Doesn't look like an asteroid field to me. It's a long story. We'll get to that. I gotta build the new Arcosphere solution from the bottom up. Only 1 earth-shattering problem at a time. What is this, an action game? Alright, buckle up. We're about to get technical. The general idea is balance. I want the distribution of arcospheres to be as even as possible. For example, if I have 40 arcospheres and we're working with the established 8 arcosphere tunings, then I want the number of each arcosphere tuning to be as close to 5 as I can, because 8 times 5 is 40, and everything would be perfectly balanced. Step 1 is to calculate the number of each arcosphere tuning I have. Then if I add all those numbers together, I'll have the total amount of arcospheres C, and I can divide that by 8 to get the target number of arcospheres, also denoted with C, because I'm lazy. If the number of arcospheres is less than or greater to this number, then we have error. We then square the error to ensure that it is a positive number, then sum or add all these numbers together, and we have our total sum of squares error. I'm going to push up my anime glasses here and give an actually explanation here because I can. A common misconception is that the error needs to be squared here. It doesn't. You could instead take the absolute value, then sum everything, giving you the sum of absolute error instead of the sum of squared error. We just use the sum of squared error because it tends to generally work better for very technical reasons that are far beyond this video. But just in case you're curious, yes, you can use absolute error. It will probably just work a little bit worse. Anyway, I'm going to use the sum of squared error as a toggle. If it is above a certain value, then turn on the balancing, otherwise turn off the balancing. What value should I use? Well, squared error doesn't really mean much as a number. It's context dependent, and instead of trying to analytically find a number, it made more sense to just do some trial and error later. We are still saving the error for each individual arcosphere tuning on separate signals as well. We've already figured out when to balance, now we need to figure out which to balance. Remember, unlike the research recipes that have pseudo-random outputs, each balancing recipe takes 2 or more specific arcosphere tunings and outputs 2 other specific arcosphere tunings, and the inputs and outputs for the balancing recipes never change. If we treat the outputs of each balancing recipe as adding 1 to both arcospheres it will output, and the inputs as subtracting 1 from each arcosphere it takes in, then we can calculate a score for whether a balancing recipe will get us closer or farther away from the balance of 5 arcospheres of each tuning. The farther the current count of an arcosphere is from 5, the more weight it puts into the decision of whether to use a recipe that will balance it by either outputting that arcosphere tuning if it is below 5 or inputting that arcosphere if it is above 5. After the score for each balancing recipe is calculated, they can then be ranked, and an optimal balancing recipe, one that will move us closest back to being balanced, can be selected and its requester chest turned on. And that's essentially how I'm going to handle balancing. There are some complications due to robot flying time and crafting time where the counts of arcospheres is not perfect, but that's actually a strength of this particular system. Every time a balancing action is taken, it is taking the one that is currently the most optimal, and it's not likely that the arcospheres that currently cannot be counted will cause enough imbalance to ruin the system. It is possible that there aren't enough arcospheres to complete optimal balancing actions, leading to the system getting stuck, but this is alleviated by simply having more arcospheres. As for when to use the crafting recipes, it's simple. Just answer 2 questions. Have we hit the quota for what we're making? Are there more than 1 of each arcosphere you need as an input? If the answer to both is yes, then request arcospheres, otherwise don't request. Hopefully that all, or any of that, made sense. This isn't an educational video, so if all you got out of this was round objects spin good, then that's more than I can hope for. It took me around 8 hours to set this up, and I've already explained your head off. Alright everyone, deep breath, cross your fingers. This is the moment of truth. To the untrained eye, this is just colorful circles randomly spinning. But in reality, this is the solution to one of the hardest puzzles in Factorio, one of the hardest puzzles in gaming. It is quite literally random circles spinning because outputs are random, and to get back to being balanced, a random recipe needs to be activated and spin. You can tell that it is working because the gravimetrics facilities are still spinning. A complete stop means that either there is nothing left to craft or something broke. I noticed with this solution that there is a weird momentum to it. As long as there is still stuff to craft, it keeps working. Once all the crafting quotas have been hit, then it stops, and if more things need to be crafted later, it won't start back up. It probably has to do with the number of arcospheres in the system. Machines can pile up to 3 stacks of arcospheres, and if they don't actually run, then they're stuck in the machine. In the first video I ever made, I discovered there is no way to access the input side of a machine except with your bare hands. So if this happens, there's quite literally no way to jumpstart it except for doing it manually. I also noticed the 2 inverting balancing recipes, you can see them in the top right, have too high of a tendency to be activated and also are likely to cause the other to be activated and they get stuck in a loop. I ended up dividing their balancing score by a constant in the future to try and discourage this from happening. But let's focus on the important thing here. It works. It is a valid solution. That in and of itself is insane. I truly had a hard time believing it was actually doing the thing, but it was. If I have to shake the vending machine every once in a while to make it work, that is totally fine by me. This victory was quickly interrupted by a reality check. Horror-Tomb is crumbling, and there is not an easy way to fix it. Spaceships are a 40-minute round trip, cargo rockets are 600,000 plus rocket fuel each way, and I would likely be stranded there for a long time waiting for rocket fuel to be produced if I did go. I had to rely on what was already there to get the job done. I quickly realized that there is an artillery train that can manually be deployed to stop at a security checkpoint close to the attack. This will prevent attacks from the future and hopefully draw aggro from the biters attacking the copper mine.
Oof. Is that you?
Yeah.
How are we doing? I didn't hear you come in.
Oh, I snuck in the back door.
We love it.
I just figured out arcospheres, which took me...
Oh shit, you're
all
almost
day.
done then.
Factorio?
Yep.
Wild.
So that'll get me to Deep Space Science 3, and there's just Deep Space Science 4, and then I can play Borderlands with you.
Yeah, dude. Speaking of, I'm playing it right now.
Oh, don't tease me. Yep, I had cravings to play Borderlands 2, one of the most thoroughly mid games I have ever played. That's what 500 hours of Factorio will do to you. It says 460 hours. It's closer to 475.
Jeez. Should you take a second for 420?
No, that would have been good.
Oh, damn. Next time.
Yeah. The artillery train strategy worked on Horror-Tomb. This solved the short-term problem, but I also learned that both power poles connecting the western solar panels to the main factory had been destroyed. With the power network severed, the main factory now had to rely solely on the nuclear power plant and some backup fuel it preserved to keep everything online. If the power ever goes out, it wouldn't be long until behemoth biters and spitters destroyed everything. All defenses rely on power, and the strategic territory that artillery turrets have carved out are not permanent. But the power plant alone was enough. Disconnecting the solar field may have lost a power production source, but it also disconnected the many power-hungry laser turrets defending that area. Miraculously, power equilibrium was found on both sides of the equation. The solar field, however, has lost any reason to exist. It now simply generates power to defend itself, occasionally calling in the artillery train to resupply bot repair packs and artillery shells. Otherwise, the laws of entropy dictate that it will someday lose its balance and collapse. I press F for the brave laser turrets and construction bots tasked with this job. Without their contribution, we could have never gotten to Deep Space Science 3. The last 2 cards of Deep Space Science 2 were unremarkable, just Naquium cubes and plates. Deep Space Science 3 is wholly reliant on 4 different Arcosphere-based data cards, so solving Arcospheres basically means solving Deep Space Science 3, and that means there's only Matter and Advanced Science 2 and Deep Space Science 4. 3 sciences left. It is more complicated than that. I'm going to need enough Naquium production to satisfy the research costs that are now around 5,000, but just think about all it took to get here. I can't believe how close I am. Now, if I'm not mistaken, we have some space to explore. The speed and independence of antimatter ships have unlocked previously unaffordable goals. Distant asteroid fields are now feasible to travel to and yield more Arcospheres than simply launching more in dead space. They are also home to massive mines of stone and copper, both of which can help bolster the relatively slow core mining processes on Navis and generate particle stream for more antimatter. So I mounted more warehouses on the front of the Hammerhead and headed for the nearest field. First things first though, one of the Hammerheads actually got stuck in space and I needed to dock to the ship and do some upgrading right there on the spot. I brought with antimatter reactors and shield generators, and if everything goes right, this ship should be able to seamlessly return to its route. Still missing an engine, the emergency repairs were successful and the Naquitite pipeline was restored. Now back to the matter at hand. Asteroid fields are all the same to me except for 2 things: how close they are to me and how close they are to other asteroid fields. If I'm close to them, I can obviously travel to them fairly quickly, and being close to other asteroid fields means I can chain multiple Arcosphere launch sites in a single trip. The asteroid field that best met these criteria was Sands of Time. I don't care too much about where I land, just that I'm on an asteroid greater than 10 by 10 in size, which is about every 5 feet. Then it's just a matter of launching the probes. Nothing we haven't seen before, just some time to sit and think. Think real hard about some recent discoveries. If curiosity kills the cat, then at least I can die one happy cat. The eeriness of that ring, the fact that Fenestra doesn't have an estimated distance, it called to me. I had to go. I didn't have time to think.
About estimating how long it'll take to gather enough information to estimate how long the work will take.
You know, it's funny you said that as I'm traveling to a destination that has an unknown distance, that I am away from it.
Will you finish in time?
Oh, I'll finish in time. I guess the question right now is like, am I gonna finish tomorrow?
Oh.
Which, it's possible.
Wow. That would be pretty quick.
It'd take me to like close to 500 hours. Eventually I could dock to Fenestra. What this weird ring was doing, I wasn't sure. I had seen playthroughs of Space Exploration Alone before, so there were some ancestral memories of what this was, but I didn't remember the specifics, and remember, this is Space Exploration with Krastorio. Who knows what they could have done to screw with this thing? Thankfully, I'm wearing cargo pants and the pieces of the ring fit into my deep pockets. The scattered pieces eventually seemed to fit together perfectly. There were buttons and switches and a power indicator once it was constructed, but nothing seemed to do anything. Then I got this research long-range star mapping 1. Just what I needed, another side quest. Well, I don't really know what's happening here. Maybe I need to research that, maybe I need to do more science. I needed to do something that at least felt like I was making progress, so I left and got a start on Deep Space Science 4. Naquium processors, the apex of processing, will be one of the main products. Deep Space Science 3 isn't exactly fast right now, so it won't be done researching anytime soon. In the meantime, it's time to make my main cruiser unapologetically thick. This ship no longer needs to fit into the Naquitite docking station, freeing it to take up more space with more engines, space for cargo, and solar panels. The bottleneck is the same as before I went to Fenestra, Arcospheres. Going to these galaxies and collecting more is still the best thing I can be doing. Caltrops is the next closest asteroid field, and while I'm out here, I can multitask and harvest some stone, something I forgot to do last time. And apparently this time too. Well, at least the research is flowing again. This is meta research, research to allow you to research more research. Matter Science 2 means I can finally squeeze Matter Science into the Matter Science crevice. The main benefit is just better ways to make more matter, to make more research. Matter does have a few other uses, so it's possible it'll be useful in the future, but for the most part, not being able to skip Matter Science 2 made me really sad.
AI core? No. Ugh.
AI cores are extremely expensive, and 3 of the 4 Matter Science 2 recipes need them. They are more than likely to refund the AI cores, which helps, but is still very sad. At this point, pretty much everything wants an AI core, including these matter buildings, and knowing how slow this process is going to be also made me sad. I was very sad, but I was very happy about how snugly this matter fits in here. Just look on the minimap. Anything I can do to not think about how sad I am about Matter Science 2. But eventually, I completed all 4 cards, and then it was time for the science loop. Wait, we're not done with the science loop? Well, it's wedged right next to the energy science, so I can reuse the thermofluid pipes. And that is Matter Science 2. Only 2 more sciences in the game. Just 2 more. Just 2 more. Ever since we got the ability to generate particle stream with raw resources and material fabricators, they've steadily been rising in my internal building favorability metrics. You may cost 1 billion modules, but at least you make stuff for free. Well, they're about to take another nosedive. It's not that they can't take productivity modules, it's that they can't take any modules. Why? You were doing so well. You almost gained my trust, and now you've plummeted lower than ever. You are easily the worst design building in the game. Why should I make all these speed modules if you're just going to ban them in these buildings? You haven't accomplished anything other than forcing me to waste more resources on modules, not to use as modules of course, but to make 20 more of these stupid buildings. Why should I make more efficiency modules if I can't put them in buildings that use exponentially more electricity than anything else? Am I a joke to you? Anyway, we're on to the final, the renowned, the ultimate, the last in the entire game, Deep Space Science Catalog 4. It's so expensive though. The cost is 5,000 Deep Space Science 1, 2, and 3. That's an absolute mountain of Naquitite, not to mention a ton more Arcosphere spinning. I also basically ran out of copper on Navis as the 20 new material fabricators chewed through it in no time. More Arcosphere tuning plus any random raw resource equals going to another new asteroid field. Did you forget to mine the asteroid again? I've talked about it twice. You gotta actually do it. It's so cool. People talk about how it's gonna revolutionize the mining industry and all the precious metals. Come on. No? All right, well, at least I found this gem. For the love of fucking God. What? I maybe remember what this is about, but with no context, that is so funny. Oh my God. I'm just not gonna explain it. We're moving on. Okay, here's at least proof that I set up an unloading station for ship mining. The amount of mental energy I expended that week prevented my hippocampus from converting short-term memories into long-term memories, and at this point, it's like digging through the garbage disposal. You never know what you're gonna find. Great. Mining an asteroid. I told you I'm not crazy. I even set it up first to get the optimal amount of stone into the ship. There's something about this construction that is unequivocally awesome. I drove a spaceship here, set up a mining rig while I launched rockets to collect data from an asteroid. This is what you imagine when you start up space exploration. This is the exact thing I dreamed about, finally realized. It's so cool, and there is such a good justification to do it too. I'm not going out of my way to do this. I feel like I finally hit the thing in the game that you were meant to find. The 1-2 punch of arcospheres into this made it all feel worth it. You may have noticed in the top right, Deep Space Catalog 4 still not complete. It's so nondescript, innocuous, you would never guess that this is what broke the bank. But my God, it takes forever to research. The new shipment of arcospheres and raw resources to sacrifice for particle stream are the stimulus package I'm hoping will finally push us over the edge. All technologies after Deep Space Catalog and Science 4 only require one type of deep space science at a time, a breeze compared to this behemoth. Additionally, you may have noticed the new Arcosphere additions in the bottom right. Those 3 recipes make the 3 science cards necessary for Advanced Science 2. And yes, unfortunately, all of them do need AI cores. But another praise of this Arcosphere folding system is that as new crafting recipes or Arcospheres are added, I don't need to update anything. The goal is still the same, just maintain the balance. After I solved the problem, I took a look at some Reddit folks' solutions, and my design seems to be pretty simple, robust, and compact. Not trying to brag about it or anything, just happy with its construction. For once I didn't go overboard and build a skyscraper when all I needed was a shed.
Does that look like a fucking signal? What the fuck?
Deep Space Catalog 4 finally done, Advanced Science 2 cards are all done, just need to research the science packs. I swear at my train system every few hours, but other than that, things have been going so smoothly. Well, enjoy it while it lasts, that's all I'm gonna say. For now, just bask in the progress. 2 sciences left, what can go wrong? Just keep saying that out loud, it might come true. Flying through space is no longer enough. We now need to do it with a disco ball attached at the front. The Nexus is the only way to make one of the Deep Space Science 4 cards, and it only makes them while flying in a big enough and fast enough spaceship. While doing so, it sucks multiple gigawatts of power out of the system, so it's not a normal building that can just be slapped onto the ship. To compensate, I redesigned my personal ship into a Christmas tree, but it's not the kind that your parents get you when they actually love you. It's more the kind that's just thrown into a room. You're not sure if it's real. It just sits in the corner and smells like sulfur for some reason. It's more of a fire hazard than anything. That's all valid for this ship too. But this tree of disappointment has a special purpose, to be big. The Nexus specifically requests the thickness to be able to produce science packs, which is a bit out of line for a science pack, but to each their own. The tree will also generate 2 gigawatts of power instead of 1, more than most planet colonies I control. Unfortunately, her thickness was just slightly too thick.
No. What?
And then I realized I could just shuffle things around and fix it easily. And then it was time for the Christmas journey. Yeah, can we go? That's why I hit the button. Thank you. Well, this sure looks nice. I just wanted to take a test drive around the block, generate some data, work out the kinks. The Nexus draws an increasing amount of power that can occasionally deadlock the power system due to fluid pumps needing power, but otherwise, it looks pretty good. Just a small 5-minute loop generated 24 data cards. Seems pretty good. I imagine there will be more traveling in the future, and flipping it on to get some more data cards here and there would probably be good enough. I don't think I'm going to need a ton of Deep Space Science 4. The 360k Naquitite mine in Dead Space actually ran out though, so I had to go there to play some Honkai Star Rail. I don't know anything at all about Honkai Star Rail, but I'm making rails on a star and Honkai sounds funny. The spread out nature of mines here really tests knowledge of rail signals. The most rail-efficient methods appear to involve making one-way loops off of two-way rails, which gets kinda tricky if you aren't WAS. And sometimes you gotta stop cooking. Roundabouts on a one-way don't really make any sense. And neither does this. This is when you go shopping and mom's like, we got WAS rails at home, and it's actually just this. All right, that's enough. Go learn from blueprints, kids. Stay in school. After beating Honkai Star Rail, I had to do some housekeeping back home. On the way, I discovered that the Nexus actually just has an unquenchable hunger.
6? That's 6 gigawatts. What do you need 6 gigawatts for? No.
Deep Space Science 4 is almost complete, and then we can move on to the intergalactic transceiver. The first piece of winning. Once I got here, I started to feel it. It was actually happening. There is light at the end of this tunnel.
Oh, baby. Oh, fucking God. Jesus. All right.
The Nexus hitting 6 gigawatts actually generated about 20 stacks of data cards, leaving only 3 more data cards until I can make Deep Space Science 4. Making the other 3 is generally checks on your ability to do endgame things, but nowhere near the complexity of setting up another Arcosphere system, thankfully. First though, I want to touch on Advanced Science 2. Remember, the cards are made with Arcospheres, and they were so easy to set up, I almost missed it. All I had to do was bot in the cards, add Advanced Science 1 and Thermofluid, and it's complete. Just 3 more data cards for Deep Space Science 4, and science is complete! Unfortunately, what I had thought was enlightenment was actually just bottled up insanity, and the screws started coming loose. I'm by no means proud of the following. It came off an 11-hour video clip, so just think of this as the warning label on this mod pack.
To where? To fucking where? You moron. What? No. God damn it. Oh my god. Okay.
Hey, we're going to Fenestra. Shouldn't there be ominous music and scary blue ghosty stuff? Glad you asked. No, Fenestra is a lie. I can't tell you where I got this idea, but I thought the transceiver had to be activated on Fenestra. I can't even, just watch. So both the ring at Fenestra and the transceiver want power. The two things probably just shared the same neuron, and my brain never verified the checksum. Trying to generate enough power for one of these is extremely difficult. For both, in Fenestra, where sun is 0% and there is no infrastructure for power, is ridiculous. Also, this isn't how the ring on Fenestra works. Just
Oh, fucking please. Come on, baby. Come on. God damn it. I think I just randomly carry accumulators with me. Whoa, what? Bro. Okay. Fucking, what the hell is going on? What? What? Are you fucking kidding me? Why? Why did you stop? Or fuck you fucking do? What the fuck? What the? Brother, are you fucking kidding me?
I'll explain. I came back home. Hey, turn the banjo music off. Christ, nobody wants to hear that song ever again. As I was saying, I was trying to generate 10 gigawatts of power with Steam. The setup was actually pretty good. It's just nothing worked, so after several hours of work, I came home with my tail between my legs. Apologies for that. We've had some staffing changes. Let's just pretend that none of that ever happened. As I was saying, I was forced into pursuing matter science further. For once, I actually read the Informatron, and the transceiver needs to be created, and it can take up to 60 gigawatts per second. So I assume I'll need 60 gigawatts of power. That's about 6 times what I have on Navi's currently, and most of it comes from a massive solar field in space. 6xing that would take forever, and other power generation methods aren't fast or efficient enough to provide this easily. Hence the matter. Singularity reactors generate 2 gigawatts each and don't need any steam turbines. Matter Science 2 has allowed us to convert anything into matter, and I finally figured out a use for mineral water. That's right, your only purpose is to be broken down into your base components and burned. And you deserve it, mineral water, you suck. But let's talk about matter as a substance. Aside from its awesome looking icon, it's the coolest sounding concept in the game. Break down anything and turn it into anything. Well, unfortunately, it won't be joining asteroid mining and arcospheres in the Hall of Fame. Breaking down raw resources into matter is fine, but reassembling matter into resources turns out to be useless. First off, I already have everything. That's how I got here. I'm not sure why this is such an endgame research. To be fair, it's unlocked when every space science is at tier 3, so I'm a bit late to the game here, but I'm not that late. I've really only made Science 4s and some of the deep space sciences since I finished the space science tier 3s, and to get tier 3 you need tons of every resource anyway. Well, maybe it's more efficient at making the resources, you might ask. There are 2 problems with this. First, every resource you make requires a Matter Science 2 data card, which has a 1% chance of being destroyed every time the resource is made, which is enough to need a dedicated pipeline to supply them, but nowhere near enough to feel good about making that pipeline. If I made it in space, then I already have the data cards made, so it maybe makes the most sense to make the resources there. But what Matter creates is raw resources. Do I really want to reproduce any of the advanced resource factories in space? I can't blueprint what I already have because I need space buildings to do that. And then there's a ton of garbage to deal with, like sand that might be useful in space, but I have to worry about it piling up too much. And then there's all this stuff like nitric acid that would need its own pipeline into space because you can't get nitrogen in space. Also, you can't use productivity modules in space, so the whole process would be terribly inefficient. Okay, well, what about making it on land and making the data cards that have a 1% chance of being destroyed there? Well, you can't make those data cards on land because they need AI cores, which need advanced neural gel, which is only producible in space, as well as 100 million other things in its long crafting chain. Also, if you're on a planet, you know what's even better than generating a raw resource? Mining them. Just find a mine. It's 100 times easier, even if it made sense to generate them on planets. But surely generating naquitite is useful. Well, no, you can't generate naquitite, so it's not. So matter crafting doesn't make sense in space and it doesn't make sense on land. Does it make sense anywhere? It might be convenient in space if you want a basic raw resource like stone somewhere and don't want to make a train stop to deliver the warehouses of stone you already have in space for some reason, I guess. Matter crafting is one of the coolest sounding mechanics, but the way it's balanced, it seems like a complete flop. Unless I'm missing something, it seems to come too late and is way too clunky. I will say I love the potential for the mechanic. It feels like if it was tweaked in some way to come earlier or generate the finished product but at a higher cost and slower, it would be awesome. It seems hard to balance without undermining all the factories you've built up though. It's kind of a tricky one. I'm sure there's some way to do it. With the matter being generated in singularity reactors on the way, I wanted to play around with the transceiver a bit. Right here in the apex of my factory seemed like the best place to put it. It can't be perfectly centered, but then again, what in here actually is? Whatever this thing does, it'll be centrally located for its purpose. Before the singularity reactors are done, I can get a start on generating energy in other ways. There are a few extra space lasers that can be rerouted to Navis, and every gigawatt counts. While waiting for the singularity reactors to finish researching, I actually just left the game running and went to Olive Garden for 2 hours. Did I like it? You can't ask me that. This is a Factorio video. We do serious business here. I like shrimp. When I got back, I realized I have a process that brings raw beryl into space for naquitite processing, and I can use the beryl to generate matter. Beryl stacks 250, which is only behind imersite for raw advanced resources, and generates more matter per item than most other resources. Coupled with the 60 million beryl mine in my asteroid belt that is easily transported in, and it was a slam dunk to make here. And I will never pass up a chance to dunk on mineral water. That's right, you're not even good at getting rid of yourself. Beryl definitely moved up a tier for this. What a Chad. Generating power for the transceiver was going slowly. Even with singularity reactors researched, it would take 25 of them to get to 60 gigawatts. There are other power generation methods that can be helping here, but there's still a lot of work to be done for the singularity reactors I wanted to focus on. In my time of need, I used the sacred ritual to summon a divine power.
Oh, nickel.
An entire nickel.
Oh, so you need 100 gigawatts to go back in time, save Marty McFly or something?
I think so. I was actually
Nice.
so confused, dude. I traveled all the way to like the secret place and tried to activate it there, and it was like, actually, I don't need to do this. I wasted so much fucking time, but I need this.
You just need to get it done before
Before I put a in my mouth, yeah.
Are you just like totally sick of Factorio now?
Yeah, I've like looped back around, like I burned out and then like I've looped back around to being like, I don't have emotions. I am a being of pure energy. Also, I'm staring at the clock. It says 500 hours exactly. So that's an achievement, I guess.
Well, do you have fusion set up?
Better. I have singularity reactors and they're slowly getting manufactured. Each one's 2 gigawatts.
Fusion's 1.5 because it takes half of a gig in and then output 2.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that might be a good thing for you to set up. I'll show you where the DT cells are getting manufactured.
Oh, if you already have that done, then yeah.
They're just off in their own little hole. I'll be setting up the singularity reactors are also really simple, and basically it's like infinite power for free because I have like matter being made out of mineral water. And then I'm gonna beam energy down to make steam. So yeah, I'm at 16 gigawatts.
Come on.
I'll take any gigs I can get. Probably going to be very laggy too.
Yeah, as long as I don't need to like run from biters, I don't care that much.
I haven't heard the sound in a long time.
So what are you gonna do when you're done?
Play Borderlands. Then, no.
You could join me in Valheim.
Be interested to try that. Yeah. Also, if you'd like to use the Giga ship, you may. It can kind of go.
I almost got creamed by a train. Is this the Giga ship?
No, that's just one of the small haulers. Follow me. This is the Christmas tree
Of Destiny?
Yeah. It was just like, if you just keep adding engines, it gets better. So I just did that.
Ah!
Oh, yeah. If you jetpack, yeah.
Oh, wait. Why do you have
What?
doors there?
So I can get out easy.
I'm so fast.
You are fast. Yeah, this is one of the high temperature turbine generators.
That's the big boy.
So these are antimatter reactors.
Yeah, that's way too much work for me. I'm just gonna do the fusion.
Okay, here. Those are 100 megawatts each.
Huh. Yeah, I'll just set up like a giant reactor thing. Tell the game that all these items are no longer new and stop blinking at me. How the fuck? Well, these are cool. The Arcosphere things.
Oh, yes. Yeah, they're very pretty.
Man, Arundel sure knows how to do his art. Holy shit.
Yeah, I can describe what's happening here. Basically, like
I don't need to know.
Just the short description. There's 8 spheres, and then what I'm doing is I'm just trying to balance it out to have the most even amount of spheres possible, because every recipe only needs 1 of each sphere, even if it needs 6 spheres, they're all different. So basically, if you want to make any recipe, just try and make it so that as many of the different spheres are available as possible. And that's what's happening here. So these 8 up here balance, and then these 5 plus these 4 over here are actually making shit.
Yeah.
There's like many ways you can do this using this beautiful stuff over here. And then this is the matter. There's an asteroid I'm mining beryl from and just turning it into matter. And then that matter goes into this reactor up here. And this is basically an infinite loop. These reactors output their cells into this chest, which gets turned into charged cells, and then they go back in, and it just goes forever. Yeah, in kind.
Actually, my UPS is still sitting at like 60. All right, I've got 5 things producing reactors now. Oh, bots still run into each other?
They'll probably crash quite a lot, yes, with this many in the air, and I don't really care. So I don't know if these energy beam receivers actually give a neighborhood bonus, which makes me sad. Yeah, whatever. One thing we could do is just like hover space and flat solar panel 2s. That would help.
I mean, it wouldn't hurt if you have enough of them.
I got a lot.
Well, I'm almost to large-scale tritium processing here. All I need is the uranium.
Also, the goal might only be 60 gigawatts. So I took a look at the transceiver. It says energy capacity 30 terajoules, max input 60 gigawatts.
I think that means it charges 60 gigawatts at a time.
Yeah, I suppose I'll just throw it down and just have everything produce energy. I'll throw it down like in the middle of the science spiral.
You've moved everything around since last time I've played, so I don't know where anything. Holy shit, I'm lagging so fucking hard. Oh god.
Dude, when we have to research the last thing, it's probably gonna lag so fucking hard. It's like every factory is just gonna turn on.
My god, this is amazing. Oh, it's putting the tritium. Oh god. I didn't filter it. Putting the tritium on there too. Shit.
All right, we're up to 24.
God damn it, shooting the railgun. Fuck.
Oh, it's okay. No, weird. It like says it's charging and then it like goes back down. Huh. Okay, well the transceiver's like spinning.
Was that the transceiver? I heard a noise.
Huh.
Yeah, bwah, bwah, bwah. That.
Oh. Yeah, that must be the transceiver. It's like storing. Oh, it's at 1%. Okay. All right, you do your thing, brother. I'll keep making you energy. Okay. Holy shit, it's finally happening.
Okay, tritium is being produced. There we go.
Beauty. Oh, baby, it's at 3 terajoules.
Out of
30. Yeah, it's 10%. Holy fuck.
Yeah, that's like. Let me know when it gets closer, and I'll I probably don't even need to make any fusion reactors.
Yeah, the 7 singularity reactors are doing work. All right, well, I'm just gonna stand by the transceiver and see if it fucking kills me.
Yeah, let me know when it gets up to like 90%. No, I'll come down there.
It's at 15. Oh, fucking god, dude. Oh.
Your body is ready to finally be done.
My body is ready for the first part of the 3-part ending. This is like when you fight the final boss, but then there's like 4 more phases. That's what's happening right now.
Gonna get the next 7 health bars.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like moving around is actually a debuff because it causes lag.
Fucking little tiny pools of water. Why do you exist? We have a landfill somewhere around here, right?
Landfill? Yeah, it should be if you...
Oh, it's discharging. Why is it speaking out?
I don't know.
It says it's at 0%?
Yeah,
right?
it, like, got rid of all of its energy, I guess. That's cool. Don't really know what it's doing.
Tweaking out. Maybe we do need more power. Well.
Alright, well.
I think I'm making more power. Alright. I feel like he ripped down a bunch of... Holy shit. That was really bright.
I took off the transceiver because it's just not working right now.
I set up 5 DT reactors.
Nice. Okay, we're up to 30.
Did you have any more advanced steam turbines?
Yeah, I can get you as many as you need. These take in water. Oh, I see. Interesting. Okay, cool. The other thing too, and I'm glad you made it this way, we can just build up steam in these until we have like a shit ton of steam and then try and activate it when we have a bunch of steam built up. That might be a little more, might work a little bit better. 33. Not bad.
DT cells are being produced quickly.
Hell yeah.
Hey, do we need more power?
I can test it.
Wait a fucking minute.
What?
Our limit is water pumping.
Yeah, you can use multiple pumps.
You can't though. There's only one input.
If you do multiple pumps into a tank and then have a normal pump, the normal pump has a through 500
Yeah,
throughput.
yeah.
It's not that bad.
But I have to change 5 of these now.
The transceiver. Oh, okay. Interesting. It's fluctuating. It's energy draw is fluctuating at like 22.
Maybe we do need to get to the full 60.
Yeah, it might just like spike when it gets to like 50% or something. No, it's kind of just going between 21 and 22 for right now. I guess we'll see when it gets to a higher percent. Oh, yep, it's on to 23.
I can't prod mod water. Fuck.
I mean,
holy shit, the lag. Fuck.
I just heard like 4 spaceships like come in, take off, come in, take off.
There we go. I think I have enough water production here.
Oh, it fluctuated back down to 19 gigawatts. Maybe it just goes between like 18 and 23. That would be nice. Although our production's going down. Oh, it's back up. It's just fluctuating a little bit too, I guess. Should have some more that's coming online soonish, hopefully. Yeah. All right, still going strong. Almost 33%. Sweet. Oh, the nice thing is that the spaceship exchanger is working as well. It's making 2 gigawatts. It's kind of cool. Might not want to make more reactors to save those ingredients for the 5,000 space science that we need. Although thankfully it's only space science 4, not space science 1, 2, 3, and 4. That would be awful. We need all of the science 4s, matter science 1, and then deep space science 4. Then we need 5,000 of them, but with 168% productivity, it's actually like 2,000. Oh, this is beautiful. I wonder how many of these can fit on a ship, because that's probably what we're gonna need to do the like end game last thing you need to do, which is just fly for 10 minutes at 250 miles an hour with the Nexus in there. All right, the steam.
We're running out of copper wire.
There should be a shit ton of it being made.
Yeah, no, there is. We're just using it.
Huh, what needs it? Oh, we're making low density. No, that doesn't need wire. Yeah, what is using it? Oh, also hit P and then hit all. Made
100 million copper wire.
I've made 122,000 fast belts. I've averaged making 4 fast belts per minute for 500 hours. Oh, that's so fucking many.
I like how we've averaged at 32k wire per minute.
That's so fucking crazy.
I feel like the bots are slowing down.
Yeah, yeah, sorry. I think the production tab or like any of those makes shit slow down, so I'll get out of that. That's funny.
Wild.
The transceiver is wanting 27 gigawatts. Oh, we're only halfway there. I bet it's gonna shoot up to like 60. Oh, that's so annoying.
I only have one of the reactors online right now.
Yeah, I bet it's gonna need all 60. Ugh, god damn it. Oh well.
Okay, looks like 3 pumps is enough. Oh, what's the power situation looking like now?
It wants 28 gigawatts. It's fluctuating at like 28, and we're at 32, between 32 and 36. Okay, it fluctuated back down to 23. Please.
I drank all the drain now. Please.
I'm gonna be, dude, it's gonna hit 99%, and it's gonna spike up to 60% and drain it all, and I'm gonna shoot my computer. Dude, it's so fucking... It's like, why would you do this to me?
Okay, need more DT cells. Heavy water. We're out of heavy water.
Oh, yeah, there's 3 things making it. I think you can probably...
That makes them so fucking slow. I'm just gonna like triple that. Because the DT cells themselves don't take that much. They don't take that long to make.
It's up to 29 gigs. Our production's up to 40.
Okay.
Oh wait, maybe it's just taking more power as we give it more power. It doesn't actually need that much. It's just charging faster because we're generating more power. Because its max input is 60, so it's just taking it faster. That might be what's happening. Okay, I might be tripping about nothing.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, but then it doesn't seem to be charging up all the way before it discharges.
Yeah, it's not going doot. It hasn't dooted once, so it might just be happy.
Well, do you want me to make more power?
If you want, but I'm just throwing down solar panels because I'm paranoid.
I'm gonna scale up heavy water production and we'll see where we go from there then, I guess.
Yeah, it can't hurt.
Ah,
The lightning?
no way. I just placed a pipe and heard like 8 pipe place sounds.
86%.
Oh shit. Did I go up there then? Wait, this isn't the end though, right?
No. There's this, then we need to research 5,000 with energy science 4 and all the other 4s and matter science 1 for some fucking reason. And then fly in a spaceship for 10 minutes, going 250 miles an hour with a Nexus in it.
Oh.
But I mean, the ship that I showed you, that one goes like almost 250. So it needs like one more engine or to be slightly smaller and it'll do it. And antimatter fuel drains extremely slowly and each engine takes a very small amount of power. That should be easy if we can get the research done, which I think our supply chains are good enough to get through, but we'll see, I guess.
93%.
Yep.
94.
Are we there yet, Sauce Man? Is the game in on your hard drive's existence?
Dude, you came in at the perfect time. We're right about to activate an alien transceiver, which is like part 1 of 3 of the end.
The end times, we love it. Then you can come play Borderlands 2.
Oh, dude, nothing would make me happier.
Almost there. We're almost there, Sauce Daddy. How's your weekends going, guys?
Dude, it's good. It's been this.
Okay.
But it's almost done is what it seems like.
Oh, 99%.
Oh baby, dude, I'm slamming the activate button when it comes up, like frame 1. Come on, it says 100%. There we go, got it.
Maybe you shouldn't have put that in the center of the base.
You blow it up?
It did blow up, yeah.
Did literally blow? Okay,
It
well,
destroyed a bunch of shit, yeah.
it created some lag. I mean, that's just...
Well, it's probably because the bots are trying to fix up all the science now.
Dude, that's so funny. Just blow up the fucking science.
Well, it doesn't look like it destroyed any items. It just blew up the belt.
Yeah, that's just the belts. Oh.
The spaghetti?
Some of the splitters can't be
Oh
replaced.
god, it damaged like everything. Fuck.
Well, that's fun. Oh my god, dude. Alright, well. I guess I didn't know what to expect. I should have expected that, but
Where'd you put the science? Oh, Singularity Labs. Okay. Well, hey, at least we have a lot of power now.
yeah.
So you
sure
can
do.
see how big the detonation was if you will go into the map, because it shows all the repair orders.
Oh
in
my
the
god,
circle.
dude, that's oh, dude, yeah, the creator of this mod's just like, hey, fuck you and your computer, have some lag now that you fucking got here.
Perfect timing.
Dude, that's so funny. Oh my god. All right, science is back up.
Hey, we're 10% of the way to the spaceship victory, so that's good.
Yes, just with what was like in the fucking thing. Dude, if it actually blew the labs up, I probably would have just reloaded the save. Okay, now this right here is fucking lag. This is, it's so fucking funny, dude. There's probably one more thing that we should get before we do it, which is matter cubes.
For what?
So that we can store more matter on the ship, because it has to fly for 10 minutes and I don't know how long the fuel cells are gonna last. 10 minutes.
Or just bring more fuel cells?
Yeah, I suppose. Wait, is this belt full.
Always has been.
Apparently. I think I know what to do. It might have blown up the combinators and just flooded the...
You just want me to strip the belt?
No. There's, because it counts, there's a combinator logic. So this combinator L tells how many science should be on the belt of each type. So I'm gonna set it to 0. Then if you want to get all of the science off the belt, just like hold F. Okay, now this is fucking lag. Jesus Christ.
Like a swarm of fucking bees here.
Okay, now we're going to reset the memory cell. Let's see here. The memory cell is green. You do that and then that. Now we're going to set L to like 18, and I think we're good.
Is 18 too many?
No, there's space between them now. I think we have everything. So, oh my god, the autosave. Not like this. Oh, okay. Oh my god.
I'll put it on my TV because I don't have a monitor.
This is what you want to broadcast to your TV. All right, this is probably going to cause even more lag, but it's the price we pay.
Oh my god, is that the ISION?
Dude, I made jokes about the ISRon earlier. I actually did not know that this fucking thing exists, but now we have the
Saigon.
real. Yeah, the real Eye of Saigon. Do you see in the top right corner the like circle of flashing?
Just wrecked that whole section.
Yeah,
huh?
so it was that, but the diameter was like twice that. Oh my god. Wait, why did it just go up more? Look. Do you see
all that yellow stuff blinking?
Yeah, it blew up all there. I'll show you from the map view. So we're here.
Okay.
It blew up to here. It's just fucking
absolutely wrecked.
Yeah, it did enough damage to actually blow up some of the belts, or like where that was, but it didn't actually. Everything out here is just damaged, thankfully.
Okay.
There we go.
It just didn't wipe it off the face of the earth.
I would have.
Is it supposed to do that on startup?
Yeah, it's a feature. We're just waiting for, in the top right, you see Spaceship Victory.
Okay.
When that hits 100%, then we have one more task and we'll be good to go.
What does that thing do?
It just sits here.
Oh, that spaceship's way
Yes.
bigger than the last one. Holy shit.
Yeah. Gonna be getting rid of this.
Oh shit.
As beautiful as it
putting it
was.
in my inventory. No, I don't want your ice, damn it.
God, that inventory looks harder to figure out than when I come back from a mission in Borderlands 2 and gotta sell my loot.
I mean, you're correct.
You know, ancient, like a guy goes through all the technological advances from like, here's some stick and mud to like, I got a pool in my mud hut. That's what this game reminds me of.
That is what this game is. This game is just building fucking mud huts.
Obviously, this guy's got his like needs met. I feel like he's only going back home for Putang.
Yeah, I feel like this is better than home.
We're making like singularities and shit. We could make the like Suckatron 3000 with like a black hole to suck extra harder or something.
I think the only thing this guy's going home for is like his wife or something.
His dog.
You know? Yeah, he probably
get his dog.
This is John Wick.
Holy shit, dude.
Oh, dude. Oh my god. It's fucking finally happening. Goddamn, dude. Right when we're running out of iridium. Fucking perfect. Okay. I'm just like hand feeding the fucking shit at this point. Spaceship speed reduced due to the singularity reactor. What? I don't know. Maybe it wants you to do this with antimatter reactors. Depends on how much speed the fucking thing takes. 50%. I'm gonna test something in the spaceship real quick. That's checking the structural integrity.
Oh, back to my corner.
Okay, it looks like singularity reactors can't be used to do this. It has to be done with the other reactors, which is fine. I'm also gonna scale this ship down by quite a bit because it goes faster if it's smaller.
Getting close.
Yeah, it's I think it's stalled because it wants some particle stream and it's not getting it.
How's that still not fucking gone?
I think I'm gonna go to bed. Good night.
Good night.
The transceiver activated, the wind condition almost researched, the literal end seemed just around the corner. Over 500 hours, 300 million copper wire, 52,000 red belts. If you would have told me any of these numbers before I started, I wouldn't have believed you. My playtime in this mod is now 42% of my total Factorio time, and I had 700 hours going in. It's still hard to believe the progress we've made when the easy choice was seldom encountered.
Yeah, we're at 90%.
Hell yeah.
And so, the engineer who had crash-landed on Navis did the unthinkable and built an empire one piece at a time. And the universe was forever changed. The unassuming paradise vacation planet Morrigan steadily grew as time went on, blossoming into a major hub for transportation and manufacturing alike. The vast oil wells provided an abundance of plastic and sulfur, while the reserves of iridite and imersite provided a stream of valuable resources rarely found anywhere else. This came at a high pollution cost, and as the revenue from materials climbed, a steady parallel decrease was observed in the tourism sector. With the threat of biter meteors finally neutralized by Sir Wazel's meteor defense installations, the small volcanic planet of Infamani was free to industrialize its volcanic mining and processing operations. Being one of the oldest colonies, the machines are outdated, but respect must be paid to their craftsmanship and longevity. Some miners refuse to give in, even with the heavy dents and scratches trademark of a biter invasion. A once promising haven of Cryonite, Avorion's brutal climate combined with its complete lack of water proved too much for the engineers to work with. If you're lucky enough to scrape out any details, engineers occasionally mention how much is unknown about the planet and what it could have been, but never with a smile. Some travelers swear they can still see the lights of a core miner flickering on. Thankfully, none of them have been dumb enough to ever try and dock. Cliffs and swamps dominate the landscape around the factory on planet Baroom. What the planet lacks in biters, it made up for in its troubled past of power generation. The original settlement was made long before crucial advances like sunbeaming and singularity reactors were discovered. Ironically, this planet would provide the holmium imersite crystals and advanced solar panels necessary to make the advances in power generation. Eventually, Sauceman developed a system to only burn the precious oil reserves when needed, desperately squeezing every last drop of electricity out of every solar panel. The economy on planet Hagen naturally divided the population into two distinct groups, those who focused on the science, chemistry, and physics necessary to produce cryonite and beryllium ingots, without which space travel is impossible, and those who got their hands dirty pumping oil and generating power, without which everything is impossible. While both groups disagree on several issues, neither have ever been willing to let these differences get in the way of their highly profitable niche in the colonial system. The symbiotic understanding does not prevent the occasional confrontational remarks at the local taverns, however. The largest and most expensive expansion to date, Planet Horror 2 now exists in a state of lonely deprecation. Residing 3 times the distance of the nearest asteroid field, it was the only planet discovered to contain the holy trinity of cryonite, vulcanite, and vitamelange. But the natural biter population coupled with biter meteors forced a steep price in blood for this bounty. Darwinian evolutionary models repeatedly underestimated the evolutionary effect, leading to several lost battles and calls for reinforcements from afar. Over the years, fewer and fewer of these calls were actually answered until one day they stopped entirely. Biters eventually ate through the power poles connecting the distant solar field from the main factory, which now generates power for the sole purpose of killing more biters. Miraculously, the main factory was able to make do with just the nuclear power and backup burnable fuel reserves. Imports from this planet have shifted from mainly the coveted vitamelange extract to a mix of crude vitamelange and even vulcanite, but even without support, they have never missed a shipment. Horror 2 remains a grim reminder of what happens to planets that no longer catch the gaze of the colonial leadership. We can't estimate when, but it is inevitable. One day the shipments, along with the cries for help, will stop coming in. Erudite proved to be elusive enough that a separate colony on a planet Thule developed for the sole purpose of mining and shipping it to Morgan as a wholesale product. The strategic archipelago encampment was erected in a matter of days and served as a shining example of what was capable in the modern day. As the emergency calls from Horrera Tomb steadily rose, the colonial leaders decided to build a second source of Vitamelage extract on Jura should anything ever happen to Horrera Tomb. Reports on the overwhelming success of Thule only furthered this agenda, and just days later, a second micro-colony was fully operational. The main exports consist of Vitamelage extract and core fragments, and within days lifted the intergalactic economy out of the depression caused by the shortages from Horrera Tomb. Cutting-edge technological advances have allowed fleets of spaceships to reliably reach the outer limits of our solar system, the closest of which we refer to as dead space. A substance known as naquium was recently discovered and appears to only be found in these distant fields. It's extremely heavy and difficult to transport, but its chemical and physical properties are remarkable, interacting with electromagnetic fields in ways previously thought impossible. At the same time, this substance can be folded to maintain these properties at subatomic levels, exponentially expanding our computational abilities. All this from a simple black rock mined in an asteroid field loosely held together by a web of railways. It's hard to find words to describe the research facilities floating in Navis's orbit. It is as marvelous as it is horrifying, and its history reveals the most fascinating and disturbing facts about our reality. The seemingly outlandish demands for resources have consistently led to quality of life improvements so mind-bendingly useful that colonies have learned to provide whatever is needed, no questions asked. Only the very top engineers are admitted. Many study their entire life, receiving top marks from the most prestigious institutions only to receive a cryptic rejection letter. Unbeknownst to them, this rejection is almost certainly a blessing. Very few who have ever been admitted in stay for more than a year. The founder of this lab, Sauce Man, has been sought out by several admitted scientists desperate for answers on operating procedures. "It just works," he would mutter, looking up from his hover wheelchair, waving his arthritis-infused dominant hand. "It just works." And of course, the place where it all started, Navis. By far the biggest factory supported with by far the most ancient facilities. Every day, a new request is made to update the train system to use LTN or to replace a function on the long antiquated main belt. Those that have lived through every phase of Navis's ground-up revolution unanimously shoot these down. They remember a time when minerals were mined by hand, when the heat of a stone furnace would sear your eyes, when belts carried items slower than the paint drying on the sides of an inserter. They see these requests and scoff. What do you know about building without the aid of construction bots? Frugally balancing resources as they are needed, planning a train system for an unknown amount of future traffic, all while fighting biters with the aim of your gunpowder rifle, building a cargo rocket by hand, and providing the Federation with the vast majority of resources it consumes. Every pound of stone, coal, uranium, and lithium, every iron, copper, and steel bar, every circuit and processing units stamped with the Navisco seal of approval. From the core miner to the bot mall, from the space elevator to the oil refineries. Does this mean nothing to you? Maybe someday you'll understand what it took to get here. Maybe that day you'll let all this talk of fancy scientific discoveries to rest and appreciate what it means to still work all these years later. Of course, there is a grain of truth to these requests. Someday the makers of this factory won't be around to reject requests. Someday long overdue upgrades will be installed. All I ask is this responsibility not be taken lightly. Somewhere in a place that is not a place, where time no longer exists, a ring sits dormant. Despite his best efforts, Sauceman was unable to understand even the basics about its function. Frustrated and embarrassed by this defeat, the discovery was never shared even with his closest advisors. The origins or uses of this ring forever locked behind an impossible mystery. And so the engineer's road was coming to an end, for now. In the new galaxy of the colonial empire, science continued, productivity was increased, and many lived and died engineering just as they had in the old galaxy. Because the factory must grow.
Alright, just gotta make the ship do the thing.
Just gotta make the ship do the thing. This time, literally just one more thing. Fly the ship with the Nexus in it at 250 speed for 10 minutes. Then the end screen pops up, the lights turn on, the credits roll, and I'm released. I can pop off and celebrate, I can do other things. That's what I thought. And somehow, over 500 hours later, I still didn't learn the most fundamental lesson this mod can teach you. Never underestimate anything. Let's get into it one last time. I've had the ship running at close to 250 speed before, and coming in, I thought I could just dunk this easily. Well, not so fast. First, singularity reactors don't work. It's not mentioned anywhere until you put a reactor on a ship and you'll get this pop-up for a random debuff and all your storage capacity is taken away. Which is so in character for everything that's happened. Of course there would be some arbitrary, esoteric, unwritten rule like, actually you can't just do a thing that you researched. That thing can only be done on even number turn when there are 7 or more bureaucracy counters on a tapped green, yellow permanent unit opponent co-control. This first attempt, I clearly didn't understand the assignment. There's probably enough engines, but I need to generate way more power. Right now, the Nexus takes everything, and the shield projectors fail, leading to asteroids breaking through. Okay, this needs to be a big Christmas tree again. A new build basically requires a massive redesign every time because the space requirements are so strict. I started to recognize that I can't waste any space with this build. It needs to be incredibly efficient. I need 6 big condensers, each need 2 boilers and 2 small condensers. All 6 can be powered by 6 antimatter reactors with their neighborhood bonus if they are in a 3x2 arrangement. If a ship is too long, you get a debuff adding 15% more stress to your build, so putting the reactors in the middle and having 2 stacks of 3 condensers on each side seemed to be the way. Condenser turbines plow through water at an incredibly high rate, so I have pumps to help clear out the water into tanks on one side for each condenser. Additionally, each condenser shares an output that pumps directly into the interior boilers to help with throughput. The Nexus fits neatly below the reactors, and I actually end up with some unused space in the middle I can refund for space elsewhere. Keep in mind I need to make 66% or more of frontward-facing edges angled, or I get a debuff to speed. I also want to make sure shield projectors cover as much area as possible. Asteroids can come in at weird angles, so it's not enough to just cover the front. After an absolute ton of rebalancing shenanigans and placing walls to perfectly line up with the 2500 stress, I had a build. Looking pretty good, let's hope it works. It flies well, I'm just not quite getting to 250 speed with 2 engines disabled. I patched a few more engines on and tried again. Better this time, but asteroids can sneak through the cracks. On the way back, I noticed something that made my heart drop. We're so close. The countdown timer actually started. Suspending a shield generator here plugs these holes. I also folded some engines beneath other engines because the Informatron specifies engines at the back are faster, but nothing specifies what the back is, so I'm hoping these engines count as being at the back. Please just work. And the engines don't count as the back, and it's too slow. You need to understand something fundamental here. I've been playing for at least 6 hours a day for the last 9 days straight at this point. There's fatigue and then exhaustion and then flat out disgust. I don't want to look at or think about this game anymore. I just want to see the screen that says end. The editing probably makes this seem fun, but a cautionary tale to all: don't expect to rush through this mod, don't underestimate anything, and just, I'm the wrong person for this mod. For every unique, satisfying, and intriguing hour spent in this mod, there are 3 repetitive or frustrating or unnecessarily cryptic or confusing, unintuitive, grueling, irritating, all of the above hours. I'm not alone in this appraisal either. Every thread I could find reliably mentions the same set of core problems, and I completely agree with them. I don't think this means the mod is bad. There seems to be a healthy number of players who enjoy it for what it is, and I commend them. At the same time, I get comments from people inspired to start the mod and feel like a bad influence. I have a mountain of thoughts about the last 500 hours I've just spent in this game, and I'll save them for some other videos, but for now, just know that I literally took a 3-week break from Factorio and still don't feel like crossing the finish line. I'm glad I took the time to plow through that much progress, all things considered, though. Continuing at my previous pace would have been awful, and the last thing I would want is to be way farther away from the deadline, way closer to the deadline. And eventually I forced myself back into the arena. Like I said, I don't want to right-click on Steam and then left-click on Factorio, but I knew what I had to push toward. I thought about quitting a lot. I really didn't like this puzzle because a large portion of it involves handling fluids correctly. Water, steam, colder steam, all come shooting out at rates that are often higher than a fluid pipe's capacity, but enough to fit into a pump. For me, that's suffocating. I feel like if I put a pipe anywhere, it will bottleneck everything and fail. But pumps aren't flexible and leave behind giant squares of unused space that add up quickly and make a spaceship unusable. After a lot of testing, I learned a few things. First, fluid per second doesn't really mean what I thought it did. It turns out 4 condenser turbines with 504 water per second max, that's a total of 2016 water per second, can share a pipe with a capacity of 200. I don't know fluid dynamics, so I can't tell if that makes any sense at all, but it seemed to kind of work. Second, you need more than 1 layer of shields in the front. Third, the steam that the large condenser outputs totally sucks, and it makes more sense to use a biolab to convert the steam back into water. This is about twice as space efficient as trying to make the condenser turbines use the cold steam. Fourth, despite being available after researching up to 2500 hull stress, I can't conceive of a build that can win the game with exactly 2500 stress. Maybe it's possible. If it is possible, it's unbelievably min-maxed. And if it's not possible, then why make the victory condition available? Why is there so much gaslighting going on? Just tell me things, anything, really. I don't think the magic and accomplishment would be diminished if the information about whether or not this is possible is available. In any case, they all led me toward an updated build here. As time went on, I realized something more important. The frustration was slowing me down more than anything. I needed to take note of what was happening with the ship and make tweaks based on the feedback, not complain about what was in front of me. I have 16 hours of footage I'm not including of just failing over and over, and it's too painful to think about. But maybe that'd be a good bloopers video. Anyway, this build was the culmination of all of that, and it is so promising. And the steam doesn't vent out the left side fast enough. Well, the research teleports you around randomly, usually making Navis a 30-minute or more trip, so the best way to reset is actually to just reload. But remember, I can't focus on anything irritating. I gotta just go. Alright, fix up the left side, let the steam through, and fit the reactors in nice and snug so they're not too far away from the heat pipe, but also they get their neighborhood bonus. Alright, that looks pretty good. Reactors are preheated, get a sniffle in for good luck. Speed's looking good. Countdown timer came down, better than average. All right. Okay, power looks really healthy. While that looks good, it's important to remember that all the fluids exist in the system. If they choke up, this is going to go from 100 to 0 real fast. Power storage is starting to show what I mean. I have more accumulators than I usually have, and there might be a stability here, but I expect this to slowly droop down. If I'm lucky, it might take more than 6 minutes to slide down to 0, and this build might actually work. 4 minutes though, that's the best so far. Halfway point, dang, that's encouraging. If the power goes out, I might be able to fix it just by adding more accumulators and having that bigger buffer. Oh, that would be great.
That's not good. Not good at all. God damn it, dude.
Well, the power's gonna run out, and without the extra gigawatt, the speed will probably drop below 250 or a shield will break or something. This progress is so good though.
Wait, is it fine? No way. What? Oh no.
Okay, this is crazy. Under 2 minutes to go. I honestly can't see how this goes well without the power. I don't even know how it's still going. It just feels like it's going to break. That's all I've really known. I just dread it.
Come on.
It's under a minute. No way.
No way. No fucking way, dude. No fucking way, dude. No fucking way, dude. Just do it. Just do it. Please. Oh my god, 10 seconds.
I can't even. I jumped out of my chair. I just started running around. You have no idea. Mostly it felt like being unburdened, like I lost 200 pounds and now I could fly. After about 20 minutes of end zone dances, I came back to review some of the numbers.
All right. Did I damage these headphones? Let's see. These aren't. Oh no, Infamani's dying. Oh, what am I gonna fucking do? You know what I'm gonna fucking do? I'm gonna close the fucking game and never give a flying fuck about that stupid fucking planet or fucking biter meteors or building this stupid fucking ship. That's what I'm gonna fucking do. I'm gonna close the game. But first, so fitting, just a blaring siren of some broken shit in the background while we review all the stuff we've made. Oh, 100 million copper cable, goddamn. 78 million process. I was burning through that. Oh my god. Okay, first off, 73 million copper plate. More than the iron plate? What? No fucking way. That's crazy. There's so many things I made like millions of. I didn't make that many core I guess core fragments stacked like 20. Vulcanite. 26 million circuits, 815 per minute. Oh god. It's like half the amount of iron I used. I made more circuits than plastic. Jesus. Oh, 16 million steel plates. Okay. I made so much of fucking everything. 13 million wood. 13 million wood, dude. What? Like, you need wood for coke and stuff. It's just, you like go into base Factorio and try to fucking make that happen, dude. Just. God, that buzzer. Just music to my fucking ears, dude. Just blow up the whole fucking planet. Just get it out of here, dude. That's so much. That's so much. All right. Wow. Okay. I guess that kind of makes sense. That's just so many. Oh my! I plowed through the a million uranium. Just Jesus Christ. Concrete's the last thing in a million. Wow, I must made 1 million material testing packs. Holy fuck, that's God. I made so many less rocket control units. Wonder if that's because they were like recycled in the capsules when they went to space. Man, that really caught up. Holy shit. So, God, the science. There's so much science. 205,000 fucking fast red belt. What? It's gotta be like, used in science, right? Like, there's no way. I used almost as many of those as I used bullets. Just for every time I shot a biter, I put down a transport belt. Heavy bearing. That's a lot. Wow. 50,000 rocket cargo sections. That is a lot. Jesus. It's like 5,000 rocket launches. Some of them went into probes though, so it's not perfect. But well, the probes were only taking recycled cargo sections though. I probably launched over 5,000 rockets then. 50. Oh, sorry, it'd be 500 rocket launches. Okay, yeah, these do not count. Okay, it's a lot of AI cores. That's beautiful. Look at the conversion rate. There's only 200 of the flat solar panels survived not being turned into flat solar panel 2s. That's awesome. Of course, pipes. Wait. 7,000 space pipe to go, dude. Oh. Okay, this is gonna be insane. 250 million sand. Like, it's not that surprising. I plowed through stone. Jesus Christ. This changes things. I thought copper was like, whatever. Copper is like, fucking, it's used as much as iron. It's not used as many things, but like, I used more of it. It's probably because of the material testing packs and like the recycling. Well, the recycling also makes iron. Yeah, these are about the same. Nothing like surprising. Perfect fucking timing. Just okay, these seem to be like pretty much the same. Look at that. It's I'm pretty much what the game designers are going for. Look, the like outline of this ship like almost fits their like fake ship that they put here. This is fitting. This is a perfect visual representation of everything that's happened over the last 6 months. It's a fucking August 30th, literally the last day of summer. Oh, poetic. Oh, I could have taken these with, huh? Beautiful. Actually,
we did it. The race was won. Would I suggest this mod? Still no. It's great to accomplish something over 540 hours. But remember, I have a YouTube channel that has views and nice comments and gives me money, and this all helps motivate me beyond just the game. I burned out of space exploration twice before I even started this run. You might be that type of person who loves a long challenge, and if you're that type of person, go for it. You'll learn a ton, you'll make Navi's orbit the most incredible and challenging thing that you'll ever experience in a game by far. It's incredible and completely unique in that respect. If you're not that dedicated person, if you're playing multiplayer, if you don't have a YouTube channel, if you like going outside, if it's the month of summer, if you're trying to race, if you don't like cryptic rules, if you don't want to make over 200 science-related items that can have up to 5 inputs each, if you don't know how to use LTN, if you don't know how to use or want to use circuits, If you're on a time budget of any kind, if you don't know anything about engineering or coding or Factorio, I think you might want to spend your time doing something else. This should have Extreme or Grandmaster or Kaizo or Dark Souls in the name. And yes, for that one guy who always comments, I know Pyanodons exists. That doesn't mean this isn't in the same category. Also, some of us like doing things that have the potential to be enjoyable. I don't want to unlock Splitter's 500 hours into the game. Go back to your corner of shame until somebody asks. Okay, that was a little more brutal than I was planning, but here we are. Well, actually, where does this leave us? Well, it wasn't about the goal, but the friends we lost along the way. In all seriousness, this run was pretty much only possible with Waz's help. He did so much heavy lifting for 250 hours. I can feel him typing out a comment to deny this, but don't listen to his propaganda. Everyone else who appeared on these videos, saying only the most avant-garde things, thank you all a ton as well. This entire series wouldn't have been the same without you, and it means a ton for you to be in these. Well, I already mentioned I have a ton of thoughts, and I plan on converting these into videos, so stay tuned. If you feel like subscribing, I would appreciate that a lot. I have a goal of hitting 10 billion subscribers. We're already 0.0009% of the way there, and you could be the next sacrifice in a pile of numbers. And yes, there are other games I'll be playing and reviewing and giving my thoughts on. I've really loved the comments. Even the comments on negative things have helped me, so thanks a lot for giving me such a good time on my first series. I don't know if I'm gonna do something this long and hard, something this enduring and difficult in a while though, but for sure I'll be playing Factorio Space Age. I've already got some great ideas for how I want to do that. Anyway, that's all I got. I'm gonna go touch grass or something. Well, I guess there was one more thing. There was a happy ending after all.
You die from this?
Yeah.
Like it's testing you.
Yep.
Let me know when you're done with that job. We did it, minion. Is that job stairs? Let me know when you're done with that job. Is that job minion? Do your master proud. Let me know when you're done with that job. Is that job like
Why did they keep saying that?
Because I keep talking to him.
The only way I can be killed is if my damage is reflected back to me and I die instantly.
Ooh. Wait, can we just, like...
Ready to beat the game so we can start playing the real game?
Which is... I still don't understand that.
I love that you can just, like, interrupt whatever people are doing with, like, a cutscene. Oh, wait, why does this gun suck?
I got his ass.
I have 9 bullets.
9 bullets?
I have 0 bullets.
Just get up there and melee.
Oh, I'm swimming in the drink. Oh my god, you're kidding.
That fire breath even damage you guys?
It instantly kills me.
Okay.
Oh, I'm about to eat the drink.
I think we got his ass.
It just fucking fell on me, dude, and killed me. What the fuck?
This is the beginning of the game.
Uh-oh.
They all got here somehow and didn't help.
Our 2012 polygons can only render so fast. This ain't no place for no heroes. Mordecai's entire family dies. He's like, you know what that means? Like,
no rest for the wicked.
Oh, I fell in the bad lava.
Oh, so
kill me.